I couldn't believe he did it. And it's sprinkled throughout the show. There is so much love and care put into Star Trek Picard if you are a fan of Star Trek. And also, it's just a rousing, fun space adventure that has villains and there's conspiracies and there's all different kinds of aliens. And there's even it's very subtle, but there's a great fuck you to modern Star Trek in it. Star Trek Picard returns Star Trek to where it should be, about human beings and their alien friends striving to be the best they can be, and in the face of great adversity, and stepping up. And it's not about if it's what you feel, it's okay. No. What you feel is going to get you killed. You know what's not going to get you killed? Really knowing how to do your job, and working with other people that are really smart and know how to do their jobs. We have to put our emotions aside and get the job done. And that's what Star Trek to me was about. It was about being the best human being you can be, and finding the best people around you, the best of the best, to go out. And that's what you need to be on the final frontier. Otherwise, you will get killed. You will never survive. And Star Trek Picard is all about these people that are the best of the best coming back together and doing what they do best. And it was refreshing.
Engage.
I love the end of the last 20 seconds of episode 9. That's so epic. That's why I used this in my intro. So what's up, guys? Welcome to the final discussion for Star Trek Picard Season 3. And, well, like all good things, stuff has to come to an end eventually. So this won't be the last thing I'm doing for Picard. I'm actually going to do a video discussing everything that we've talked about the last 10 weeks. So yeah, it's been, I'm still kind of on the fence. I'm really on the fence on this one. It's just, there's so much that just doesn't make sense. There's so much that I really want to like. I want to like that ending, but, well, we'll get into it. So let's just say, let's bring in, what's his name? Let's bring in Prophet. Oh, before you say anything, Prophet, I want to say hello to people in the chat. Obviously, Gray is still watching the episode. He hasn't finished it yet. So he's going to be here shortly. Your Barmy's here. What's up, your Barmy? We got Salty. What's up, man? How you doing? We got Nas. We got Mr. Ironside. We got Lady B, Lady Balefire. We got a horse named Pips. And, of course, we got Mr. Dread. All right. I think that's everybody. So here we go. So what's up, Steve? How you doing?
I'm eating an apple. How are you?
Doing fine. I'm sure I'm sure you have plenty of positive things to say about Picard, right? Right.
Well, I actually just realized something watching. Ma! Sorry. Sorry, you turning over your shoulder and yelling just made me laugh. Made me think of Ma. Shut up, Ma. I'm doing YouTubes. I'm sorry.
I don't know what you mean.
I know.
That was my brother, actually.
Oh, okay. Well, whatever.
My brother's pumping around.
Just made me think of that scene from Step Brothers where Will Ferrell's yelling at his mom, "Mom, make me meatloaf. Bring the meatloaf, Mom."
we ordered pizza tonight.
We watch Step Brothers instead of talking about this. Okay, sorry.
We should. We should actually.
We probably should. So I realized something. Watching that little brief intro, The Borg's plan should have been simple from the beginning. They should have just got Deanna Troi onto the ship with Jack, and she would have just mind fucked him into going back to the Borg Queen, because everything else that they did, all the deaths and everything, didn't mean anything. Because as soon as she psychotherapied him, he's like, I'm gonna go to the Borg.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's just
Thanks
like
for helping. Thanks for helping. You did a great job. Great therapy job.
Yeah, they introduced the Borg. Yeah, they introduced the Borg way too late. Like, oh, the Borg were the bad guys. They were behind this the entire. It's like, what do they think this is? Instead of making a good
therapy session, was supposed to be to help him, and he fucks off and almost destroys the fucking universe.
Yeah.
Like,
so were there any? We'll get into that. The idea of consequences. Oh well. But we have.
Changelings don't kill the people they take over anymore either. By the way.
Apparently not. Apparently not. Why?
They needed
Well,
a cameo.
I'll give you one benefit of the doubt. They didn't kill Martok in DS9, but you have no idea what the hell I'm talking about.
Who the fuck is Martok?
All
I know is the rules of this universe. Sorry, I have apples on my shoulder. The rules of this universe are they kill them. So why did we all of a sudden change the rules at the end of the series? I'm just following the rules they stated in their own episode, which they like to contradict very, very much.
Yeah, I agree. So, but not alone. We got two other people now. We got White Cloak, and I'm sure he has a very positive take. Let's bring in Alex. What's up, Alex? Alex? I saw your chats. Didn't you say you really enjoyed this episode yesterday, this series finale? Like, wasn't it like one of your you were just into it?
Trolling.
This was the calamitous end to the season that this debacle deserved. Just a fucking travesty.
Well,
so
I am embarrassed for people who liked this. Like, it was that bad.
And here's Gray. No, I'm kidding. I don't know what Gray thinks. I'm just kidding, Gray. I love you. Okay, sorry.
So, was there anything positive to take away from this, Alex? Off the top of your mind.
Ended, sort of. Actually, I guess it didn't really end. Mystery box.
I can't even
mystery
say
box
that
at the end.
it's short. It was 62 fucking minutes.
Yeah.
It sort of ended. Picard, I don't want to spoil. He didn't even buy the big one. Man,
No,
He didn't
I
what?
literally do not have a single positive to say about this.
I was gonna say
wow.
at least Picard died, and I was gonna be like, wait, he didn't. Shit, that didn't happen. At least Beverly Crusher died. No, she didn't die either. She's too good to die. She is now the president of Starfleet. Wait, is there a president of Starfleet?
No,
Yeah, right.
no, not really. I mean, she's the Starfleet medical. She is the chief admiral of Starfleet Medical.
She is now head of arms medical team director #1. She is now not only a proficient in weaponry and science things, she is the #1 doctor extraordinaire. She can heal you, then kill you in the same breath. She is fierce and crazy. And
Fierce, just like the
a lot of
main.
things happened to her in 20 years, guys. A lot
Fierce,
of
just
things
like
happened.
the fem Terminator from what was that Terminator movie called?
20 years. A lot of things happened, boys. A lot of things.
You
20
talking
years.
about Dark Fate?
Dark Fate. That's it. Terrible name. Yeah, because she was fierce, and that was how the director described her. It's just
The worst thing is I ran out of apple. I might have to go get some more.
Apple. All right. So well, once again, I'm the gatekeeper and I'm the nitpicker. Steve is the rage baiter. Doesn't like anything. By the way,
wait.
fuck you, Steve, for me not liking this. It's not the creator's fault. It's not the people involved in the production who made all the decisions regarding all the scenarios going on. It's all Steve. It's all your fault.
Dude,
Sorry,
I'm
Phil.
so proud of myself
Fuck
that I
you.
have such an effect on you.
You have
Are you a robot? Are you Picardish?
I am Picard.
Oh,
I am.
I've
We are
reprogrammed.
Picard. We are Picard.
We are Picard. we are Picard.
It's not the production of it's not the production team. It's you, Steve. You're the reason why I dislike this. You know, you and your negativity. Son of a
At least
bitch.
I embrace it. It's too bad.
But in all seriousness, no. Once again, you were being honest with yourself. I didn't necessarily agree with everything.
To be quiet.
Yeah,
you were quiet for a lot of it.
You tried your best. So once again, I'm the nitpicking gatekeeper. Prophet's the negative rage baiter. Alex is just a white cloak. That's just negative, all around. I'm kidding.
Does that make Gray a ray of sunshine?
Gray. Sorry, I said Ray. Oh my God. Sorry. I take responsibility.
Just watched Star Wars last night.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh wait, it was a Star Destroyer. It was a freaking Death Star. I saw the Death Star blow up last night. All right.
I think the Star Destroyer is actually bigger than the Enterprise D, but that's not the point.
The Millennium Falcon was flying in there. I don't know what you're talking about, Star Destroyer. The Millennium Falcon flew into the Death Star that happened to be green for some reason. I don't know why the Death Star was green, but it was, and they blew it up. And then Han and Chewie embraced at the end.
But we have another guest, and he is the bright center of the universe that apparently we are the farthest from. And let's welcome Gray of Wakizashi's Tea House, sir. Ohio or konbanwa.
Ohio gozaimasu. Ray! I just want to scream Ray for some reason. I blame Steve.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to call you Ray. Or even worse, I nearly called you Rafe. That's even way worse.
Nosferatu's calling me Greylow in the bloody chat. I can't believe it.
No. We are not going there.
Oh, Nas.
Do not bring up the Rafer.
My brother, what have you done, you Yakuza madman?
Oh, boy.
Does that make the rest of us Greylow?
I didn't see Saphira once in this episode either. I was really upset.
Wait,
Where was the dragon? Where was his dragon at? Like, we got to see the Death Star. We got to see the Millennium Falcon. Why didn't we get to see Saphira the dragon from Aragon? I mean, we should have seen some other stuff. Like, we were seeing stuff from all over the universe, right? So we should have had a dragon.
Can you imagine a Borg dragon?
Like, why didn't a Borg assimilate?
Can you imagine a Borg dragon?
See, we're writing a better episode right now. Why
wasn't there a Borg dragon? Come on.
Assimilate Aragon, assimilate Aragon, and then assimilate Saphira, and then Aragon could have jumped on Saphira, and you could have had a Borg plane mechanical robot in space.
Okay,
yes!
I have to. Okay, since we're talking about Borg and dragons now,
sorry.
If the Borg assimilated the Dragon Reborn from Wheel of Time, would they be able to take on all the? Would they be able to take on the entire army of the Dark One?
Rand would just balefire her, and the Borg would never exist.
Okay, I didn't get that far, so there you go. All right, fine, fair enough. There you go.
Balefire. That's all you need to know. Balefire.
All right, so great.
He hasn't balefired anything yet. I don't think, has he? Wait a second. How far into the Dragon Reborn are you?
Chapter 7. The Rands go on. They're leaving the mountain.
So you haven't seen the Dark Hounds yet?
Nope.
Okay, so I guess
it's got to be any minute now.
Balefire. Yeah, it's got to be close. All right. Yeah, Rand balefire would. So Rand would grab a Choden call and balefire the Borg, and then Picard would never become Locutus even because he would have changed everything. We'll just say that.
Okay. So Greg,
Alex knows what I'm talking about.
Greg, I have to ask you.
Yes, Captain.
Greg, I have to ask you. What did you think? Like, did you enjoy this episode? Did you enjoy the series finale? Were you uplifted by all the hugs, the emotions, the faux farewells that we got? So many. We at least. I think there were at least 2 or 3 that I can think of just now.
I'm a sucker for emotions, you know me. I'm old. I'm an old softie, so yeah, I enjoyed it. I actually laughed out loud twice. I remember during the episode, properly. I'm not being sarcastic. Laugh out loud in a good way moments. But I switched off my brain before I started watching, so I think that's why I enjoyed it.
My favorite farewell was when that really small midget-looking guy named Frodo hugged that white-haired guy, and they got on a boat. On the
Steve!
way. Oh, sorry.
Who is it? Anthroparian in the chat was making me laugh so much. He says, I like the bit where Picard said, for Frodo.
For Frodo.
Yeah,
for Frodo.
Yeah, the tall white-haired guy, magician guy, right? That when him and the midget got on the boat.
4 steps and fell over because he's 90.
Yeah, but Picard had his voice back a few times this episode. I was quite impressed. His hands were all over the place, but his voice was back. Almost.
When in particular are you thinking?
At least was it the beginning, the first 10 minutes. I say I only just finished watching it, so it's still like I'm still processing it. But yeah, I thought he was commanding. Okay, let's go. Let's go get my son back. Beverly, you're the best thing ever. Did he say that? I can't remember.
He did. Well, he said that everything that she did was correct.
Was correct. Yes.
Everything that she did was correct.
Our son is so strong and awesome.
It's all because of you, Beverly.
He gave up instantly, and as soon as stuff started getting rough, he gave up instantly and succumbed to the Borg. But that's okay. That's not your fault. It's not your fault he's got a weak mind. It's you instilled the good stuff. The bad stuff, that's me. It's not all down you, to Beverly. That's a lot happened to you in 20 years. I don't even want to know because now you're a goddamn combat expert.
Steve, are you being sarcastic? I can't tell. I switched off the sarcasm detector.
So what did you guys?
I'm going to be positive.
That's why the dragon wasn't there. Beverly took over the dragon. So that's why she rode a dragon.
She was riding the dragon with a bazooka strapped to her shoulder.
So did you? What do you guys think of?
Oh God!
Apparently, there's another Chekhov. There's another Chekhov in this universe.
Is he still alive? Walter Koenig.
Yeah.
It was Walter Koenig. It was Walter Koenig.
Okay.
He's 87 years old now. So like, I'm like.
Is he
I wouldn't be surprised
on the first series that they could entice back.
Yeah, did you call him a corpse?
Yes, I did.
Wow, dude! Wow.
Goddamn right.
He actually starred in season 2, but
even
he sounded stronger than Picard.
His voice was good. Back on here.
Yeah, you know what's funny is I've heard Shatner live as an 89-year-old man, and he sounds stronger than.
Dude, he's got a
Picard.
TV show on.
This was the year before. This was the year before Picard season 1 came out, I believe. Season 1, I think, came out in 2020, a few months after Rise of Skywalker. That was a great time. 2019 from summer 2019 to now was such a great time to be a nerd. You had freaking Game of Thrones season 8, then you had the Rise of Skywalker, then you had Picard season 1, Discovery season 2. I mean, the one thing that was positive that came out during that time was Orville season 2. That was early 2019. So,
hey, who wants to explain what happened at the Reed door?
What happened?
The Reed door.
What happened to the red door? Well, the red door got opened.
No. Reed.
What happened to the Reed door?
I don't know.
She's using the past tense. Come on, Steve. I'm a teacher.
Sorry,
it should be read as the red.
I'm just making sure. I think a Reed door would probably be better. It said bathroom on it, and I went in it and took a shit.
The red door
to the green door. Where's the green door?
Are you guys familiar with a video game called Super Mario Brothers 2? Well,
yes.
There's a point where you pull a weed, you have a red potion in a flask, you throw it down, and then a red door opens. The red door opens, and you open it, and then you're in some weird ass netherworld where you can get mushrooms and coins and that.
Dude, is that
it's only limited time, and then the door disappears.
I'm going.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking that happened to that red door. So Counselor Troy opened the red door. We see the red eye of Jupiter. That's what all that red smoke around the Borg cube was. That was the red eye of Jupiter.
No way.
So that Borg cube has been in. There's a transwarp conduit in the red eye of Jupiter. A lot of storms, and Jupiter is high.
I thought it was
Jupiter's the largest planet. And Jupiter's a gas giant. There's a lot of freaking gravity.
Well,
so I guess
We
that
know-
Borg cube can easily handle it. It's alien, so they're this menacing threat of the galaxy. So I'm guessing,
Well, we all know
extra
that
weight can handle it.
the space dock put all of its money not into deep space sensors. We know that for sure because it couldn't. But we know where the money did go.
Shields.
Shields.
And
Fuck
held,
yeah.
it held out.
Holy
It held
shit.
out against the entire Starfleet. So
God damn! They must have had every shield generator plugged into every outlet god damn, like, like either that or they were just throwing softballs at them. Like, how many torpedoes does it take to take down a space dock? Well, apparently 5 million, because
lots of beams, and
the
we got
whole artillery of the freaking known Starfleet can't bust down its own fucking shields.
and
It's
you see the way that the Titan flies across the screen. Across the screen, you see all the ships as it's passing. You see the space in the background. And what's funny is who's piloting that? The guy that's piloting it is the ship's cook, whose family owned a deli. He's alien.
Oh my god,
he
that was my favorite part of the episode. We got his backstory.
And his brother has a hernia. I'm like, why not just make the guy human? Why spend the money and put alien makeup on him if he's gonna fucking talk?
I was like, someone shoot him, please! For God's sake, shoot him quick!
I'm a funny human. Why does he have to be aliens? This is
aliens.
This is nerd rage. I like aliens.
There's a villain, of course. This show has villains, and it has people, and it has aliens and other stuffs.
It's fun.
That's what makes it
fun,
good.
Steve. It's fun.
Oh, I didn't have fun. I had fun taking a big giant shit afterwards. That's what I had fun doing. But
me and Gray had a fun time. I just didn't show my delight.
Cool.
So stop being toxic, Steve. Seriously.
No, I am toxic, so I can't stop. I can't stop being what I am, sir. Sorry, it's just what I am.
DJ Ronnie G in the chat says that alien, the chef, whatever the cook, it was an Orville character. It was, wasn't it? It was like, why are you telling me about your deli? Like, shut up.
Can I just
he was like Dan. He's like Dan, the guy with the head. He's like, hey,
that scene.
I'm the conversation ender, dude.
What a great captain that 709 is, because her just saying, "Hey, figure out how to fucking fly this ship, you cook bastard." He's like, "Okay, no problem." So I'm now in flying ace.
Okay. So redoing that scene, as much as they wanted to be funny, 7 of 9 should have just taken over her or Raffi. Raffi, they know how to pilot a ship. Have one of them do it. I mean, okay. I have to ask the horse in the chat for his opinion on this. Would you have a cook? Would you have a cook fly something for the first time, just with incomplete training? I know exactly what he's going to say.
Wait! I have the answer. I have the answer to this question. 4.
Hey, what's the million crew
Since there's 2
on a
Galaxy-class starships being flown by 4 people in this show,
that's all you need.
2 of them.
Because
The Enterprise is being flown by 4 people at one point, and the frickin' Titan is being flown by 4 people that don't know what the fuck they're even doing.
Man, we're just
7 of 9 and Rafi weren't contributing at all. I mean, it was legitimately flown by one person. Maybe you could argue 2.
Can we wait? We've gone ahead a little bit. Does anybody have any problems with how they just walked onto the bridge?
Yeah, they walked onto the bridge. Oh, and here's this.
Talk about getting ahead. I mean, are we going to talk about fucking Chekhov's kid going, "No, nobody come help Earth"?
Yeah, it was a callback. They know that was a callback, right? It was a callback to a fourth Star Trek movie when they're like, "Don't approach Earth because we have this whale probe that's kicking the shit out of our weather system right now." So they're like, and it's just like, save Earth, or like they're like, save yourself.
I think that's a lot different than being under siege from an hostile alien species. If you can send out a signal that far, there are Vulcan Klingon, Romulans, all kinds of races that.
Yeah,
don't
where
want
was
the-
everybody else, Steve?
Right.
Where
Don't
were
want
they?
the Borg to take over
J.J.
Earth, right?
Abrams
Like,
destroyed Romulus, so you got. We
But
don't even know
Any
what's
other
this is-
races?
this
Any other
is-
alien
look,
races?
look. There's this
don't
thing
even
called
know.
self-preservation, right? And Borg taking over Earth equal bad for the entire universe. So everybody who wants to live should probably be getting their ass to Earth and blowing up some fucking starships. Since they can't blow up the goddamn defenses of the space dock anyways. They got about probably 8 years before they get those shields down. So,
You know what's funny? So you know what's funny is, we hear something like hope is never lost. My father said this. I don't know if they're talking about Pavel Chekhov. I don't know if this Anton Chekhov, which is the name of the famous Russian author.
Chekhov's gun.
Yeah, known for Chekhov's gun. People are saying, oh, they called him Anton Chekhov because the actor that played Chekhov in the JJ films who died.
He died, didn't he, in an accident? Yeah, it was terrible.
His truck crushed him against. He's trying to open the gates to his house or something, and it crushed him against the gate. So it's fucked up. It's terrible. So, but he's been gone for like almost 7 years now. Shortly before Beyond came out. So, I'm assuming that could also be true. They named it after him, but. When I heard "save yourselves," that he's like, "I implore you, save yourselves." I don't know. I got Denethor vibes from that, like from Lord of the. There were quite a few Lord of the Rings things that made me think of in this series when I heard certain lines.
There's nobody out there. Who's he talking to? They're all there. Like, save yourselves who? There's nobody out there. Everybody was called there for this stupid Frontier Day bullshit where they linked up their starships and said, hey, Borg, we're here. We have a freaking smorgasbord for you. Why don't you guys take us all over at once? And you can.
Ooh, a smorgasbord. Nice one, Steve. I like
that. It's like, and then the fleet fucking whatever it is, the fleet command thing sucks. Like, line of sight. I'm playing World of Warcraft. If you've ducked behind this tree, you can't get hit by that laser beam. Like, what the fuck are we doing? It's more freaking like tower bullshit from Star Trek 9. There's a tower, blow it up. Oh, we don't know how to fly planes up because the tower didn't tell us how to because we're not. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like. I don't know. We talked about it like 8 times. Like, I couldn't not let it go during the freaking the watch. How is it that the Titan is
Steve,
not blown
I
up immediately?
I sense anger and frustration.
Well, I just want to.
You have not become one with the Force.
How is the Titan not blown up immediately? Again, these are the own rules that this show produced for itself.
Don't ask questions, just consume and enjoy.
I got a theory. I have a theory. I have a theory behind that. I have a theory. Why the Titan did not get blown up like the rest of the.
But go ahead. This is where we're gonna fight then. But go ahead.
You don't. Hey, writers. I'm filling in the blanks for you guys.
We know Terry's watching. Hey, Terry, listen to this.
Go ahead. I want to hear this,
and
then I'm going to destroy. I want to hear it, then I'm going to destroy you. Go ahead.
Oh, it's easy. You know how Jack wants to get in. Jack wants to get into Sydney's
Pantalones.
So that's why they're keeping that's why he's the one that's commanding everything. Everything is commanded through Jack. Jack is keeping them alive for that reason, so that once they're done, he can swoop in and Borg sex. I mean they have sex.
Borg.
I mean
that sounds
they
stupid
fuck.
enough
I mean
to be close,
Borg sex might
Jack
be very might be very systematic, but you know what? It still gets the job done.
So the Borg have never shown the ability to blow up engines or disable starships systematically by blowing up their engine room, right? Never done that before. Disable the craft so Jack can have Borg sexy time with LaForge number 2.
They eventually got disabled.
Yeah, after they blew up, after they killed a bunch of their brethren. By the way, they killed a bunch of Starfleet people. Let's not talk about. Those starships don't have shields either, right? Those starships don't have shields either. The Titans phasers and photon torpedoes were working just fine. They could blow.
The Titan was using the other shield, Steve. The Titan stole everybody else's shields and put it.
Oh, they downloaded it.
So they had like 3,000 shields up.
If there was some believability to this, I'm skipping all the way ahead. Jack would have been put in prison for what he did. Like if there was consequences in this series, like this, like heck, Babylon. I'm going to be spoiling Babylon 5, but the captain in Babylon 5 ends up punished, even though he didn't really do anything wrong, but he went against the Earth government, even though the Earth government was evil. And he still got punished. There were still consequences for what he did. And that's one thing I love about Babylon 5. So here we have a situation where bad things happen. Lots of people died. Admiral Shelby is dead because of what Jack did. The ship, the Excelsior, was destroyed because of what Jack did. There would be consequences for that. But
he wasn't in control
a
of his
year
own
later.
actions.
He was. He went over to the Borg Queen.
He made the decision to
he got pissed off at Picard, and he fucking left. He used his red vision to escape the Titan. He went to her, and he's still responsible. If he did not do that, none of this would have happened.
He
enslaved two people in order to threaten an admiral, in order to get onto an opposite ship to commit treason.
Yep.
What do you mean jailed? We're popping this motherfucker in the back of the head.
Well, this is the Star Trek universe. There's no execution.
But then on top
23rd century, the only way you could get executed, and I don't know if they kept that, is if you go to Talos 4.
Look. It all comes back to again.
Apparently that's not a thing anymore because Section 31 apparently vivisects changelings. So
Deanna Troi said it right after he frickin' popped the blood vessel in his brain. He's Borg. We have protocols for this.
Yeah.
We have protocols for this. He is a Borg.
And they let him go. So they're also responsible. Beverly, they're responsible. Like they would be trying.
Steve, did you pop a blood vessel last night when you were watching it with me?
Actually, I'm more fired up right now because it's more the more like last night I tried to be quiet and let him watch as much as I could, and then I started pausing it, and then as soon as he paused, nice. I go. But like they had the little session. He freaks out, so she does a better job of getting. Deanna does a better job of getting Jack to the Borg than Vatic does. So they should have just sent her to psychotherapy right off the bat, and the Borg would have had him immediately. Then he attacks two people. Who knows what happened to those two people? Did they die or were they left on the ship? I don't know. And then he goes, just like Alex said, commits treason. But above all of that, she says, we have protocols. He's Borg. He is Borg. Just like Jean-Luc Picard is Borg. Just like Seven is Borg. So now you have you have three people that have been assimilated to the Borg, two of them on one ship with a drug addict, and in a freaking Savior of the Universe, Raffi, and going out into deep space. It's like you don't know if all the you don't know if the Borg are all taken care of. Like he's still like whether you were able to fix everybody else, you can't fix Jack. It's supposed to be in his DNA that he is part Borg, right? So there's no getting that out of Jack Crusher.
Hey, Lady B,
it is in his DNA.
Didn't Beverly I just have one question. Didn't Beverly invent at the end of the episode as the leader of the Starfleet Medical? She invented a way to undo all the Borg. So they purged the Borg DNA from all the Zoomers, the cadets.
That's his DNA. So
can they purge? Can they purge? I don't think
they can change his
DNA.
To
rewrite his DNA.
I mean,
that is such a
I can
terrible
buy
technology to introduce.
since it was implanted into everybody, I guess fine, you can get it out of everybody. That's not like his DNA wasn't changed. That's just him. It wasn't.
They would have to go in
him.
and rewrite all of his DNA, like the changelings did with fucking Picard via the transporter. Just broken ass technology. I did want to ask the question. Nobody talked about Rafi inventing a gun, a phaser, that instead of stunning people or killing people, forcibly teleports them to the teleporter. And she invented this on the walk from her quarters to the bridge.
Yep, and it's like
absolute fuck.
Yeah, literally, they literally say, where is it? I wrote this down. Where the fuck is it?
It sounds like a completely useless weapon to have. Unlike a portal gun.
I disagree. The ability to forcibly teleport somebody up to your ship's teleporter is
I guess
world-breaking technology. I mean, how many times is Kirk stuck on some busted-ass planet? He pops himself in the foot. He's right back on the ship.
He's like, oh shit.
Hey, that was the 23rd century. They didn't even have the ability to do intership beaming, so you had to go to the transporter room to do it. So
how many times did we have to capture somebody? Just pop his ass, send him up to the ship.
It's true.
Like literally, like Raffi. She's gonna be rich after this.
I did
if we get out of this, and they literally say, where the fuck is that? I keep losing it. They literally say Raffi invented a portable beam me up. That's what they literally say in the episode. A portable beam me up.
When did she do this?
She did this while they were running. She did this while they were running from the.
Steve, pay attention. It was between the last episode and the start of this episode. She invented it while Star Trek was off air.
She was inventing it while Captain Dipshit from Chicago, my brethren, just dies. She just put it together.
She was
and
inventing this
voila.
while everybody was dying on Earth, right? Oh wait, sorry, that didn't happen.
Yeah. Or maybe
you're spoiling it. Just to interrupt, you're spoiling it for everyone. Like when you make us think about it, then we realize how bad it is. So stop making us think about it.
So I want to say something that I thought was brilliant. Okay, what I thought was brilliant that they figured out the one fatal flaw to every Borg: locked doors. Who knew that they couldn't deal with locked doors?
Yeah, they could just beam anywhere. Like they could. Yeah,
they couldn't even smash the window. You can see them knocking on the glass.
It's obvious. So look, it's brilliant. Like, who knew that Borgs don't know what locked doors are? They didn't lock any of the elevators. They didn't lock any doors on the ship when they took over the bridge. And then they lock them in the transport room, they just say, "Oh well, we're locked. Let's go." Door bad.
That was one of my favorite.
And it took half the episode for them to get out of the transport room.
Since we know that there's nobody else on the Titan except for those 5 Borg people that were changed, and there's no others 26-year-old or younger people on the Borg on the Titan. No more.
I'll give them this though. They changed it this episode. So now that I thought going into this episode, Raffi and 7 of 9 were alone on the ship, so they had to retake it by themselves. Apparently, they had the cook dude, the alien deli owner, son guy, and then you had these other people who were just there. So hey, at least there's a.
Where are the other 80 people?
I guess they're
Don't say
Borg
they're
sex. Borg sex. Borg sex.
They're having Borg sex. Okay.
Well, what else would they be doing? I mean,
I guess
running the ship, or I don't know.
Yeah, I know.
guess
Why were there so
maybe
few?
running critical systems.
Why were there so few Borgs on the cube? That was crazy. Why were there like 2 Borgs on that cube?
I was talking to Grayson about this. He said that it was. I wish they would have been specific, but he believes it was from how Voyager ended. Voyager ended when future Janeway was curing a virus, and the Borg Queen injects her or assimilates her personally, and the virus goes to her, spoiling the end of Voyager, and it blows up the entire Borg city. in the Delta Quadrant, and that's
Oh.
apparently, I don't know if that's the exact same Borg Queen, but that's why she's fucked up, and that's why that's like there's no Borg left or something.
Is
I
that why
don't
she was
know.
talking about being left to basically to rot
They're
and
good
starve?
Borg.
And
Hold on.
Yeah,
age.
I didn't even know Borg
Aren't there-
Borg don't
Age.
eat.
Aren't there good Borg in the other episodes of Picard? This show that
Yeah,
had two
there was
previous
there was Girardi. There was either Girardi, the other murderer. So there's
wrong.
Seven of Nine's
Again.
murderer from season 1, and so is Girardi, and they both murdered in the same fucking episode. That's
Borg
why when I
shouldn't
see
age
Seven,
as well.
when I see Seven of Nine as
Should
the
they?
captain, that's why when I see Seven of Nine as the
weird.
captain of this new ship,
You know what?
at the end, and they want to follow that up with a series called Star Trek
There it is.
Legacy.
DJ Ronnie G's answer is beggar. Budget cuts. They fired the rest of the board. Too much money. Too much money.
So what does
Quite
what does
literally,
an unemployed
if
Borg
we're going
drone
to
do?
accept the idea
Hold on.
that
Go,
the
Kev.
Borg are cut off at the knees because of the end of Voyager, you are now asking me to accept that the Borg sat on their hands for 20 fucking years and didn't do anything. They just hung out.
They
didn't try to
waited.
assimilate
They
other
were
planets.
biding their time. They're
They
biding
didn't
their
assimilate changelings or anything like that. They didn't have changelings bring fresh bodies to them to assimilate to try and get rid of this virus.
They were building the cube and putting
You
it,
see,
hiding it in Jupiter's
that would have
gas.
been much.
That's what they were
That
doing.
would have been much more interesting. The changelings, everybody that they take over, they send to the Borg for them to assimilate instead of kill. Now the Borg are replenished. Oh, wait a second. That makes too much sense. Instead, we're just going to stop killing them so we can have our cameo. Oh,
Yeah, I
sorry.
mean, look, Steve, we had to set up the Death Star run. I mean, that was
That's true.
clearly the payoff.
What's a Death Star? That Borg Cube Enterprise D run was
Millennium
totally
Falcon?
original. What is this? What is this Star Wars you people are talking about? That doesn't exist. Seriously.
I swear it turned into the Millennium Falcon for like 10 seconds there. Like, and it's like, I was like, wow, that is the Millennium Falcon. Then I was like, oh, wait, no, it's back to being the Enterprise D.
Great shot, kid. That was one in a million.
What?
That was my favorite one.
I don't know
Jimmy,
these
get us
things.
out of here.
I don't know
sorry.
these things you guys are talking about. Like, they don't exist. They don't
I did see
exist.
a lightsaber.
This is original. This was great. And you guys are a bunch of jerks for saying it's not great.
When Jack pulled that lightsaber out and killed Darth
criticisms
Maul,
of the
I
sequel
cheered.
trilogy was it pretended that the Millennium Falcon was a fucking fighter. Like, the Millennium Falcon wasn't a fighter; it was a fucking transport ship. Jesus Christ, they turned a fucking functionally a Star Destroyer into a fighter. Like, fucking Data was flying the Enterprise like it was a fucking X-wing. Like, what the hell?
While searching for them, too. It's amazing how many things Data did at once. It's like searching for life signs. Oh shit! I almost hit the side of the Borg cube. I better pay attention to flying. Remember how they were talking about how impossible it would be to navigate. And he's like, "Trust me, I could do it." And then he's doing 8 million things at once instead of concentrating on flying. It's like, shouldn't you be flying? I thought
He's
this was pretty
Data, Steve.
impossible.
Come on, he's Data. He can do everything at once.
Data's like, it's like it's my gut. Data's like, it's my gut. I have a guy. He's like, you have a gut?
He trusted his gut. That's why.
Data's a human now, right? He's useless.
Uh,
Data is useless. He's now a human, and he's basically Picard's son. Human and robot body useless. That's what Data is now. Except
I
for
wanted
I-
to finish
I
that
didn't do
dirty
a robot.
limerick. That was really good.
is that what that was? There you go.
He started off
What?
saying, and he got to Venus, and then he got.
Data. Okay, we're getting
Data.
too far. We're getting to. I had to look up that poem. I was like, what poem? I know it wasn't created. I knew that wasn't created for this show. I knew that poem that Picard says at the end was not created for this show. I
is
looked
that
it
a
up. I was
poem?
like, oh, it's Julius Caesar. Okay, nice. You know,
Is that
Picard.
totally Data?
Very-
Julius Caesar? I'm
Yeah.
kidding.
Come on, Steve.
Yeah,
I've got a challenge
And-
for Steve. Steve, one positive thing from this
I don't have
finale.
one.
Come on, there must be something. Go on.
Well,
Search-
let's see.
search
Vecna
your feelings.
didn't show up, so it didn't screw up Stranger Things. So that's probably.
Oh, when the music kicked in at the end after the
Yeah,
credits.
I thought that was gonna screw that. Well, it did end, so that was good. I was happy about that. Let's see. One positive thing.
I thought of mine.
No,
Alex, go for it.
because Space Dock they repaired in a month, so all the people that died on Space Dock aren't dead apparently. Earth didn't get obliterated like it should have. Data's an idiot.
Space Dock got destroyed.
No, it did. They rebuilt it. It was fine.
Oh,
It was fine.
No,
it got destroyed. It got destroyed.
No, it wasn't. They just.
And I guess it takes less than a year to rebuild a massive
and then,
Space Dock.
No. See, it just disabled the shields, and then it fell in space because things fall in space now, right? Because it fell, right? So it fell after the shield, so they didn't blow it up. So everybody's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it. Everybody's fine.
Didn't fall in the atmosphere.
There was no genocide. All right, there was no genocide. Earth is fine. Space.
Did you guys?
People didn't die. Okay.
Did you guys notice the callback to when they were targeting the cities? Did you guys notice the callback to a certain Star Trek movie?
No.
Oh, I forget. Motion picture. When V'ger's aiming its orbs at the various points on Earth. No, director's version. Okay, there you go.
I was right. That's the only thing that I took out of this. I was right, and everybody was saved by the power of love. That's the only thing that's good about this episode.
So here was another cringe thing that I had to bring up.
It's not about their emotions. Meanwhile,
here's a cringe. Here's a cringe thing that Picard says, and it's supposed to carry this weight, and I just laughed when I heard it. He's like, "What began 35 years ago ends tonight." And what the first thing I thought was,
again,
I don't know if any of you guys seen the movie Halloween Kills, but they keep saying throughout the entire movie, "Evil dies tonight. Evil dies tonight.
Evil dies tonight.
Evil dies tonight." Because Michael Myers is pure evil. But I'm hearing this 35 years ago. Like what? The beginning of Next Generation? What do you mean that ends tonight? They didn't encounter the Borg in the pilot episode. Oh, whatever. They're trying to be dramatic.
Didn't they resolve the Picard Borg thing like 2 times before too? So they unresolved it so they could resolve it again.
Me talking about for like what with Locutus. There was the 2-part with Locutus, and there was First
like
Contact.
3 times.
Yeah. There was
they
Locutus.
Unresolved it to resolve it again. It's like, what the fuck are you doing?
You're never truly out of the
Season 1,
Borg,
Season 2,
Steve.
That's true. So that's why Jack should be a dead man. And so
I wonder
Picard, for that matter.
So is the Borg like an Irish gang or like the mob or something? Is that what the Borg are?
Sure.
No,
Just
they're
when I
Star
thought
Wars.
I was out.
No one's ever really
back
dead.
in. Sorry. Movie
Alex,
references.
you were talking about a positive. You found something. Go on.
They brought Q back. They retconned killing Q.
Yeah,
Did it horribly, but they got it across the line.
They not only retconned it, but they retconned like the whole trial thing. Like there was
No, Brian. We don't need to talk about how they did it. We don't need to talk about why they did it. We don't need to talk about when, where.
He's
purely that it happened.
He's conjuring his inner Gray. He saw good thing and turned everything off. He's like, good thing. Okay, I don't hear anything else. I'm staring at good thing. Q is there. I don't hear the dialogue. I don't hear anything happening. Q right there in front of me. That's how right? Is that right?
I will say it's
I nearly missed that scene
more
as well.
Than that. It is.
Oh, it was like
they
tag.
killed Q in previous seasons, so it was a legitimate, straight up retcon. They just straight up said, "We lied to you in season 2. It didn't happen."
So Gray, you didn't, you weren't able to watch it. It's after.
No, I saw it. I nearly missed it. If I hadn't have scanned ahead, I was like, "Oh, there's Q. What's he doing in this?" Right at the end.
So do you think that was? Do you think that was Robert Meyer Burnett's major fuck you to?
No, there's a whole bunch
modern Trek.
It's not even
right there.
The Borg are back.
There were more than a handful of them.
They weren't very hard to find. You were picking them out left and right. Like that was one. You said the Borg being back is another one because the Borg were all happy sunshine hand holders at the end of season 2. Like that's just two off the top of my head that you got right away, right? Like I mean, there were a whole bunch of like I don't
I
know
can't
how
even
many times
remember
you
season 2.
Well,
I forgot they were in it.
and that's how they want it. But it's just like I feel like Brian, you were picking them out all over the place, going, "Oh, that's a fuck you to season 1 and 2. Oh, that's a fuck you to season 1 and 2." I obviously didn't watch the other seasons, but I know you said I heard you say it like 3 or 4 times during the run of the
I
whole,
didn't finish season 2. Yeah,
the whole run of the whole the whole. I don't know how many freaking episodes of this shit were there. 10.
10.
God,
Probably
10
should have
hours.
been.
10 hours.
Yeah,
I'm
probably
never
should have
getting
been.
back. Fuck.
3 should have been 3 episodes. This should have been a three-part
So,
episode.
Prophet, is there anyone you want to blame or shame for losing those 10 hours?
I'm in charge of my own choices, my friend. I made a choice.
Good for you, Steve.
Wow, Steve is above me.
You're a
There you go.
stand-up guy.
'Cause I'm a petty dipshit from Chicago, and Steve.
It's okay.
Is,
Look, man. I get to look. You embraced watching the shittiest show on TV called The Wheel of Time. This was the least I could do.
Oh,
Now, I just hope I didn't look. All joking aside, I hope I didn't make it worse for you because that is very possible. I'm very analytic when it comes to watching TV. The the details matter very much to me. And that's how I know that's not how everybody watches TV, but that's how I watch TV. The details matter, and the details in the show were horrible. Now, like some of the call,
Steve, what have you done?
I
to him?
know,
I miss the old,
right?
optimistic,
I'm sorry.
joyful.
Bye. Okay. Oh God, see you later. What have I done? I've created.
What have you done?
ruined me, Steve. You've tainted me. Now I have the now you've tainted me with the blight.
I'm sorry.
Now I'm going to turn into a shadow spawn or something. Or
That'd be cool.
Shadow Boreal or I don't know something.
Shadow
So, maybe I'll be a Forsaken. Live forever.
What happened to Robert Meyer Burnett? You just mentioned briefly because I thought he was still raving about this series. I know he said something about
but he was making jokes about Starfleet Academy, and they were kind of politically incorrect, I'll say. And Terry Metalis is just like, dude, the fuck, like
Terry
seriously,
wasn't happy. He threw his rattle out
he's
of
like, seriously, you're
pram.
saying this shit now? You're saying this shit? So.
Seriously, dude. Seriously, I thought we were friends, dude.
I'd be very confused. I'd be like, we just produced one of the shittiest seasons of television of all time. We just put out what may be the worst season finale I've ever watched. And you were
Really?
praising that like it
Really?
was fucking
Worse than Wheel of Time?
Yes.
Worse than She-Hulk?
Worse than
worse
season
than
1 of
Kenobi.
Picard? No way, dude.
Ooh.
I don't even remember the end of season 1 of Picard is my problem.
There was the Romulan fleet and the Federation fleet all copy pasted. You had the flower.
Space.
You had the flower the flower petals in space.
That was awesome.
And
what are you talking about?
and they were AI driven because the planet Coppola or whatever Copelia or whatever it's called was
Wait, is there a planet called Francis Ford Coppola?
Something like that. I don't remember.
Next to Planet Scorsese.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
It's just a big head.
There's Dr. Soong's on that planet with a bunch of androids who don't look like androids. Well, they try to make them, but they don't act like androids.
Let me rephrase my statement.
Kind of hot as well.
This
androids.
is the worst season finale of a show made by adults that I have ever watched. A lot of the stuff like She-Hulk and season 1 and 2 of Picard were made by literal children. So this was right there.
Pacific.
Pacific 414,
I'm sorry, man.
you
sorry,
and I
too.
are 100% in agreement. Those first 10 minutes was such a fucking logical pretzel clusterfuck that I couldn't feel anything anymore. It was literally just, there is no ford you will not cross to jam these things, to jam these moments in. Like, it's, God.
It goes right back to, once again, don't think about it TV. It's like, okay, the Borg cube is in the red spot on Jupiter. How did it get there?
Transwarp.
No. It just
Yeah, there was a transwarp conduit there. They just paired.
Oh, fantastic!
But the
it
the Enterprise
just happened to be
D's,
it just happened to be there, and then
4-year-old ship's sensors can sense it there.
But not the Starfleet.
Space dock
But not the space dock.
can't.
I mean, it's
Hey,
next door.
don't ask
It's
questions.
Jupiter is
questions.
next door to fucking
I know.
like Jupiter's. It's like
It's actually the door down. It's actually the door
okay,
down,
sorry.
Steve. You know, Mars and then
Well,
Jupiter.
like in this universe, you could go down there and ask Jupiter for a cup of sugar, and they'd be like,
Come on,
"Fuck
Steve.
off.
It was cleverly
Go talk
hidden
to-
in the gas. The
Go
cloud
talk
was
to Uranus. Uranus is
A cup
the
of
one-
gas.
Nobody
Hey.
could see it.
Oh
Who
yeah,
needs
sorry.
sensors? You know, just your eyes.
Jesus Christ.
Oh
I mean,
God, I'm
it's
reaching.
like, what's
guys, I'm
that
reaching.
long ass pole sticking out of the red dot in Jupiter?
Yeah.
Like you got a fucking amateur telescope user on Earth going, "Hey, honey, let's go look at Jupiter. What is that giant green thing in the red eye of Jupiter, honey? We better call
Right.
NASA." It's
Good
like,
grief, OBG70 is gonna get called in.
DJ Ronnie G's telescope. That's what it was. He could probably
my
spot it, couldn't he?
God.
From
He could. He
From
definitely.
Earth.
Oh, he absolutely could.
shout
If
out to
anybody-
DJ Ronnie G.
Shout out to DJ Ronnie G. Subscribe to his channel. Tech Whiz and Legend of Galactic Heroes fan.
So
Awesome
hold on,
dude.
wait. I don't want to glaze. So you're saying that how long was it in there?
We don't know. Don't ask questions, Steve. Just enjoy. Seriously. Why are you asking questions like this? It's not important. It's not
It's actually
important.
extremely fucking important.
I know
but-
this.
okay.
I know this. They don't think
I know.
it was just there. It was just
I know.
there. I'm assuming it
I
was
know what
there
it is, guys.
the entire
Guys,
time.
sorry, just to interrupt. Steve, I know what it is. You've been watching too many good shows, and now you're watching this. So that's why
Who the
stop
hell
watching good
wa-
shows, okay? And then watch this, and you'll like it, like me.
Who the hell watches good shows? Like seriously, what kind of person watches good shows? Like seriously, like that is just unacceptable. Like
Yeah, I'll
Steve,
go find some shit to watch.
Steve,
I started watching The Last Kingdom, by the way, and it's awesome.
Steve,
love
I think
it.
it's
Fantastic,
time-
isn't it? It's so
That was
good.
your recommendation last week, yeah.
Steve, I think we need to do a penitent. We need to do a ceremony for the Steve's penitence. You know, he needs to get the whip and start whipping his back.
Get down
you know,
on
start
your knees.
Get down on your knees and start doing no.
There's an intense burning in my pee now from after watching Picard, so I think I have a
Oh
problem
no,
with my kidneys.
dude.
It gave me cancer.
No.
Dude,
That's terrible.
it's awful, dude. Wow.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie to you. I was watching that last episode, and all I could think of was the I forget what show it was, but somebody made the comment. I really want to thank the writers of this show. I've been having a really tough time in my life, and I've been having invasive thoughts. And I just want to say thank you because this show was so shitty. It finally gave me the courage to just end it all. And that is.
It's just got dark, Alex. Alex, you used to be a little bit positive about the
Wow.
show. What's happened?
Wow.
I know what happened. I know, like episode 3, we're talking about. You know what? I sort of like this part. You know, this is Alex. Like,
Yeah.
you know, it was
That's
pretty
episode
good.
4.
You know,
Episode
this-
4.
It's just
Episode
like,
4.
and now it's like episode 5. I think it was 5 that just completely. Alex was like, "Nope, this is fucking garbage." Like there was
And
it just
and-
like
and who-
flipped
and
like
who-
a switch, and I love it.
Yeah, and who was defending 5?
I was okay till
We-
7. I lost it from 7. I was like,
And that's
okay,
actually
it's
funny.
gone.
Me and you were sort of like I actually 5 was probably the one I was the most okay with too. Until
I know
Rogue
it's
killed all the
it's
people.
weird. It's weird that you. It's like okay, maybe you are controlling me. Maybe Steve is maybe
I mean,
Steve is the puppet master
maybe,
after
I
all.
mean,
You know,
Got Master of
Puppetmon
Puppets
from
playing.
Digimon,
I
yeah.
am Vecna. I
He is
got Master of
Vecna.
Puppets playing in the back. Yeah. I don't know, man.
Sorry.
It we are in weird time right now.
Oh, Pip says he thought the whole series was terrible. Okay, fair enough. I think Lady B probably too, if she'd watched it all. She's been saying
Why
in the
not?
chat, this sounds so bad, guys. What you're saying, it sounds terrible.
Well, it's funny because I know, like, for you, Gray, like, I don't want to speak for you, but you are you are able to find positives, and you were able, like, I was sometimes I wish I could watch TV like you, like I could just be like, I know this is shit, but I'm just gonna watch it and.
What are you trying to
try
say,
and enjoy
Steve?
it-
What are you
Try to
trying to
enjoy
say?
it for. No, I'm saying I'm serious.
I'm just
like
a
you're
fool. I'm an
you're
optimistic
enjoying it for
fool.
you're enjoying it. You're trying to enjoy it for what it is because you know what it is, right? So
Yeah.
I can't do that. Sometimes I wish I could, but it's just like, it's like, you're sitting here, we're talking about, like, please stop, because I was able to enjoy this, like, being in this lane. So please stop bringing up points.
No,
right?
don't worry. No one's ruined anything for me. Like I know how
Yeah.
poor it's written. But I'm looking for the positives, and yeah, there were some things I enjoyed. That bit when Data was like looking a bit mischievous, and was it Troy saying, "I sense enjoyment." Yeah, it's cliched, it's tacky, but it made me laugh.
Yeah, and he smiles. He's like,
I thought that was a good
looking at the
scene.
camera, smiling. He's breaking the fourth wall. He's looking at the camera. He's like,
Come on, have some fun. I have a few beers. That's probably why.
what
I
did you?
enjoyed it.
Okay, all the jokes, all the levity, like
Isn't it
like
fucking noon where you're at?
I think it's 10 a.m. in Japan.
It's 10 a.m. I'm talking about when I was watching.
He got up and said, "Oh, I gotta watch Picard."
Oh no, the secret's out.
He just started 7 a.m. drinking because he was like, Picard.
This is actually sake. It's not water. It's pure sake. Yeah, undiluted.
What do you guys see here?
Great. I'm gonna tell you something that may
See an empty glass, right? I gotta. You know what that means? I have to fix it. So, Gray, you're in command.
Oh, don't put me in command. Oh my God. Steve will slaughter me. I don't stand a chance against Steve and Alex, the combined force of two negative gatekeepers. No, not gatekeepers. What's the right word?
That's fine. I was just gonna tell you, Gray. Sake tastes like microwaved hand sanitizer.
I know, I'm not a big fan. Have you tried shochu, which is the kind of Korean version of sake? That's even stronger. It's a weird taste, but it's very popular here. Very cheap as well.
So yesterday I had some of the double oak because it was a very emotional time. But now I'm having fun. I'm gonna have some rye. So
There you go, Woodford.
Right.
Pour one for me, Brian. That'd be awesome.
all right, I'll do it on camera then. Here you go. Yeah.
There's already
There you go.
something in there. What was that?
There you go.
It was a tea.
heroin?
Remember, it was a tea bag the last time, and I spilled some of myself.
Oh, I thought that was leftover straight up heroin.
It was space mushrooms. Come on, man.
We can all use some of
Space
those.
mushrooms. What are you talking? Star
Yeah, we
Trek
can,
Discovery
we
now? Seriously? Spore drive? Maybe if I drink this, maybe
I'm gonna I'm gonna get my freaking honeycomb. I think I need some comfort.
All right, so
Sorry.
Get some
this
tea.
is
I'll be right back.
in the spirit of this final discussion. Cheers to the panel for you guys for doing this with me for 10 weeks, and cheers to the chat for being here. Appreciate you guys. Salute.
Kanpai.
What was the Okinawan one that they sent in Cobra Kai? Gray, I forgot. That's how
God.
Terry Silver figures shows it out.
Stream brain.
So racist.
Oh,
I
yeah.
can't remember.
Why-
we need
why-
low spec.
Why should Gray know? Why are you being racist?
Right. I take
My memory,
responsibility.
mate. My memory's
Take
terrible.
responsibility. Back off, Steve. Seriously. All right,
Come
but
back a better person.
so what did you guys think? Where can we go from here? What were we just talking about?
I don't know.
I mean, literally, we can't even get through the plot of the episode because
The plot is nonsensical.
Yes, the plot is nonsensical. The plot is so garbage that we literally can't talk about it.
I mean, what we start? So what? We start with the whole Titan bullshit, where I don't believe that they, like it's fun. I know you were joking, but you're almost half not joking. It's like, what if that is really the reason that Jack didn't have them blow up the freaking Titan? Is because LaForge 2 was actually on there and he didn't want to blow her up. And it's like, okay, even if that's the case, which is really stupid, they didn't give us any reason to think that that's the case. So you as the viewer are sitting there going, why is the Titan free to fly around like this when they just showed in a previous episode that any starship that is acting erratically to the Borg's control is going to get immediately blown up?
Because Jack wants the Sydney. He wants to.
That's my point.
That's why they're keeping them alive.
That's my point. Even if that's the stupid reason even if that's why, the show gives you no reason to think that. Not even a shot of Jack being Borg and seeing like, oh, fucking, there's LaForge in my right, my side brain. Nothing like that to even hint that there's a reason why he's not blowing it up. Like that's a 2-second thing. Just have have the Titan fly off and then zoom in on Jack about to say fire or something, and have like right brain LaForge show up, and then he's like, oh, and then he freaks out and he goes back into it, and he doesn't blow it up. Like anything, do something.
They did cloak a few times, so maybe that's why.
It doesn't matter.
No, I mean, Steve, what you're missing is they didn't put the Borg implant on his ballsack. So when he was thinking with his dick, he was still a human.
He was cooming all that whole time, thinking of LaForge.
Yep.
Like that. Yeah, that's what. This is what I'm saying. Like, how long were they on the bridge? Several minutes, several minutes.
30 minutes or 3 months, based
before
on
they did any
what needed to happen.
Yeah, so space dock can't get blown up, right? But it's like the instant that the bridge is taking over, the Borg are communicating to the other Borg ships because they can do that telepathically. Everybody knows the Titan is back under human control immediately, whether they're cloaked or not. And then they sat there on the bridge. Yeah. So they sat there on the bridge. They sat there on the bridge for freaking a half hour trying to figure out what they were going to do. And then they did, oh, yeah, remember we stole the cloaking mechanism off that museum I almost said Millennium Falcon. Bird of Prey. Let's just use that, and line of sight maybe will stop fleet formation. It's like, so now you've totally, like, fleet formation was already stupid to begin with, but now you've made it even stupider. That's not how it worked out in the middle of deep space when they tracked you across frickin' space because of fleet formation and all the computers are connected to each. It's like the show literally forgets the rules it's made for itself. They tracked the fucking Titan across the universe because of fleet formation, and they were connected.
They probably saw them. They probably saw them from very far away.
They
have a massive telescope. Yes, that's what happened. I mean, seriously, dude, get over yourself.
Oh, so the Jupiter telescope.
You're wrong. They know what they're. It's not the writer's fault. It's your fault, Steve.
So the telescope that's supposed to be looking at Jupiter is looking a million miles, like a million light years away at the Titan.
Yeah. Yeah. Rafi
or were they searching for the? Were they searching for the portal that the Allies
mounted onto the Titan?
Oh, is that okay? Or were they searching for the portal weapon that the allies of the Changelings had jettisoned because they were afraid of them, because the Borg said they were going to cut their heads off or something, because of the jelly monster?
Okay.
Who else has a huge problem with the jelly monster head?
Well, did you not see my intro, Steve? You know, I had the jelly monster
I don't watch
and I had the Borg Queen right next to each other.
Robert Meyer Burnett's.
That was your head, Steve. I thought
it probably is. I should change. I should change it to a jelly monster. I wish I could. I don't listen to your intro because everything that's coming out of his mouth is garbage, and it gets me mad. So I don't. You know, literally, you're gonna like Picard because it has people and it has aliens and there's a villain and there's things
and it's that are fun. And it's fun. It's fun. It's a fun space adventure.
It's not.
It's not space. Star Trek was. I mean, Star Trek had space and adventure elements, but it was science fiction mainly, especially TNG. I mean,
I have a theory. I think Jack got pissed drunk on holodeck, and he's on the floor right now. This was all a fucking nightmare. He was drunk off his ass because he spent all his time in the fucking fake holodeck with the fake booze.
On the Titan, or
yeah, I mean, that's where they spent most of their time on the self-sustained, self-powered holodeck where the bar was. Do you think they ran out of time for that bar they rented out because it never showed up after like episode 5 again? So do you think the owner of the bar said, "You can't come in here. You need to give me more money. Your time has run out"?
In the last scene, I believe.
Did it? I think they built the bar. I think they built. I mean, they built the bar from.
Nah, they rented it out.
There's no way they rented it out. You don't think so?
Well, that's why they ran out of time with it, because it only showed up on half the episodes. You know, that's where they went to have every conversation until the end. Until the last 5 episodes, every conversation was held in that bar. They're like, we gotta get our money's worth out of this thing.
Yep. So Pips brings up a fantastic point. Why did they need fleet formation? Surely, the Borg kids just took over every ship, right? Like
They don't. Yeah. The answer is they don't for 300, Alex.
Yep.
Oh wait, no, that's not right.
Hey,
So-
Pips, don't ask freaking questions. Seriously, dude, don't ask questions. Just enjoy it. Stop being problematic.
Yeah, the answer is
Honestly.
they don't. They also don't need. Why did they need? Like here, it's like it brings up a whole bunch of other questions. Why did they need to do it on Fleet Day or whatever it's called? For like whatever day. What was it day?
Frontier
Stupid
Day.
Frontier Day. Why did it have to happen in 4 hours at Frontier Day? If they've
Because
if
that's
they've
when all the
infected-
ships are together.
doesn't
That's
matter
when all the
if-
ships
if
are
all the
together.
it doesn't matter if all the ships have been infested with this portal DNA. As
They
soon as
needed them
take
all. They
off,
needed
they
them
can-
all there so that Jack could take over all the,
No, they
the
didn't.
Bor-
Just
all the Jizz Borg Zoomers
No, they
and
didn't.
have them take control. Yeah,
No,
they
they
did.
didn't.
Yeah,
No, they didn't.
They were within. They were right by Jupiter. They were all within
Hive
vicinity
mind.
to be.
Hive mind.
Yeah.
They could be all over the galaxy, take over every ship, and have them warp right to Earth.
I'm just saying. I guess they needed that massive.
Oh, line of sight.
They needed that massive generator to transmit the instructions only a few planets away because they needed that. That's just stop asking questions, Steve. Just enjoy it.
I didn't
Freaking
ask
enjoy
the
it, dude.
question.
You enjoy it too.
Tips asked the
So,
question. It wasn't me.
did anybody? The more that we talk about this, the more I'm starting to wonder. Do you think there was significant studio interference with this? The reason that I ask that is the inclusion of the Borg so late strikes me as no.
I actually think it's the opposite. I think Terry Matalas probably went in and said, I will get a whole bunch of Star Trek fans back on your side, and they're going to go, how? And he said, I will just overwhelm them with member berries and visions of the past. And they said, all right, go for it. It's the last season anyway, go for it. I mean, that's why they tried to remove the idea of Kurtzman in this season, that even though he's the first name that shows up,
The first
Alex
season.
Kurtzman.
Yep.
I think Matalas probably did a good job of presenting. He went in there probably saying, "This is what I'm going to do. It's going to be member berries. It's going to be we're going to bring everybody back. We're gonna we're gonna just overwhelm them with nostalgia. Then we're going to go out there and we're going to get the right people to get the right influencers to back it up, and you may not fool everybody, but you're going to get enough people that just want to see the people together. And I'm gonna make this season successful. And he's going to try and do the same thing with whatever he gets next. But eventually, people are going to be like, okay, this is just bullshit. This season of
I don't know.
Picard is not going to age well.
No.
As soon as
No.
people get out of their delusion of or not, I shouldn't say delusion, out of the happiness that they got from just seeing the TNG crew back, and they start watching it for an actual Star Trek season instead of just let me see the people season, it's gonna be like, what the hell?
So you guys, are you guys excited for Star Trek Legacy?
Hell yeah!
like,
Bring
The
on
way they
Aragon.
ended the series, are you
Can't
excited
wait,
for
come
more?
on.
Are you excited for more?
No, how could you be? They should all be dead.
Who are we talking about again?
Several hundred times over.
All of them. They
Yeah.
should all be dead. You know what I want to see from Star Trek Legacy? I want to see Jack get taken over by the Borg again and strangle Rafi. That's what I want to see.
Oh no!
And yeah.
So I can't change
Earth
your
is
minds.
dead.
I cannot change your minds. You better change your minds. I cannot change your minds. You guys, don't you guys like? Come on, like the show.
Who do you
Like
keep
the
talking
show.
to, Napoleon?
Give this
Who's
a
in the background?
chance. Writing is hard.
I'm telling you,
making production. There's a lot of work that goes into it. Mr. Blast,
really
production
would have
designer,
liked-
overruns all the art and everything that goes into the mise en scène. I mean, Mr. Matalis has a vision of great Star Trek going forward. Come on, you guys. Come on.
Now what would've-
Just sit back and enjoy it.
What would have sold me, all right, was the callback to Aragon when the Borg Queen said, "I have a gift for you, Jack," and pieces of the ship turned into a dragon, and he just got on top of it and said, "Let's go, Saphira," and they went out and blew up some shit. That it's like, all right, cool, flying mechanical dragon. No, this is shit.
I honestly was actually excited for this because I was listening to people talking about this. 1 second, Mr. Steve.
Yeah.
Don't interrupt me. You don't interrupt. You don't interruptorial.
Yeah, shut up, Steve. For God's sake.
But I honestly was excited for this finale. Don't ask me why, but I mean, like Gray, I really wanted to like this. I've gotten like people were happy. I'm reading reactions to this. I've gotten texts from people saying that you should definitely watch this. You probably shouldn't have a live reaction. And I was just thinking, well, I've been doing this, and I'm just gonna be consistent and just keep doing this. Keep it up. And I wanted to like what I was seeing, because I mean it was even though it didn't feel earned at all, and I know you guys are going to tell me I'm an idiot, but like I really wanted to like the ending. Like it was a nice little send off kind of. I know you guys are gonna kick my ass for this, but I wanted to like this. Like this, I mean, even though none of it was earned, and I know the G thing was definitely something I learned ahead of time. Like, what do you guys think of that? That was like, I was expecting.
I love that, Naporio. It's G, Gray, for Gray. Earl Grey. Yes, it was named after me.
That's right. The Enterprise Gray. The USS Enterprise NCC 1701 Gray.
Filled with ridiculous, boundless positivity.
Boundless positivity. Well, you can't be positive when you have a murderous captain like Seven of Nine on board. I mean, honestly, like that, like I don't like her. Ever since season one, when she tries to rescue Icheb, and Icheb's like, "Kill me, mother, kill me," and then she kills him. In a late 24th century, where they probably have the best healthcare, they could probably put him back together. Just ripping out a cybernetic eye is not enough to want him to die. Like, just knock him out, get him the help, take him to a Starfleet hospital. He's Starfleet, and help him. But no, she ended him. And then she ends him, but then she goes after the person that was running that facility, and then she murders her for him. She says for him, and then she vaporizes her. You killed him. She didn't kill him. She tortured him. She should definitely be punished for it. But you killed him. He's not here because of you, Seven of Nine.
Hey,
and then you vaporized her in the same fucking episode, and it was written by Kirsten Beyer of the Voyager relaunch. She like, you know how Voyager ends, and then they do a relaunch where they write a book series about what happens to the crew after the finales. Well, she wrote that episode, or she wrote the screenplay, or she came up with the story. But seriously, like, there's a reason why people don't hire book authors to write screenplays. And then she's the captain of the Legacy. And then Shaw. You saw how her and Shaw were in the beginning of the first episode. There was a lot of tension there. But we find out in this episode from Captain Tuvok, I think he's captain, that he actually liked her all along, and that the rules were broken. She broke the rules, but maybe the rules were broken after all. And I'm just like, that doesn't make any sense. Does that make sense to you guys? I didn't find that. That didn't make any sense to me. And I wanted to enjoy these send-offs, but like the way they ruined Seven of Nine. Like, I like Seven of Nine in Voyager. And I know Jerry Ryan didn't like it. She had issues probably with Kate Mulgrew. She probably had issues with Rick Berman. So she's like, I don't want to play the original 7. I want to do what I want to do. And of course, with Kurtzman and just sucking up to all these actors, letting them do what they want, probably paying them shit tons of money, that we get different characters as a result. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm just a little. This is season 1 kind of coming. It's all coming back. It's all coming back. I hate you. I hate you.
They want you to forget 1 and 2, though. That's the thing. They want you to ignore that 1 and 2 exist. That's what they're trying to do with this, trying to get you to focus on this. The 7 and 9 stuff with Shaw is ridiculous. He hated her. He thought she was a piece of shit. He basically said that. That's why the whole him giving her the ship.
Then he made a captain.
Yeah. Then them go. It's your ship now. 7 of 9. It's like, what the fuck is this? He hated her. Everything about her he hated.
He called her freaking Annika, Lieutenant.
And then all this.
I still missed him, Steve, in this episode. I miss Shaw. He was one of the
Shaw
bright points of the series.
Shaw was the best character in the series.
It was awesome.
Well, I hated him. I hated him during
him.
that Negan Walking Dead Vatic moment where he's just like, we can't do anything. You're the captain. One of your ensigns has a gun pointed to her head. You have to be her strength. Sorry.
No. Well, hey, once again, locks. We can't overcome locks. Locks on doors. But I don't know.
You guys ever play? I forget which of the. Oh Jesus! What is the video game with Claptrap?
Donkey Kong Country 2?
No, the robot.
Isn't that Borderlands?
Borderlands. The line in Borderlands where he's like, "Now we're gonna go fight the big bad guy," and then there's like stairs, and he's like, "No, not stairs. My weakness is stairs," because he has a wheel. He doesn't have legs. Every time the Borg got stuck behind a door, that's what I was like. Thank you, Nas.
Dude, that's a giant Borg cube to have 2 Borg on it. There's only 2 living Borg. They just let them walk right up to the thing. Like, it's just so funny. They let them walk up to the one thing that can blow up the cube. They let them fly right up to the one thing that can blow up the whole cube. It's just like, who cares about, like, the Borgs? Like, they didn't protect anything. They just, like, yeah, whatever, fuck it.
Yeah, there were 2 Borg. There was one place that was worth defending, and they were on the other side of the ship.
Did you see how huge that cube looked too? They just happened to find the thing they needed.
Yep, that was a big. I mean that shot, and I used that shot in my intro. It reminded me of like the Enterprise versus the Narada from 2009, like just how big. That's how big a mining vessel, a Romulan mining vessel in the 24th century is. That like
what?
It's like it's bigger than a Borg. It's bigger than a Borg cube.
Well, I guess
bigger than the Borg cube and completely dwarfs the Enterprise.
I guess it makes sense why the Borg Queen didn't do anything, since she was doing she was controlling the whole ship by herself.
She invited them in.
I know, bro. Like,
she invited them in.
Like, when she did that, I'm like, does the cube not have lasers or torpedoes or any weapons? Because it's just the silliness. It's like she wins. Like, she got what she wanted. Now the one thing that could maybe, like, no matter how ridiculous it is, the one thing that could stop her has showed up and flown right up in front of her and said, "Hey, bitch, here we are." And she doesn't just
She wanted
unload.
to tell Picard to his face, Steve. She wanted the revenge, because
shit.
that's what Borgs want, right? Right?
Did you let right? So then even with that, you let him
Nonsense.
even with that, you let him transport over, and then you blow up the Enterprise, and then you go, "Oh,
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, of
now
course.
you're
But that makes
completely
sense. Like, what are you talking about? That makes sense, Steve. Come on.
Gadfly brings up a great point right here. They should read the Hornblower series. You know why they should read the Horatio Hornblower series? Because Horatio Hornblower is what Gene Roddenberry used to create the character of Captain Pike and Captain Kirk. Right there. So, I mean, Horatio Hornblower is a massive The reason why Wrath of Khan was such a good movie was because Nicholas Meyer, who wrote the screenplay, was very very knowledgeable of frickin' Horatio Hornblower, and he didn't even know that that's what Gene Roddenberry used to create Star Trek, because he didn't watch Star Trek at all. He was just hired to do a job, and he did a fucking great job. And so, yeah, Gadfly, you are awesome. You are awesome for bringing this up. And yes, if they would have read that, they could have done a better job. I mean, that's what made Star Trek the franchise it is. I mean, her Hornblower was just like how Kirk. I mean, the best moment is Hornblower cared about his crew. He had moments where he just didn't. There were points where he was unsure of himself, but he couldn't show that to the crew. The moment in Balance of Terror where he's talking to McCoy, he's like, "Why me? The crew are waiting for me to make a response. They're waiting for me to take the next action in Bones. What if I'm wrong?" And then McCoy is just like, he's like, I'm not expecting an answer. McCoy's like, well, I do have one. With all the galaxies, all the billions and billions of stars and the billions and billions of galaxies, don't destroy the one named Kirk. And then Kirk goes on, wins the battle. Goes on, manages to win the battle, prevents a war with the Romulans. And everybody's saved until you watch Strange New Worlds, and you have the modern Captain Pike trying to do a response to try to do his version of what he would do in that same exact Romulan situation, and he fucks everybody up. He fucks the timeline. He fucks everything if he stays alive if he stays on as captain of the Enterprise instead of Kirk. He tries to, and there's a big war. Sorry, I brought this up yesterday. So, but that's Hornblower. If you're gonna make good Star Trek, refer to Hornblower. There you go. Sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean to
great
make you guys. Yeah, so sorry. I'm gonna drink.
Stop apologizing, Napoleon. It's your stream, mate. It's your channel.
To that list of things you have to watch, because, good Lord, this season needed a main character, in the worst way. Like, just, it needed somebody to cheer for, and Picard wasn't it. I mean, Picard wasn't a main character in this, was he? I mean, Jack was closer to a main character than Picard was. I would argue Seven was closer to a main character.
Yeah, Jack. Nobody Did anybody like Jack?
I've said this in previous streams, but whenever Jack appears, it's just like it becomes all about his feelings and all about his issues. And I'm like, it's okay to do it once, but to keep doing it throughout the series, I'm like, I feel like I don't know the character. But before we even go further, sorry, Steve, sorry to interrupt you. This has this question he asked us a while ago. Andor versus Picard 3. Well, I wanted to like Picard 3. Andor, I felt nothing because I felt nothing. But
unfortunately, it's Andor.
Andor didn't piss me off as much. Andor didn't piss me off or baffle me because I don't know nearly as much about Disney Star Wars. So I guess Andor gets the pass over Picard 3. So there you go. That answers that question. Answers Mr. Dredd's question too.
Why do you ask a question that you know he can only answer one way? I even had to say Andor. We know that show's a piece of shit. Oh, sorry. I almost forgot my question. So I actually had a question just because of the ending with Q and all that, and this maybe legacy thing happening, right? Do you think that they are going to cameo all of the old characters in this legacy show, since Jack and Seven and Rafi and all of them are still going to be in it?
Absolutely. As long as they're alive, they're going to milk the shit out of these actors. They're going to say, how much do you want? The actors are going to be like, I want this much. They're like, done. Why? Because streaming. Star Trek is Paramount's franchise that they're going to keep making. Right? The Section 31 movie and Starfleet Academy are. Yeah. So, and they haven't announced Legacy. People are like Renew the Orville. People are saying, bring on Star Trek Legacy. People
Have
really
they
like.
announced any figures, any numbers, any ratings for this series? I'm very
Well,
curious.
according to Mr. Okuda, who originally designed the L cars of TNG, he is saying that this is the top 10 of Paramount Plus. This Picard season 3. So this has
That's
been,
not saying much.
and of course, because he's an employee, he's gonna pursue the shit out of it. He's gonna.
That's probably all down to certain YouTubers, really, isn't it? Their influence.
That's why that was the number one thing I've been saying is you got to look, whether you like the show or not, you got to give them props. They did their homework. They got the right people to influence and to say they liked it.
That was very clever.
Whether they liked it or not is fine. If they liked it, great, fine, good for them. But the point is they reached out to they did their homework on who to reach out to get anybody that wasn't sure about Picard, and they said, watch this and give your take, whether they said they could give an honest take or whether they said you can watch it early and give our take for us. Who knows? But
free marketing, or maybe not free, but yeah,
whatever said that they got the right influencers to influence. That's I think. So props to them for doing their homework. But
oh yeah, absolutely, I agree. Before going further, I want to say a humble thank you to Salty Traveling Sea for $4.99. Member renewed his membership yesterday. Thank you so much, sir. He says, "Take my money, you beautiful bastard." He is obviously talking about Gray because
true.
He's definitely not talking about me or Steve.
He hates me, mate. Come on,
Gray or Alex. I'm the gatekeeping nitpicker, and Steve's the rage baiter. So you have these two on the bottom, the paragons of virtue right here. So everything I said about the white cloaks, I take back. Sorry, Alex. There you go. So, but thank you, Salty, so much for your thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate you, man. All right, so what did we not? Did you like the Borg Queen? Did you like that they dispatched the Borg Queen for the nth time?
She was useless.
Why do we care?
She sucked.
There you go.
She was terrible.
Why did they?
She did nothing.
She went,
literally, you know how he won? He unplugged him. And she sat there and she's like, "No, don't do that. Stop unplugging my TV." She's like, "No,
I can't stop you, but don't do that."
Like if he was that easy to take. Well, here's the thing: they unplug. Well, not only did they unplug him, he had to plug himself in to give Jack a hypothetical hug. A hug so that Jack would wake up.
Point, right?
He should have used a remote control, just like switched him off.
Come on, you have to give Mr. Metellus a little credit here. He wrote in.
No, you
can't just unplug him because he'll die. There's how did the Borg Queen put it? Insurmountable shock.
He unplugged him and he was fine.
Yeah, well, apparently, yeah, well, so if he would just unplugged him, just without going into the green realm where Jack is hanging out, the perfect wavy realm and everything, Jack would have died if he just would have unplugged him without saying, "Hey,
Why?
Jack, come on, you're the thing that's been missing in my entire life," and he gives him a hug, and you're right about one thing, Steve. Steve, you're right about one thing. It was the power of love that saved the Alpha Quadrant and Earth.
But let me ask you. Can I ask you something?
Absolutely, yeah.
No.
All right, 2 questions. Okay, sorry, Gray.
It's the power of love. What are we talking about again? Sorry.
I just want to know, as soon as he plugs in, shouldn't the Borg Queen have complete control of him?
Yes.
And then why does the power of love keep him from dying when he's unplugged? Both of them, by the way, since he plugged himself back in. So now he should be dead when they unplug as well, shouldn't he?
I'm sure there's a reason. Maybe the Borg Queen
power of
doesn't
love is the reason.
The power. Yeah, the Borg Queen doesn't know the power of love because she's pure, unconcentrated evil.
The theme song. I forgot about the theme song of this show.
What's the theme song of the show?
Huey Lewis in the news. What? What's going on?
I sent you the theme song of this show, didn't I?
No.
Yeah, I did.
I was gonna say-
Steve
was it?
Winwood.
Oh, don't turn it off. Turn it off. I don't want to get copyright. I mean, I'm already getting copyrighted enough. These are gonna they're gonna strike me. All right, I'm muting your ass. All right, there you go. It's muted.
Napoleon, have you been hit with copyright warnings over?
No,
over Picard?
luckily I haven't. I don't
good,
trust
good.
the music. I mean, you think Hollywood's a piece of shit? Music industry are even bigger pieces of shit.
Oh, yeah, they're worse.
Don't want. I mean, no, I don't.
Don't get me started on that.
I mean, I'm gonna try and see if I can use Harold Faltermeyer's music for Beverly Hills Cop. All the synthesized music from La La Land Records. I probably won't be able to.
It's not on YouTube.
I cannot use any of the songs, so I'm going to have to try and do my own version of Neutron Dance, But no. When it comes to pop music, absolutely out of the question. Soundtracks, I try to see if I can get away with. A lot of the time, sometimes I do. A lot of the times I don't. And I don't know, but the thing is, it could always change. So that's YouTube. I mean,
Right.
Nintendo's been going after people too now. So I'm kind of curious about if my retrospective is going to be affected by that. So I made a decent amount of money on that retrospective. So, but the whole thing, just the. I mean, yeah. What you don't yeah. Wouldn't the Borg Queen be able to manipulate the like you said, like the green realm where Jack and Jean-Luc give hugs and everything?
Well, I felt like the changelings felt like a bigger threat with the portal gun than the Borg did. Like the changelings with the portal gun did more damage than the Borg didn't even blow up space dock.
Did the shapeshifter? I mean honestly, did the shapeshifter arc did not satisfy? Like I was honestly kind of hoping that the shapeshifters were. I'd rather have the shapeshifters work with the power race, make it DS9 centric. The DS9, the power race, I could see them turning into jelly skull.
Well,
things.
it's just and at the end they're trying to make you believe that the Borg and the changelings were united in their cause. It's just like that's sure not the impression you gave when the jellyhead demon monster was giving orders to Vadic. Vadic seemed pretty terrified of you, so that doesn't look like a team up. That looks more like a leader and somebody being subdued. So, and then on top of it, the changelings were more effective. They were able to destroy a whole facility with a portal weapon that they then destroyed. So, that even brings up was the portal weapon that destroyed the Institute or whatever that big one? Was that
recruitment center?
Was that the same one that was on the strike, or was that a different one?
I don't know. I'm assuming it was the same one.
The strike wasn't in orbit. The strike wasn't even there.
I don't know. I mean, maybe the strike was cloaked. You don't know, Steve. None of us know.
Everything can cloak now. So
stop asking questions, Steve. Seriously, why are you ruining my enjoyment, Steve? Like honestly, I mean, Gray, me and Gray want to like this. Sorry, I'm kidding. I don't know why. I'm just being. I'm thinking a little. I was enjoying it.
As you know, I was enjoying it until about 7, until episode 7. Then 7, 8, 9, I switched off. I was like, this is really bad. But I came back to give it a. I wanted to see the finale after watching 9 episodes of this. So yeah, I quite enjoyed parts of it, but it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, Forget about that.
Did you feel any of this was? Did you feel any of this was earned, Gray? Like, what did you? Like the 7 of 9 stuff, I don't think was earned at all. What about the
what Alex was saying?
What about the Raffi stuff? What about the
Alex
Raffi
nailed
stuff?
it before. He said there was no one to really invest in. There was no one to really truly care about. He didn't care who lived or died by the end. It was just like I was kind of half invested in Shaw because he was he was an arsehole to begin with, and he was quite funny. And then they completely rewrote him.
And we didn't even know his fate. Like, he started off saying, we are going to lose against the Shrike. All those weapons, we will lose. And instead of, I mean, he fights off and he dies so that Seven of Nine can be the captain. And it was Seven of Nine that looked good, whereas he was not willing to. He was more concerned with saving his own skin than the fact that his ensign had a gun pointed to her head, and she was experiencing death, or she was experiencing the possibility of her own end in the worst possible way. And it's just like, you have to be the strength. I mean, you're the captain, dude. You have to be the strength. I mean, why? I mean, Seven of Nine. I mean, she can step in too, but you both. I mean, the fact that she stepped in and he didn't.
He should never have been captain in the first place.
He should never
been weak captain. But I just like that dinner scene at the beginning when he ignored, Picard and Riker. That was really funny.
That was funny. That was funny. I was hoping we'd get to see more Captain Dipshit. And he turned out to be a real. Not only was he a dipshit, he actually was a dipshit. I mean, like,
crazy.
And then people, I mean, some people are going to defend that, saying, only not all Starfleet captains, because of, DS9. Not all Starfleet captains are going to have that crazy virtue that the frickin' Kirk and Picard, early Picard, real Picard, Cisco. A lot of people hate Janeway for murdering Tuvix and everything, but I'm not gonna get into that. But that was not big. That was not a good episode at all. I'll say that about Voyager.
No way.
Yeah, well, because she ordered because Tuvix didn't want to die. So Tuvix is Tuvok and Neelix. They were accidentally combined. Remember we did the Enemy Within. Remember how Kirk got split into two parts? Well, in that episode, Neelix and Tuvok, two characters from Voyager, merged into a single being.
Okay.
And the single being has aspects of both of them, but yet he still is his own sentient being. He's not Tuvok. He's not Neelix. He is both of them, and he has his own unique personality, and he has his own unique experiences in life.
Janeway
and he
killed him.
he didn't want to die, or if he got broken apart back into Tuvok and Neelix, because they found a way to reverse that within an episode. Janeway right away said, "You're going back to the original two people that were," and Tuvix was like, "No, I want to live. And it just made Janeway look like a murderer, and there are a lot of fans that hate Janeway for that, but it's not the character's fault. It's the writer's fault for writing that way. There was a better way they could have done it.
So for saving the two people that were annihilated by this one being becoming two beings becoming one, she's a murderer for saving two people?
Yeah, that's what people are saying.
They must have really hated the other two characters.
That is not.
Well, a lot of people didn't like Neelix. People didn't like Neelix.
No, I didn't like him either.
And you guys know Tuvok. Tuvok was in the show. He was in episode 8 as the shapeshifter, and he was here. He was the one that gave 7 of 9.
Dull. He was dull.
I'm just saying. So they just liked the combined character better than the two other ones. So they did right. So whatever. But I don't know. Like stuff that's earned, the only thing that could even say maybe, I think, is maybe the Picard Jack relationship is the only thing they put any real time into trying. I didn't think it was a believable ending, but just they tried to spend some time reconciling them. So, I guess that's sort of earned because at least there was some time spent trying to make them come together. I don't think done in a good way, but I think it was earned-ish.
I missed the bar scene, Steve.
Yeah, they should have been in the bar at the end. Wouldn't it have been funny if when he plugged in, they went to the bar and it was all green?
That would have been great. So I want to read Daniel's super chat for $5. Thank you, Daniel, so much. Out of all the new characters that the Picard series created, Shaw sounds like everyone's favorite. So, of course, he was the only one to die. Speaking of dying, it was just like I know I brought this up earlier, but the fact that they teased, they were like, "It's been an honor serving with you. Goodbye, Imzadi." We've heard it several times, and then when you now. Maybe
he got shot by the Borg on the cube. He got shot quite a lot of times, didn't he? Even when he was down. How did he survive that?
Yeah, 2 or 3 times.
He's a Klingon.
Klingon armor.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Klingon armor. But like, I wanted to ask, like,
He definitely didn't miss ab day. Like he
when
was putting in the ab work. He just
yeah.
deflects laser beams off his
when
abs.
when they do stuff like that, where they're like, they're kind of teasing you, like, into thinking maybe they're not going to come back from this. Like, is it okay to do that multiple times and have nobody get killed? Nobody.
Alex
I mean,
was
like,
shaking his head.
you
Alex,
would
go on.
you
What
would
do
you would
think?
think that at least someone had to go as a result, because that's what I mean. I was like, is Picard? I mean, the thing I thought Picard was going to die. I was almost convinced that Picard was going to die,
I thought Riker was.
or Riker,
Yeah, I mean,
or Riker, one of the two.
I mean, it's sort of it's the inverse of the fake out death, where, if you're going to do big dramatic, we're going to die speech, and then nobody dies, we now don't believe you next time you give big dramatic, somebody's going to die speech. So, perfect. I just am not going to care about your show next time you give one of these speeches, which, I don't know about you guys, listening to Seven of Nine give those speeches, I'm just kind of like, okay, great. You're talking to people who I either don't care about, as in everybody else, or who I actually want to die in Rafi. So, knock it out of the park, Seven. Give it your best. Do what you got to do, but I don't care.
I feel like she's added in that too. I would have been okay if the Titan got blown up with all of them on it. Like
I got a
was pretty
question.
done with 7.
I have a question for you guys. Now, it's such a strange thing for me to think, but the one character of the original TNG cast that made the most sense, but had the least amount of screen time, so that's probably why, was Troy, of all people. It's weird. I can't think of any issue I have with Troy.
Except for the
Her
bullshit where
treatment
she
of
just
Riker,
found them on the
her-
ship.
Her backstory in this is appalling.
Yeah, but her herself, I think, is what he's saying. The backstory is terrible, but like she actually spoke some fucking facts. Like, she did her little counselor thing, which was fine, even though it sent Jack running away. She's the one that pointed out that Jack needs to be locked up because we have rules we follow. She did the whole funny scene with Data that Gray got and Brian got a laugh out of. The whole that's weird feelings or whatever thing, right? So she's she didn't do a lot, but she was in character, right? Doing the things that she didn't pick up a rifle and start killing people like Beverly Crusher and go, man, me and Riker, we had a bad relationship, so I learned how to shoot weapons on a Starfleet vessel. 20 years has been fucked up. Right? So I think that's what he's saying. But you're right, that the backstory is shit, but I don't know. I think that's what he's saying is her actions in the show, not so much what got her there, maybe. Is that what you're saying? Reporto, no?
Oh,
Yes.
I think so, I guess. I mean, her and Riker didn't feel anything, and she couldn't feel him, so that's why they were having their issues. And I have to rewatch. It was a.
She took his feelings away.
That's right. And he didn't want to forget his feelings for the loss of his son Thaddeus.
His child, yes. Both of the women are both Beverly and Troy are despicable monsters.
Is that what happened? Wait. Did I miss this? She took his feelings away?
Yeah,
Yes.
she had the
Riker
ability
was
to. She
mourning
wanted
Thaddeus, and she didn't like that, either for his good or because it made her feel bad being around him. She took his grief away.
She can do that?
Well, apparently she can do whatever the fuck she wants in this show. She showed off like 5 different powers she never had. I mean,
Wow, like I missed that. I didn't know she. That's like akin to rape
yes,
of the feelings.
yes,
Wow,
yeah.
I missed that. I didn't know that happened.
The contest of who is the worst person in this show is between Beverly and Troy, and then Jack and the Borg are now fighting for third and fourth place. Like, genuinely awful people.
I didn't know. I missed that whole thing. Apparently, I didn't realize that she like literally took his feelings away for his dead son.
I'd forgotten until you just said, Alex. Yeah, totally.
That's horrible.
In one ear, out the other. This
Well, I mean,
series is just...
the same thing happened with fucking Beverly. They were like, "Oh yeah, I did this heinous action, but there are no consequences for it." Picard and Riker get the fuck over it. Like, you know. Not only get the fuck over it, I need you to inevitably end up praising me for it. And it's just like, what the fuck, people?
Yeah, no, that was, yeah. There's no coming back from that. Beverly's piece of crap. Like, and you know, now that you paint the picture of what Troy did to Riker, it's like, I thought these were people that you loved. Why are you treating them so bad?
If you start to think that, Steve and Alex, if you start to think Beverly is a piece of crap, then they make sure Picard reminds us all that no, you know, she's the best. And Jack has the best of her and the worst of him. God, that kept happening, didn't it? They kept reminding us that.
I think you're actually 100% right, because it's crazy, because I think you're absolutely 100% right, Gray, because like the more and more like we get these things coming up about Beverly Crusher, and it's like, wow, she's really terrible, and then Picard shows up and goes, Beverly, you were 100% correct 100% of the time. You're amazing, and I suck so much that thank God you kept our son away from us. You were never wrong, and he's so strong because you're strong. His mind fucking would have never happened if it wasn't for you protecting him. It's like,
that was kind of going back to seasons 1 and what I watched in season 2. I didn't finish it, but you know, they kept having Picard apologizing all the time, and everyone was telling him he's terrible. You know, it kind of went back to that, didn't it? Weird.
A little bit.
Man.
Lady B, yes, you are right. It is baffling, and it would have been so much better if you'd just shut the fuck up. Like, stop reminding me she did this every episode. Like, I don't understand why.
Well, the weird pause, but I think Gray's right. It's like, because the actions are so bad that you need to be told she's a good person. Like, you have to. It's like wow, like the stuff that starts stacking up with the stuff that she did, and then you start thinking about it and putting it together. It's like, wow, she's really not. She's terrible. But then you have Picard. As soon as you start thinking that, Picard goes in and says, "Thank you for fucking doing everything right, Beverly Crusher. Thank you for taking 10 years of military training so you can shoot all the weapons out. You're amazing."
Yep.
Right? It's like, oh shit, Crusher is amazing. I thought she was a piece of shit, but Picard said she's good. I needed that reminder. Thanks. It's like the Picard alarm goes off. He's got like a stopwatch. He's like, shit, I haven't praised Beverly Crusher in like 2 hours.
Don't tell me I'm right, Steve. You're starting to sound like Picard.
I'm sorry for everything I've ever done.
You're right. You're 100% right, Beverly.
Crusher is the best part of me. I got so much better once I put my stuff in her.
I had so much issue with him saying that to her. I'm like, you really? And like, I was the one complaining the most about what she ultimately did to him, because he was being targeted or something. I mean, you're denying a man a chance to be a father. That's like, you deny someone a chance to be a parent. That's one of the worst things you can do. I'm sorry.
Remember how angry he was, guys, in the first
100%
episode?
right. The part about that made it so fucking funny was Picard telling Beverly, "You did everything right raising our son," and I'm just sitting there like, homeboy, your son is attached to is currently acting as a Borg antenna. Like, clearly, with the benefit of hindsight here, we can see that some mistakes were made. Like, if she truly had knocked it out of the park, it wouldn't be fucking Borg antenna. Like,
No, that's Picard's fault too, Alex. Think about it. It's Picard of the Borg connection. So you have everything is Picard's fault yet again. Unbelievable.
Oh yeah. So my pizza delivery people called me and they're like, we charged you the wrong amount. Can we charge you the remaining amount? And I'm like, wait, I gotta get my receipt. Looked at my receipt. I'm like, what does it say on your thing? This? Okay. So that's why I was gone. So now I'm eating more pizza because I had too much to drink now. So
there you go.
sorry.
The show makes Napoleon drink official.
Well, then this is the final stream. So, yeah. But like, were you guys satisfied with how they explained
No.
Vatic and the Borg Queen, or assuming that the jelly head thing was the Borg Queen?
No.
I mean, the
Who's
fact that
Vatic
you
again?
have to say
Forgotten.
assuming.
Fucking, she's a person that says fucking salads.
Yeah, the fact that you have to say assuming that the jellyhead is the Borg Queen should
God.
answer your question that
I came
no,
back
we
to
don't
Jellyhead.
have enough.
Oh no! I came back to Jellyhead conversation. Oh
Yeah.
no! I thought we were talking about how great Beverly was. I thought
You were summoned, Steve. Get your jelly head in here
we were
right now.
equating Beverly to Jesus. I thought Beverly was Jesus. Oh, sorry.
I thought she
Jellyhead.
was supposed to be really the main character of this season.
Yeah, it sort of
Starts
seemed
him
like
off.
it, didn't it?
And then we learned quite a bit about her, and I'm just like, you managed to make me like her less. I liked her more just watching TNG by itself.
Like, whenever I say Beverly, I think that Will Ferrell skit from Saturday Night Live. So I don't know if anybody knows the one I'm talking about.
Nope.
Beverly, Chester, Majestic.
She saved the day, Troy saved the day, and Seven saved the day.
Oh yeah.
Did you notice in the when they win
Wow.
everything, everybody on the Enterprise D is looking at the screen, and the times the four ladies are night
Yeah,
next to
it was
next to
the
each other.
Avenger- it
I was just
the
like
Girl
I was just I couldn't help but thinking of a movie, a certain Marvel
Girl Power
movie.
Shot. Yep.
I was just like, okay, I don't know why I thought of that.
It was the Girl
just-
Power Shot.
I
Because
take
that's what it
responsibility.
was.
So Jellyhead.
Can I also pose a question, and I want this to be answered seriously. If Picard had worn a condom,
I wore
this
what?
entire season couldn't have happened.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So the Borg were just banking on the fact that Picard was running around raw dogging it. Like,
I still want to know how everybody fucking knows that like when did like how did everybody discover Jack was Picard's son? Beverly wasn't going around advertising it, so it was like how did that happen? Like how did anybody figure out like Picard didn't know? She's not going around telling everybody that Picard's son is Jack Crusher. Like how did the whole universe all of a sudden find out that Jack Crusher is son of Picard?
Steve, don't ask questions. Just
How
enjoy.
How did the
Just-
changelings know? How did the Borg Queen know? How did anybody know?
Just enjoy it, Steve.
Why
Seriously.
did they put a taser
Why are
in a
you asking-
petri dish?
Why are you asking problematic questions, Steve? You freaking ruined this for me, you know.
Why did they put a taser in a petri dish? Why is there a jellyhead monster? Like, why is there a jellyhead?
Jellyhead monster, like I said, is supposed
Why
to be
is there
the
a
big
jellyhead
bad, supposed to be a
monster in Vadic's
Blofeld-like
arm?
bad guy that we're all supposed to be afraid of. The big bad, the big leader, the big fearless leader, the big boss,
Why-
leader X, Society
Why
X.
didn't Vadic just portal gun the Borg cube into 3 pieces?
Because
like,
the Borg Queen was able to control that. Excuse me,
What?
sorry.
Wow, man! I like
Drink.
all my alliances to be controlled by one person.
Yeah, I mean the Borg Queen
What a
was
great
Blofeld.
alliance.
The Borg Queen was Blofeld. Had Borg Queen pushed a button or used her magic
happened if
powers,
she
she
just
would have
left her
killed
hand off?
Vadic or tortured Vadic to no end because she's the big bad. That's
what
kind of
if
what Star Trek has become. We went from really compelling villains like your Khans, your Gulmadreds, your Gul Dukats, your Qs, your
what
heck, the dude for the bad dude from Where Silence Is Least? I can't think of his name.
what
Um,
happens if Vatic doesn't retake in the arm? Like, what if she just belts her arm off and that part of her never comes back? Is she
Well,
now
she was
free?
able to. The Borg Queen was able to manipulate and torture her using to punish. He was able to punish her without using any
How?
contact. She's just like your species was meant to be malleable. You're nothing special.
Ooh.
Just kind of undermining like the importance, the
damn,
gravitas of the founders of the Dominion. Like the founders of the Dominion were practically gods. The Vorta and the Jem'Hadar called them gods for a reason. Well, because they created them, they were bred. But not only that, but they had magic, they had miraculous abilities almost to a degree.
Well,
They could make Odo from a whole quadrant away. They could make him sick and force him to come back like he's a tuna or a salmon, and to stand trial for killing another shapeshifter. Like that's how powerful the Great Link is.
well,
But the Great Link doesn't have a role in the series. So we have shapeshifters running around with these weird enhanced abilities. Nothing about the Dominion of the Great Link trying to put an end to it.
they live
Assuming they care about the peace. I don't know what's going on. It's been 2 decades. Who cares?
It's just like they're supposed to be an alliance. So, like, here, play this out for me. So, okay, so let's good faith get into this. Okay, so the Changeling go to the Borg, which who knows how they would have found them, whatever. Don't think about it. So the Changelings go to the Borg and say, "Hey, we should form an alliance." And the Borg Queen goes, "This is a good fucking idea because guess what? This Jack Crusher guy, we need him because he's Picard's son." It's like, all right, I hate those fucking solid pieces of shit. Let's team up. And the Borg Queen goes, all right. And they team up, and then the Borg Queen eventually betrays them and takes control of them and is forcing them to do things. And the Changelings are like, oh, we don't like this, but we're forced to. So wouldn't it make a much better story that the Changelings realize they made a mistake a lot allying with the Borg Queen because the Borg Queen is now double-crossed them, and maybe Vadic really doesn't die. Vadic just cuts her arm off and breaks off communication with the Borg. It shows up with a portal gun and saves the day by fucking blasting the Borg cube in two and saving everybody with a portal gun that was originally used to destroy the Federation.
I'll drink to that story. Thanks, Steve.
I guess my question is, why is the Borg here? Like, isn't this
Because-
much cleaner if you
It's
just
TNG,
do?
bro.
Okay,
Sorry, go ahead.
but I guess isn't this much cleaner if you just have, there is the Dominion and then there is a renegade faction of the Dominion, and so you have almost a three-way fight between the Federation, the Dominion, and the renegade faction, where the Dominion is trying to stop the renegade faction without letting the Federation know that A, one exists, and B, that the Dominion has kind of wormed its way inside the Federation. Like, that seems to me like if we were to have, if we were to have ended this at season 4 or at episode 4, that's where I thought this was going.
Well, I mean, it's you pop the Dominion in and you go, look, Starfleet, stay out of our business. We'll take care of it. Like these are renegade changelings. We'll get them hooked up back up to the Great Link. It'll take care of all their renegade bullshit, and they'll be reassimilated with the Great Link. And it's our problem to take care of. We're gonna take care of it, and then they get pissed off at Starfleet because obviously Starfleet's not gonna sit back and just let them do what they're going to do, and then maybe the end is a conflict between the actual Dominion who are pissed that Starfleet managed to kill Vadic and that this offshoot, and they didn't want him dead. They wanted him reassimilated so they could use what they had been able to do to like gain sentience and gain this power to copy, make perfect replications, and be able to infiltrate Starfleet. They wanted that information, so they're pissed off that the Starfleet eliminated them before they could get it back. So then they're in conflict again, or something like that.
That would have been interesting. I think that would have been great, but definitely not within 10 episodes. So
why not?
I mean,
they wasted so much time. Like, if you just start with that from the beginning, then you have plenty of time to do it.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
I am not a fan of what they did. I am not a fan of what they did
because it's just it's get everything in this TNG like as quickly as possible. The show. That's all it is. That's why the Borg. That's the only reason the Borg show up is TNG Borg.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. The Borg don't need to be there. The Changelings could have been a fine villain. Vadic is completely neuter. Vadic was terrible. So anybody that thinks that she's a good anything she was horrible. And
then her and the Shrike, they just blew up the Shrike. They just once they jettisoned Vadic off the ship, Princess Leia style, then they just blew up the Shrike. Like the Shrike didn't have anyone commanding it. It was just standing there. It was just there to be blown up.
Yeah. Well, they had to blow it up because, like, if the Shrike is so active when they siege Earth, it probably could have blown up space dock on its own between the portal weapon. Well, I guess the portal weapon's gone, but you heard them. The ammunition they have on that ship that they never used. I mean, It sounds like it was fucking just like.
Yeah, this is where Shaw fails again. He should have just did what Kirk did, just open fire the moment they dropped their shields in episode 2. But no, we had to use episode 2 to waste time. Because that's a thing now with newer shows, and I've seen that they did this in season 1. I think it was episode 8, where they just wasted time. They're just sitting around talking about, the characters were just seated in rooms talking about their feelings and talking about things that happened to them that I don't know if they didn't really hold a candle. They didn't really hold my interest in the overall story. It had nothing to do with the overall story. I'm just like, write situation. If you're going to write character moments, have them have something to do with have it be relevant to what's currently going on to make it interesting. If you don't make it, I don't know. I'm trying to understand what I like and what I dislike about certain things. I don't know. It's tough.
The biggest problem I have with this whole thing is there is a story in there. There's a story in this. Like, we've just like taken 2 seconds and sort of like thrown pieced together 2 ideas that could have worked, whether it's the Borg betrayal fucking storyline or the Dominion coming in to take back what's theirs fucking storyline. There's a story in there that can be told, but they decided to do let's do all the shiny things instead of writing a coherent story, which is just lazy. It's like, you can do both. It just takes some work. Do the work. Make the villain actually intimidating instead of just having her smoke a fucking cigar on the fucking goddamn on her plane all the time and go, I'm fucking Wirus from the Hunger Games still, right? I mean, give her some actual lines and some actual intimidation. She's not intimidating at all. Like, she was just like, do the work, write the story. It's there. Like, there's a story there. You just didn't do the work.
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head about the villain, Steve. They did the fucking Star Wars sequel trilogy again. The show was at its best when its villain was still intimidating and a little bit scary. But then, as soon as Kylo takes his helmet off, it, stops being scary. The second that frickin', the second that Vadic shows up, and kind of reveals herself, it's like, oh, you're not scary.
Mustache twirling.
Dude, all like I don't know. There's so many things. You have the bird people all be Borg, and you could you do the Borg Queen double cross her and has all her. Well, I'm just saying, like, you just lean into one of these things. If they're all changelings, great. If they're all, you make them all Borg, and you find out that actually Vadic's the only changeling on the ship. Her actual brethren are being held on the Borg cube, and she's doing all this under duress because the Borg Queen double crossed her. Like, I mean, there's a million things you can do. You just chose not to. You just chose to do shiny things and feelings in hallways. I'm sorry. This whole fucking season is just feelings in hallways. The power of love saves everybody. Literally the power of love. Like, if that's not feelings in hallways, I don't know what is.
Okay, I wanna kind of move this forward a little bit now. Yeah. I have to ask the question, and this is a question I've been asking. As a send off, what did you think? People are liking this, and I've said this before. People are liking this because they were denied a proper send off for the original trilogy characters from Star Wars. So you get that, and I think with what Terry Matalas did, a lot of wish fulfillment. That's why people are. I think that's ultimately why people really like this. People really like the way this series ended overall. I mean, Dave Cullen went out of his way to say this is a better send off for a crew of Star Trek than even Undiscovered Country. So I'm curious how you felt about this as a send off. I mean, obviously the story is shit, but just as a way, just like as an epilogue.
It didn't. Well, no, it did assassinate people. It assassinated Beverly. It assassinated Troy.
Riker's a cuck.
Riker wasn't great. Picard wasn't great. Worf wasn't great. Wow, no.
Worf was like a walking punchline, wasn't he?
He absolutely was. Like every time he said something, it was a joke. Like when they had that tender, when Picard's like, "It's been an honor serving with you," you know, very a lot of gravity in that scene. And Riker's like, "You're not doing it alone." And then Worf says, "Oh, we'll make it a threesome." And Riker's like, "Really? Don't you hear yourself?" I'm like, I mean, he's either Raffi's sidekick or he was just, like you said, a walking joke.
A walking punchline. Like he opens his mouth and something stupid comes out, so Riker go do 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 do. It's like, the fuck are you doing? Like, let him be tough and stoic. In the tough guy, the tough badass guy.
I mean, he was honorable and he was courageous, and he had a very compelling arc in TNG in Next Generation. Like, I think the series, I hate to say this, but the series got better after Tasha Yar died. Tasha Yar was originally the tactical officer. She dies, and then Worf becomes the tactical officer after her. And his story was way better. And with bringing people on board in season 3, like Ronald D. Moore, and writing episodes starting with Sins of the Father and just going forward from there, starting an arc for Worf. It was really great. Worf had one of the best arcs in the series. I mean, he had the best arc of the series, in my opinion. I mean, Data's still my favorite TNG character from TNG, but Worf had the best arc. Worf had the best arc going, from one episode to another, because he brought the Klingons. His arc involved the Klingons. His arc involved the Romulans, Klingon Civil War. Heck, it even connects to Spock and unification, because that's connected to redemption, because through Commander Sela and the Romulans in general. So I mean, Worf's arc opened up Worf's episode, Sins of the Father, which introduced his brother Kurn, opened up a lot of possibilities for TNG. And I mean, the strongest seasons of TNG were seasons 3, 4, and 5. Season 6 had some great episodes, but it started to go down in quality. And season 7 was, Well, so I don't know if I should blame Jerry Taylor for that, because she was the showrunner for that final season. But
so I guess to answer your question, at least in my opinion, whether you want it or not, the story doesn't respect them. So I don't know how it could be a good send off. Where they end up at the end hugging each other for saving the galaxy again and doing it one last time, how they got there is completely
people are saying that it was respectful. They felt like the characters were still the same, and I don't think so.
There is a difference between being intentionally disrespectful, a la Jake Skywalker, and just being disrespectful because it's just the writers and the people making the show just aren't that talented. So I will agree. There wasn't an intentional subversion of the characters, but this also wasn't the send off that they deserved either.
Yeah, I can't say if they changed or not because I don't know the characters like you guys do. So I don't know if they changed. I just know that Worf
Well,
was
I
a
mean, like you
goofball.
said,
Uh,
like you said, Worf was a walking punchline. Worf was not always a walking. I mean, there was a lot of jokes aimed at. There was a lot of there were. I mean, there were quite a bit of jokes, like that
well,
Worf
Data
was
too.
involved. And data. It's data's like data, the data stuff in this series reminded me of how Data was in Generations when he first got the emotion chip. And when he got the emotion chip, he was just saying he was acting so stupid in Generations. And then there was that famous, oh shit, when they're about to, the D is about to go down and crash on Viridian 3. And I mean, but like with Worf, like Worf was always, even in the movies, like there was a point where we're in First Contact where Picard called him a coward, and Worf was like, he's like, I will, if you weren't my captain, I'd kill you where you stand for saying that to me. And he's like, get off my bridge. Remember that scene? I mean, Worf still had some self respect, and even the movies like First Contact. I can't say about Insurrection because then he started becoming the brunt of the jokes even in Insurrection. Like Data goes up to him, he's like, don't you know your boobs are getting firmer or something? Because he heard Beverly say that to Troy because on Insurrection, the planet Insurrection, they're getting younger, and because of the Fountain of Youth thing on that planet and everything, so you're experiencing different manifestations, and Data repeats that to Worf, and Worf looks at him and is like, huh? So I don't know. I laughed at that. I thought that was funny, but. In the Nemesis, he barely had a role. He was just there to shoot and ask questions later. So,
I don't know.
but at least they didn't make him look like a Klingon. But now, like they've completely if you've seen the latest Strange New Worlds trailer, like the Klingons have went back from looking like Klingorks to looking like regular Klingons again. But even these new Klingons in Strange New Worlds don't even look great, to be honest. Look fake. I don't know if you guys seen the trailer. Probably not. So
Yep.
I won't go into that. So, but
Oh, is that the Strange New Worlds trailer where fucking Spock gives the cringiest engage command ever?
I think so. Yeah, he looks directly at the camera. He looks directly at the camera.
I would like the ship to go fast now.
I think he says that. I think he does.
I
And of course,
out of my skin when I saw that.
yeah. So we talked about the Enterprise G. Did we always talk? What do you think of when they closed off or when they shut off the Enterprise D for you? The Enterprise D is on the platform at the Geordi's Space Museum, and then what's weird is it's Picard, Riker, and Geordi, but in TNG, Data was the third in command. He was the one that would be in command after Riker. So when Picard and Riker were off the ship, the one time in Gambit Part 1 and 2, Data was in command. That was the episode where Data famously, if you've seen the video, Data, the Worf is his first officer. Worf is saying stupid shit, in front of the crew, and Data pulls him aside. He's like, you're welcome to express your opinions, but once I make a decision, you have to follow it and everything. So, that was the one time. So I was I'm curious why. Maybe it's because Data was dead for 20 years and he doesn't know the system. I don't know. Do you know what I'm talking about, right? Like Data was the third in command. Why isn't he standing there instead of Geordi? Or why not have him and Geordi standing? Why is he gone? Why is he not present? I know I'm nitpicking here.
For intersectional reasons.
Intersectional reasons.
Yes.
I guess. I don't know.
They're different colors.
Let's not get into that.
Hey,
But yeah.
I didn't say it either, but that's what I was thinking. So, but I'm a bigot. So let's not talk about it.
Yeah, let's not talk about that. So, Yeah, we got the we have but yeah, we it's been over 2 hours. Wow, we're really why couldn't there be something? I mean, seriously, like there had to be something to there had to be something. There had to be
It was a
something to like.
disaster, Dave. It was a disaster. It was a complete and total disaster.
Didn't you feel good when Raffi met her granddaughter though?
Fuck yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Like
I think
Worf,
I've
like
told
I
you
think
1,000
Worf.
times.
They say Worf. Sorry, go ahead.
I, the ideal way to start this season is as the crew is walking down the spaceport to the Enterprise, they find Rafi laying dead in an alley with a needle in her arm. Like that. That's how this episode or this season should have started. So, I have no good things to say about Rafi.
All right.
Yeah, because Worf leaked stuff because they have such a deep and personal connection. I mean, come on.
Bye, Gray. Gray had to go, so he's got stuff to do.
Bye,
So,
Gray.
I think what was Gray? I wanted to ask Gray what was his final take, and I guess I won't. I guess the world will never know now. So, era of missed opportunities. I take responsibility. So, but yeah. So, but yeah. I mean, so. Was there anything else like honestly was there any closing that you liked? Just I'm going to ask one last time and then I think that will conclude the discussion.
Nope, 2.5 out of 10 for the series.
2.5 out of 10. What about you, Steve?
We're looking for positives again.
Yeah, sorry.
No. I don't want you to be sorry because I wish I could pull something out because, like, I mean, I don't know, man. Like, it's just, I mean, it's literally a one to like they stole part of like all joking aside, you know, the whole Borg cube thing was just a Star Wars scene. You know, and I'm not just the nostalgia for the characters is not going to get me with this. So it was just I don't know. I didn't feel like there was like you knew they were going to win, even though there was no way possible that they should. Like you before even the episode started, you knew they were going to overcome all the problems in a way that there's no way possible that they could. You know, we both knew the minute that freaking 709 and Rafi were left on the Titan, that they were going to figure out some bullshit way to take it back over and save the day. And what did they do? They took it over and saved the day. So, I don't know. I don't know. It's not. It obviously wasn't made for me. That's all I could say. So, yep.
By you, Alex.
No. It sucked, and there's no pretending it didn't. It was fucking awful.
Okay. So, Brett's here. I'm going to bring Brett on. We're going to talk about the positive aspects of Picard. So, you guys want to stick around for that? Ask questions?
Maybe for a couple more minutes.
Okay, cool. All right. So, let's bring Brett in. What's up, sir? Welcome to the Nerdporial experience. This is your intro to being on this channel. So, man, nice to meet you, sir.
Thanks for having me. Hopefully, I'm coming across loud and clear on this microphone.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. As by the way, sick avatar.
Thanks. I don't even smoke.
Well, you know, but the thing is, you know, if they had people smoke, you know, back in the day, because you know, it made them look more interesting as they were, you know, they were talking about something, a monologue. So,
I like how they went over the top on that in D Space Nine with the Ferengi. You know, when they went back in time to Roswell.
That was a great episode. Little Green Man.
So yeah, go ahead.
So Brett, like I usually do with new guests and everything, especially with the topics we talk about. Tell me about your history. Well, I always like to start off. I want to get to know you a little bit better. Tell me about your history with Star Trek. How did you get into it? If you're comfortable enough, how long have you been into it? Like what it means to you, and then we'll work our way up to Picard season 3. Because I know you had some issues with Picard, but you really liked the finale, and I just want to. I just kind of want to bring some balance to the force here. So let's let's start with your history with Trek and what you liked about it, and go forward from there.
Yeah, that sounds good. I enjoy it whether I'm in the cave or not. So, so to speak. But my start is weird because I started with probably one of the worst Star Trek things ever, and that made me a fan, which was The Final Frontier.
Me too. I think we've had this discussion. I saw TNG first because TNG was on all the time. Like when I was a kid in the late 80s. Early 90s, so I'd be waiting for cartoons. I put on the TV, and it would always be Star Trek. TNG was always on.
I didn't come across TNG that way. Nobody in my family really likes, in the household liked science fiction, that kind of stuff. So,
Same here.
Dad doesn't watch TV, and so I remember when I was very little watching episodes of the animated series, the Star Trek. I don't remember the stories. I think there was an Alice in Wonderland rabbit or something. I don't know.
That was Shore Leave. That was TOS, but they did go back to that same planet in the animated series. So
I think that's
right
the episode I saw. Yeah.
Okay.
And because that was all I remembered about it. And so we're at my cousin's place. I think it was for Christmas. They had Final Frontier on. I think it had just come out on video, and I watched it, loved it, convinced my dad to check it out when we got, later on when we're like, let's run a movie at Blockbuster. And no one liked it except me. So I got into Next Gen kind of like off and on. But for me, I was like 12 years old. This new Star Trek was coming in, and I was going to get in on the ground floor, and that was Deep Space Nine, and that remains that's the pinnacle. It's not the most essential Star Trek. I think TNG is the most essential Star Trek, but Deep Space Nine was the start of my love, and then seeing Generations and First Contact in the theater, and then getting to go back to watch Next Gen, which was originally on like VHS tapes of like the greatest hits, getting those seasons as they came out over like 100, however many dollars they were on Next Gen.
Like 120. It was like 120 when those DVDs came out. So I remember
everything out of order.
Me too, man. Like DS9 was, because I'm in Chicago, DS9 was on WGN. Unlike all the other Star Trek shows, the original series, TNG, Voyager, they were all on UPN. DS9 was, it had an irregular schedule of when they showed episodes, and the first episode I remember seeing that I watched entirely was actually Call to Arms, the end of season 5, because that's when at the same time I was getting into Voyager. First time story at the same time, May of 1997. I watched the entire summer. DS9 had Call to Arms, but I had no idea what led to it. So I never watched. DS9 was a very irregular schedule, so I never quite watched DS9.
They were horrible on the scheduling because they used to be on Friday nights, and then the last couple seasons they went to Sunday at 6 p.m., which was the most annoying time when you're in high school. Like I remember, or it was 10 p.m. It was some really annoying time that I was like, I know I was a nerd. I had free Friday nights for the most part, so I watched it, when it was on that. And then they did. I think Fox News at 10 started, and then so they bumped DS9 to just Sunday evenings for new episodes, which is you don't do that in network television. That's horrible. But
I know.
But yeah, and it's funny because my fandom grew. I got to watch all original series and Next Gen. I still to this date have to watch most of their animated episodes. That's my last thing.
I've only watched the animated show once, and what's funny is I have the Blu-ray of the original 1973 to 75 animated series, and I've not even opened the Blu-ray yet. Like I had the DVDs, I watched it once. It's rough. I mean, for me, it's rough to watch because it feels like I'm watching Scooby-Doo with the music and the animation style, the early 70s animation style, and the fact that every other male character that's not the cast was voiced by James Doohan, and every female character that was not voiced by Nichelle Nichols was voiced by Majel Barrett. So it just got to a point where I felt, I mean, it's just like, you hear the same voice actor. So whenever you heard like a guest star, like I think you had Mark Leonard came in as Sarek for an episode. Yep. Roger C. Carmel came in as Harry Mudd. That was impactful because they didn't use James Doohan, man of many voices, with Majel Barrett, the lady of many voices, and
like
plus
finally somebody else. Well, yeah. So, and I remember being very annoyed with Voyager. I remember watching it when it came out, and then not really sticking with it until maybe like the last season. I came back, and then I went and rewatched it. I don't know, years ago. And those early seasons are really rough to get through. But it's funny, it's the prequel effect, right? So the Star Wars movies come out and they make you go, oh, this is what the prequels got right. Like it lets you. So most of New Trek has done that for me in terms of revisiting Voyager and Enterprise. I have still have plenty of criticisms, but I'm like, feels like Star Trek. Now, this new season, maybe we're getting it too soon, but yeah, I'm not going to say it's perfect. I'm going to say that for me, I thought it did a very good job of saying where the characters, what they had been up to over the last 20 years. So to varying degrees, not everybody had the best update, and then giving everybody a proper arc that felt like in line with their characters. Yes, I could look at any number of little plot inconsistencies, but for me, those did not really ruin the thrust of I think the thing that hurt this season the most for me was the week to week watching and then waiting, and then because I almost flipped the table with episode 7. I hated that episode by itself, and when I rewatch it, I'm hoping that watching them back to back I'll have a worse opinion by the time I rewatch it. But
since you were happy with the arcs, which character's arc was your favorite? Because I mean, I don't know if you were listening beforehand, but we completely eviscerated this finale. So you're here because Gray is gone. You are here to be that bright center of the universe. You have the obligation now to redeem the series. I'm just kidding.
So my favorite arc that wasn't Shaw's. Actually, no, I didn't. I like Shaw. I'm not sure they really. The death of Shaw felt a little too rushed for me. So like his whole coming around and calling her 7, it felt like an obligatory check, right? Like you're like, oh, they have to say that. But part of me thought, well, maybe he's actually just saying because it's a Borg ship, she's in charge now, and he still hates her on his way out. Like there was that kind of like, I'm not sure how he feels about this vagueness to what he said to her at his death, but then they had the hologram recording, so I guess he had come around to her way of doing things. But that's Shaw. Unfortunately, he's not one of the main characters.
Were you able to divorce yourself from the first season? Because especially with 7 of 9, I mean, the just the memory of, I mean, I brought this up. I mean, I might have had a little too much to drink when I was saying this, but the fact that 7 of 9, not only she wanted revenge for something that she did. So were you able to did you tell yourself, hey, this didn't happen, this is complete garbage, and you thought Voyager, 7 of 9 from Voyager, and how she just changed in 20 years and everything.
Apart from when you're forced to be reminded of season 1 because of Picard's body, I came into this going, those first 2 seasons don't exist. I did watch the second season. I don't know why I was so masochistic.
What was so bad about season 2 that made it, like, everybody's saying it was worse than season 1? I didn't watch season 2 because of how terrible season 1 was. Like this channel existed. Like I started this channel it was a year in. So, I mean, I know it's time travel.
Season 2 went full tilt into current day the message issues, right? Like you're just like, come on, really? The only thing that I wanted to kind of like narrowly say was an interesting take was they revisited the idea of the sanctuary districts from D Space Nine. If you remember where
Past tense.
Yeah. And the way I thought of it was, yeah, if you have unregulated, no border control problems, and you got to shove all these people coming over into someplace, then really you've caused your own problems by forcing yourself to make these sanctuary districts, which I was just kind of like, oh, sanctuary cities, sanctuary districts. That's how I chose to interpret that, because otherwise it was full on, you know, you had I think it came out like prior to the prior to election, right? And you could just feel like they were focused on that a little too much. You had the young Guinan actress like saying some things that made no sense for the character, considering she lived in a much worse era in the 1800s. You know, so yeah, none of it. Season 2, first of all, it also had way too much of the annoying part of like the Seven and Rafi show, which I'm not looking forward to that if that's what the new one's going to be.
But I thought, but I know you said, I think you said didn't you say you were excited for Legacy though? Like, especially because I know we had our discussions. You said you were actually excited for more, I think.
Yeah, I would actually be okay with Captain Seven. It's first officer. I guess the writing can make a character better. So if it's good writing, then I'm excited to see where it can go. But first of all, the Titan earned its stripes. I don't know why they had to like erase it by making it the new Enterprise, and I don't know what happened to Enterprise F. So that still doesn't make sense to me, because isn't that still?
I know. Like we didn't even bring that up. The Enterprise F. Like, I'm Ray Skywalker. I was not expecting an Enterprise G. I was expecting I was expecting Jack to say, "I'm Jack Picard," because
Titan A, like a refit or something like that. But
yeah.
That or naming it the Stargazer would have been interesting if they're trying to say it's in honor of Picard, right?
Well, but they have the Stargazer, didn't it, in season 2?
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I blocked a lot of those first 2 seasons out, and that did help because I just pretended that 7 was like a parallel universe. It didn't all the crap that happened, except for what they had to acknowledge happened, didn't really take place. And so,
Can I ask you something? So going back to you said you were happy with the arcs. So which arcs really stood out to you? I'm sorry. I kind of I'm horrible.
Well, I mean, I can go through all the characters. I'm trying to figure out what my favorite one is. Now, I really liked the father-son dynamic of Picard and Jack. Jack, I liked at the beginning of the series, but by the end of it, I was like, okay, I'm just getting kind of annoyed with him. Like, there's something about, I don't know if it was his delivery or it was the writing or what, but I was invested in Jack initially and less so towards the end. But with Picard, his kind of like embracing of family as like a second chance that he didn't have, which they touched on in Home and in Generations pretty badly.
Oh yeah, and you mean Family and Generations?
Yeah, was it called Family? Okay. Sorry. Yeah.
It was basically. I always call it Best of Both Worlds Part 3, even though there was no Borg in it. But it was basically a continuation of that. And I had an idea of a better idea instead of creating Jack Crusher. I was thinking. I think I would have been more invested if they found a way, and that this would have been tropey. But bring back Rene Picard. Like, Rene Picard didn't die. Like, he was taken away. We'll use the universe. We'll say the Fenris Rangers took him. Someone wanted revenge on Picard for killing their family, so they went after his family.
Okay.
They murdered Robert and his wife.
And maybe inducted Rene into brainwashed into the cause, so to speak.
Brainwashed her. They took him away, and then Rene and Picard would come across each other, and Rene would still have that same angst that Jack did, but Renee would be like, "Why didn't you look for me, Uncle Jean-Luc and everything?"
Okay.
And and then of course then I could see him pairing up with Alexander, Worf's son.
Okay.
And and then we could have that. They could be the next generation. And of course they already.
Did Alexander die off screen in D Space Nine? Am I remembering that correctly? It's been
No,
a while.
he served on Martok's ship in the I think it was part 3 of the 7-parter. So there's the episode after Rock and Shoals of season 6.
Okay, so he didn't die. Okay, I somehow thought they implied he died in that show, and I
no, he just grew up. They
accelerated growth, yeah.
like because Brian Bonzel played Alexander in TNG, and of course I don't know if you've seen Family Ties back in the day. Michael J. Fox, they gave birth to a 4th child, and that child in between seasons they accelerated his age to 4, and then they had Brian Bonzel play.
Shows like to play with kid actors. They like Modern Family, like the little girl that was adopted. They like suddenly she went from like being a toddler to being like 5. So and then Alexander went from like still being a relatively young kid to I'm like, how is he old enough to serve even for Klingons?
Yeah, like it's just like that. It's like the alien, like they use the alien excuse. Klingons age faster. Yeah, like how the Vulcans lived 200 years. Well, so do the Klingons, because you had Dehar Master Kor, you had Admiral Kang, you had Admiral Koloff in Blood Oath in season 2 of DS9. They lived into the 24th century as well. So I guess Klingon kids age quicker or something based on what season 6 of DS9 established. And of course they got a different actor to play Alexander, obviously, because I think the actor was an adult. But hey, if Brian Bonzel, because he was a massive drug addict, he got arrested 1 billion times. I've read about this guy. Get him cleaned up. Get him cleaned up. Get the actor that played the original Renee. He's older than me. He's in his he's in his 40s at least. Bring them back, and then have them, start an arc with them. But that was an alternate thing that I thought was I think would have been more interesting and would have definitely been more connective tissue to TNG. But I know why they created Jean-Luc, because of generations. Remember how he cried for Renee, and he said because there will be no more Picards. I know what Metalis was trying to go for, because obviously, and he said this himself I think it was, I don't know if it was the Ready Room, but he didn't like Generations. That's why he had the Kirk body in the Daystrom station.
Yeah, Generations was one of my I can still appreciate things from it, but it is absolutely one of my least favorite Star Trek things, especially because of how they handled Kirk at the end there. And just like killing off it felt like very contrived emotional thing that I guess they were trying to give him something to fret about in the Nexus, or to salve. I don't know it. So yeah, for this season, I'll just get back to the characters real quick, because Geordi, it's okay to me that he kind of like became more cautious. I wouldn't say cowardly, because he had daughters and he wanted to protect them. And I thought the actress who's not his real daughter, because she got more to work with. I thought she did a pretty good job with like that, kind of like helping her dad remind her of the lessons he taught her. So I don't really feel like that was like a girl having one over on the guys thing. Like I know that a lot of people were upset with, well, why is she school? I mean, like there's things you can learn from your children. There's things that your children can still learn from you, right? Like I feel like they can remind you of the lessons you taught them.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
So he kind of comes back to his own. Riker's was nice if rushed, a little bleak, to be honest, though. Like when he's like just nihilistic at the beginning, but he gets over that, and then so I enjoyed that. Beverly is okay, but
no, she's not. Beverly is a monster.
No, what she did, I do agree with you. When I was listening to the stream earlier, you guys mentioned that you don't take away a man's ability to. You don't take away. You don't like raise the son without letting him know he has one. That's cold. You should at least give him the chance to make that choice himself, right? And so, but in terms of like where she was, and like doing the Doctors Without Borders thing and kind of being out on the outskirts of the Federation. That was.
I honestly wish they would have. I honestly wish they would have fleshed that out more, because I feel like we barely know anything about that. Like Jack, the first thing we know about Jack at the beginning of episode 2 is that he sells. I mean, they have all these items. They have all these medical supplies, and they're trying to get more. But they're selling weapons too. So they're practically currently selling. They're selling stuff to terrorists or to tyrants. And I'm just like, am I supposed to like this? Am I supposed to like this character?
At least, or something. I think it was their way of bartering to get into places where they could provide medical aid. It is a. How do I put this? It's not something that necessarily fits well into mainline Star Trek, because at that point it's kind of like Firefly was kind of supposed to be like what happens on the edges of the Federation was kind of Joss Whedon's pitch, right? And
Frontier,
yeah. So it felt like they were trying to play into that kind of that story, which might work for a different Star Trek series. It would be a interesting take. I'm not sure. Beverly. I think the problem with Beverly doing it is she has a very strong ethical core in the series.
In TNG, yeah. Or are you talking about Picard?
Yeah, like Beverly. Like she's got an unshakable sense of ethics and right and wrong. Even when it comes.
Yeah, I mean, you watch episodes like The High Ground, or even I, Borg. I mean, it was her. I mean, it was originally her and Geordi that were championing the idea of helping Hugh in the first place.
So that one, it's fine, I guess. I mean, I think the problem is I didn't mind her making the wrong decision, but it did not sit well with me that it was like all is forgiven. It's like it never happened at the end. Like I feel like there should have still been a little bit of the, like because that great moment he has with her in for the 4th episode, where he stands up for himself, which was refreshing considering how he was written in the first 2 seasons, which didn't happen.
yeah, don't mind.
But yeah, he that was a good moment. I do feel like if I want to justify what he says to her at the end when you think he's going to die, is that he's just trying.
Sorry, I'm just getting back to the. But then he immediately cucks himself.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
No, like right after they have this discussion, he stands up for himself, and then the scene should have ended, and the discussion ends with Beverly being right and Picard being wrong.
Yeah, Beverly gets the last word in that scene.
Beverly basically says, "I don't care. I'm right," and he goes, "Yeah, you're probably right."
I see what you're saying. I think it was somewhat like a point of contention that it felt like it was left open to me. Maybe I just don't remember that as well, but because that was like I don't know, a month or a half ago. But if I had to try to justify the line he says at the end of the final, like while he's on the Borg cube, it's that maybe he's just trying to absolve her of guilt, thinking he's going to die. Like he just wants to kind of as opposed to actually believing what I mean,
as much as I don't think he believes that, but I think he's thinking he's thinking outside. I mean, he's not thinking about himself. He's thinking about. I mean, at that point he thinks he's going to die. So I mean, he doesn't want her. He wants her to move on. He doesn't want her to feel guilt. I mean, I get that. You make a good point.
If you didn't have the discussion where he already told her all this two episodes ago, then fine. But he already had this discussion with her.
Oh, you were saying you made the right call.
He's already told her that she's right. Everything good about fucking Jack is because of her, and then he has to do it again.
Because he yelled, I think it was episode 3.
Asked and answered, done and done. Why does he keep doing it? He's done it. He keeps doing it over and over and over again.
7, where he says basically the same thing, where he gives Beverly, he says a bunch of nice things about her, and what she and how she did a great job raising him. So that that wasn't something that comes out of nowhere. That's I don't believe this, I'm dying. It's a repetition of a conversation that they've already had.
Well, and he's not. She didn't do a good job of raising him because he's completely fucked.
Yeah, because Homeboy.
I mean, he
strapped
does.
to
He
the
has. He
fucking
doesn't
Borg
have. I
ship.
mean, you're right. He doesn't have any. He doesn't have anybody. He's complaining about being lonely. He has.
Moral
He's
compass
been.
is all over the fucking place. He's doing unmoral. He's taking control of people's bodies to do whatever he wants, and he's not
Wonder
thinking of the
Woman.
moral replications of any of it. He's taking control of somebody and forcing them to do stuff against their will. He doesn't think twice about doing it over and over and over again. So, like, she didn't do a good job of raising him. He's completely screwed in the head. He didn't give Picard an opportunity to be his father. He in fact hates Picard because of what she said about Picard. So she did absolutely everything wrong.
And I mean, because he did seek him out, right? Like in that flashback. But yeah,
So
I see what you're saying.
so this is how bad she did with Jack. Jack makes a snap decision when Picard is having a discussion in front of 4 Starfleet young Academy people that obviously idolize him, and he says, "Well, Starfleet's my family," because at this point he doesn't have a family, so Starfleet is his family. And Jack takes that as, "Oh, my daddy doesn't care about me. I'm gonna fuck off." Like,
Yeah.
So he when we see the seat, it's already vacant. So
Yeah. I'm just saying, like,
I
there
remember
was. So, but I remember her saying, you know, I told him who you were and to seek you out. And yeah, so maybe he never told her that he did, and then didn't work out because she didn't know he. I don't know. So that I guess so in terms of like my overall take of the show, the only problem I could say with Star Trek in general is you're going to have some duct tape phaser laser gun solve a problem frequently. And so when it comes to like the technical side of things, that I feel like that was okay because I was focused more on what are the characters and how are they wrapping it up. And yeah, there was absolutely them trying to tie it up in a nice bow, giving Worf his like super samurai ninja warrior evolution, which was just I think it was fun, but it was the least compelling.
what did you think of him as the? What do you think of the?
Worf should be dead. So, I mean, like, I don't know, man. If all of Star Trek is taped together with glue and duct tape, and this is in like,
plot wise it is.
So no Star Trek plot makes any sense whatsoever.
Oh no, there's plenty of Star Trek plots. No, I would be really hard pressed to poke holes in Deep Space Nine plots. But when it comes to like technical problems and overcoming them, they essentially rely on making something up to fit the situation. That sounds plausible, but doesn't necessarily hold up to anything. And I think that's just part of when you're dealing with sci-fi technology and we wouldn't know how something actually works. There's some leeway there. I guess I give that leeway. So,
and then of course they would insert
I
techno.
think of a single instance.
Just throw away superior technology for no reason.
Where we had anything close to as incoherent as that Borg ship.
Oh, you mean being in Jupiter? Or
having no Borg on it?
The entire illogical, not having any ships to defend the cube, not having any, Borg on the cube, just the entire set of decision making.
Well,
from
the
the
no
enemy
Borg
is crazy, and I will always point back to Wrath of Khan, where Khan was a fucking brilliant villain. This was 180 degrees from that. The Borg are fucking retarded in this season.
I realized, because I thought, why are they going to, initially I was like, I knew they're going to go back to the Borg. Well, I don't know how I feel about this. The no Borg on the cube thing, or the fact that they're being cannibalized, was a relief. It was a good thing, because
doesn't matter. They have 200 Armada ships.
You're saying why wasn't some of
the Borg cube just let itself get destroyed.
Yes, the
Queen just let herself get destroyed. She invited the one person because the plot demanded it, because the plot was stupid. The plot demanded that she invite Picard and do her mustache twirling that I win thing. So they invited Picard on, so they had to show that there were no, because of course it's just Picard and Riker. So they, they got to give Riker and Worf something to do. So they have only two. Why only two Borg? It's a big giant cube. So why are only two Borg? Well, don't worry about it. It doesn't matter. Okay, fine. Well, all the Borg are connected, through the freaking telepathy, right? So you would think that the Borg Queen, who's been planning this for 20 years, would want to defend her checkmate. So maybe, since you're hiding in Jupiter, have one of those 2 million ships that you have shooting the defense array that is impenetrable to, what's 10 more ships gone if you can't blow up the defenses of a space dock with 500 ships. Take 10, blow up the freaking Enterprise D, and you win. Blow up the Enterprise D with the lasers on the Borg cube as soon as Picard's on there. They wrote themselves into so many things where logically, if you think of the millions of things that the villain could have done to win, and she doesn't, it destroys anything else. Like it's nonsensical to think that she would just she just lets herself get killed. It just yells at him when he starts unplugging him. Like, stop doing that. I don't want you to do that. She doesn't do anything. She does nothing.
No, I see what you're saying. There was just like a, why is it wide open? Where's the intelligent villain response defense of any kind? Even if it's not, like, if the fleet is all locked in with its mission to try to take out Earth, then that overrides. You'd think that a threat to the person controlling the fleet would override that. Absolutely. Like, that would make the
they aren't a threat until she makes them one. They are no threat to her. She lets them on the ship. She lets them walk up to Jack. She lets them kill the other Borg guys because they don't try to assimilate, or she doesn't activate any. I mean, who cares if they're necrotic? They're half robots. They could probably at least move a little bit. I mean, and even so, the Borg aren't honorable. As soon as they teleport on, blow up the Enterprise. You can mustache twirl, and the threat to you is eliminated.
The only thing I can think of is they're much reduced, and she is much reduced in capability because of the attack that nearly wiped her out at the end of Voyager. Because that's why I was surprised. I was like, oh, they actually acknowledged. Well, I mean, she's basically been cannibalizing a cube of 5,000 drones to stay alive.
So why is she attacking now? Why didn't she wait 2 years? Let the changelings bring her more people to assimilate and build back up her fleet.
I think because they had to be within close range of Jack with that transmitter to actually be under their actually be assimilated to be under the control of the Borg. I think
no.
There was some
the changelings are actively taking over people in Starfleet. So
they
instead
were
of
transporter ships too. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but that's the end to get them, the other 200 ships. What Alex is saying is something we actually just talked about, is the changelings are actively taking over Starfleet from within by capturing and kill. Well, I guess not killing at the end. They're just hostaging them. But why aren't you taking those hostages to the Borg cube, which you're allied with apparently, and having them assimilate them and build the numbers back up with the Borg cube, so it's actually a functioning Borg cube again.
They're no longer.
We do nothing with these prisoners. We just say they're alive. We didn't kill them. We didn't kill these prisoners. Why didn't you kill them? Well, because we didn't kill them. Well, why? Well, we didn't. Okay. Well, why did you kill the other ones? Well, we killed those. It's like, okay. Well, why did you kill those and not these? Well, we just did. Okay. Well, why did you take the prisoners to the Borg cube that's undermanned because of whatever reason, and have them assimilate them so your ally is at full strength, so they can try and actually win. It's like the Borg Queen doesn't want to win. It wants the Borg Queen.
Well, they would need what? They would need hundreds or thousands of drones, right? So there's not that many changelings.
They've taken over all of Starfleet.
Well, now with Jack as the voice controlling them, right? So he is. They needed him to
They had enough people in Starfleet, and especially high up, to put in fleet control. They had what seems to be at least a couple of changelings on each ship, because they were definitely deeply in control of Rose'
Rothan, her
internal
whole ship
affairs
was taken
division.
over.
Yeah, so I mean, they had an entire ship taken over. The
Or at
idea
least
that there weren't a ton
personnel.
of changelings in, Starfleet, just it doesn't match with what we're shown in the show. And
There were-
I'm kind of confused as to why now. If you're hurt, you don't go fight somebody. You lick your wounds for another couple of years. You build your numbers up, and then you go at them again. The decision to attack now seems to have been entirely inspired by the fact that Patrick Stewart is old and is going to die in the next 2 years, so we have to do it now before he's gone. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the universe itself. The logical thing for the Borg and the Changelings to do would be to build that Borg cube up until it's at 100%, or God forbid, you have 4 or 5 of them, and you basically just have, another Borg versus Federation fight. The decision to attack when the Borg is at 36% per data, where he got that number, fuck it, who cares, is just
it's possible she was.
nonsensical.
It wasn't explained, so it can't be justification. But it's possible that she was just the dying and fading in a way that with that virus that she got exposed to in Endgame, even bringing new drones in wouldn't have prevented the Queen from eventually. Maybe she was close to death herself. Maybe she had the time limit. They should have explained that. Absolutely, they should have explained the urgency if they're going to.
Do you think that was the same Queen?
Yeah.
Even though they blew up the city in Endgame, I mean, do you think it's possible that Queen somehow survived off screen?
Yeah, like she somehow enough of her was cobbled back together by whatever vortex she had. She looked like something out of Warhammer 40K.
Yeah, they should have addressed this. Like, I don't like
They
the.
should
I
have
mean,
had
I know a lot of fans like to do this. Like, a lot of fans really like. They really. I mean, I was one of them for the longest time. They like to fill in blanks that the writers fail to fill in, especially like with all the questions that we're asking right now. And it's not, the thing is, as much as fans, it's fun for fans. I mean, a lot of fans have fun doing it, but it's not the fans' responsibility to fill in the blanks.
Well, I agree there, but that's what I'm saying is if I was trying, and by no means I'm saying this is perfect, because it's definitely not. It's a hell of a lot better than the rest of New Trek, but it is not. That does not make it. How do I put this?
I mean, people keep saying that, and it aggravates me. Like,
It is better than. I mean, I've watched all of New Trek. I don't know why I'm so masochistic.
No, I get that, I get but it's just like, so I just, man, like, I get that's probably the case, but if it's still shit, what's the difference?
I don't think it's shit. I think it's.
Well, I know you don't think it's shit, obviously, but like, the writing shit. So I mean, if you enjoyed the characters, okay, I guess.
I thought the writing of the characters for the most part was fine. I thought,
So
some
Picard
of the
is an apologetic, like, sorry sack that doesn't take responsibility for anything and just apologizes for his every action.
That was the first 2 seasons. He's not really doing that in this season.
No, he
That's
doesn't.
why.
He did do that in the. He did do that in episode 9.
Fucked up. It's my fault. This happens. I'm sorry I did this. I'm sorry I did that. That's all he does all season.
Like he apologized for Jack having the Borg stuff. I mean, like, it wasn't his fault.
Right.
He was assimilated. He was taken against his will.
Right. That's obviously the logical case. I'm saying he says that because he still carries that guilt of being Locutus, even though he knows it's not his fault, because it was his hand that pulled the trigger. He's been carrying that guilt all along. Like that's something they've never.
That's one thing I didn't like about First Contact, to be honest. To be frank,
it's PTSD.
That was
it
was a First Contact thing.
Consistently been, routinely spelled out because if you remember the pilot of DS9, Cisco tears him a new one, and Picard doesn't stutter and cry and act like a baby then. I mean, he just kind of is stoic and he doesn't tell Cisco to shut up and sit down, but he doesn't stutter and cry and apologize. They just kind of have a standoff. And that's when Picard becoming a fucking 90-year-old crybaby is deeply problematic. And you're right, he cries less than in seasons 1 and 2. He only apologizes every other episode now instead of twice per episode. But he still cries and apologizes a lot.
I just didn't get that impression from the way they wrote it. I just thought that he was saying it's my fault because it's his son, and whether he knows he was the guilt doesn't have to make sense. The guilt just has to be emotionally true, and I think it is an emotionally true moment for his character that he would be.
The only time he takes a strong stance on anything, he backtracks immediately. As soon as Beverly tells him that he's wrong.
The Rose stuff, I think, was the one time I felt Picard was truly back. Like that was the moment that Robert Meyer Burnett himself said was his favorite conversation of all of Trek. Now, is it the best conversation of all of Trek? No, I don't think so. But to me, in this series, that was my favorite. Those were my favorite scenes. Was in episode 5. I know, Alex, you totally disagree with me on that, but I actually liked that. I felt like Picard was back. I felt like the Picard was sure of himself. It was the Picard of TNG, or at least Nemesis.
Yeah, the other moment he was kind of
that conversation with Ro. They immediately undercut it. Like they have the conversation. She gets in the pod, and then the fucking changelings have a fucking stroke at the controls, and instead of just blowing the shit out of the escape pod or kidnapping Ro, they attach bombs to it and let Ro fly it into.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, but yeah, that wasn't the strong point of the episode. It was the stuff before that. Heck, the stuff in the bar where Picard was questioning her loyalty and everything. Those were the scenes that I like. I'm not saying that I didn't say the episode was perfect. And yeah, I totally agree on the whole.
Well, no episode.
Them letting her blow up the nacelle on the Intrepid. No, that's like, I think, didn't we say in the previous stream that it would have been more crazy or even more, had more weight or have more of an emotional thing if we found out that she was actually a shapeshifter, like if they revealed that at the end the whole time?
They should have captured her. Like, they should have captured her and took her over, like, get the information she has. Like, that's something they do.
Yeah,
so, I don't know. I remember I remember the conversation he actually, like, it's the best acting he did in the series, I still think. Patrick Stewart, whether you like it or not.
Is, even if you want to talk about that conversation, that's another example of Picard fucking rolling over. Ro fucking betrayed his ass.
Yeah. I mean, she wanted to do what was right. I mean, I'll be honest. I watched Preemptive Strike right before, like a few days before that, and Picard put her in a bad position. Like, she's like, if you can't. He's like, you cannot back out now. You have to go forward with this. And she just witnessed someone get murdered in front of. She witnessed someone get killed in front of her, and then she just. There was stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, there was no perfect answer for her in Preemptive Strike, right? She had two bad choices, and she had to make a choice of which one was.
Like, she had to betray those people, like the man that she just saw die, that included in the memoriam.
That's cool. That's her choice. It has nothing to do with Picard. She makes the choice. She betrays Picard. Why is Picard rolling over and saying it's okay, you betrayed me? Like, that's the point. Did he say that? Did he say that? I mean, he completely figures her. Like, that's not the point Alex is making about that she was in a bad position. It sounds like she was. I haven't watched the episode. I don't know. It sounds like she was in a bad position, but she made her choice, which was to portray Starfleet. So why
Right.
why is Picard forgiving that? Because she should be executed.
I will say this makes trying to acknowledge the first season happened much harder, because the whole first season was Picard being upset that Starfleet betrayed itself, betrayed its values, which it
Yeah.
keeps doing. I don't. That's the biggest problem I have with JJ onwards is they have two tracks. They're like Section 31 is cool, Khan is cool. Let's just keep going back to that well over and over again. They don't even understand what Section 31 was. They don't
No.
understand why it was an evil organization, why it was working. It was a rogue element of Starfleet intelligence.
Isn't Section 31 part of the charter, the Federation charter?
Yeah,
or
that gets
something?
erased or disappeared or whatever.
Well, no, Section 31 is just like, I think it's just a small little section, little clause on there that says Starfleet will do whatever it takes to protect the Federation, and
Right,
that's
and then-
it.
And
And
then
then
this
so-
rogue off the books organization
Mhm.
is this thing that forms out of it, but
It didn't exist.
it didn't exist, so to speak. And even when it did exist, there was always the implication that they were never working with the blessings of anybody of any authority in the Federation or Starfleet. It was
Basically, it was. I think the higher ups just kind of turned their heads or something.
or weren't aware. Like the agents had gone rogue to do what they thought was like necessary. It's kind of like Admiral Cartwright in Star Trek 6, right?
Yeah.
Which I think they might have retconned him into being Section 31 in the books.
I'm sure they did. I'm sure they did.
But yeah. So yeah, this season, I guess my takeaway is, yes, it's an imperfect season. It hits the notes of showing the characters where they've been. It does do like the kind of like the victory lap for a lifetime of these characters and this crew, the story or whatever, and it suffers some of the same weaknesses that like Return of the Jedi suffer, or that like the last Back to the Future suffer, where I think they're still essentially good endings, but they're certainly the weaker than the movies that came before them in their execution. Does that make sense? I want
to go through the character list with you.
Okay.
Did Data seem like Data to you?
Data seemed like Data with a little flash of lore in Alton Soong, or whoever that Soong was. Like, he was not going to be just Data, right?
Why not?
Because he was a combination of.
He was a fusion of the personalities of.
So he's just a person now.
I disagree. Data, I believe, on a line-by-line basis, had more jokes than he did serious lines.
I mean,
if Data is going to be a person who is defined by logic, that was not Data.
Well,
Data was.
Hey, that's
Data wasn't
lore
about
with Data. He's lore. He's not Data.
I don't think he's lore either.
He's Data lore.
But it's like he's taken on more of the characteristics of the human or lore character who's charismatic and than the Data character that's logical and making decisions.
He reminded me of the way Data was when he first got the emotion chip put in Generations, and him acting kind of cringe. That's kind of what I thought of.
This had a lot of that. The movie version of Data vibes.
Yeah, the movie version of Data, especially.
Hold on.
I just want to make sure nobody likes that version of Data. Like everybody hates that version of Data.
I didn't like his stuff in 7, but I didn't mind it in 8. Oh God, I hated the flotation device, so I still make fun of that.
Insurrection, yeah.
In Insurrection, that was.
And here's the other thing: Soong was created by New Trek, correct?
Yeah, season 1, Picard season 1.
We're ignoring some things, but embracing others.
There's multiple
to get where we want.
Too. Like there's Soongs in Enterprise, Soongs in Next Gen, Soongs in
Yeah, we're talking about Alton Soong.
The
That
one from season one, right?
Yeah, he's the one
Yeah.
from season one. Like he didn't exist in TNG or anything else.
We didn't know about him because he was made
No.
up for the series. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. They wanted to bring. I mean, that's just like I said in previous streams. They involved Brent Spiner, and so they created a character for Brent Spiner. So
Yeah,
Basically.
but other than looking like Data, and maybe having a little bit of the cadence of his voice, and even that wasn't consistent, he didn't behave like Data. So if we're talking about doing these great victory laps for the the TNG characters, Data in Star Trek Picard season 3 is very dissimilar to Data in TNG. I mean, I feel like we've established that.
Yeah, they touch on TNG a little bit, like where he tries to make the limerick at the end, which that's from like that. I don't know what episode that was from. That was Next Gen somewhere early on.
I actually forgot. I forgot that. That was another callback. I didn't know that. I must have
was that the
forgot
one with
that.
the comedian, like the wacky what's his face from season? I forget for season 2.
I'll have to watch that. Yeah.
But yeah, like the dirty limerick moment. I'm
Okay.
gonna have to Google it because it felt familiar. So hopefully I'm not like
I can do it right now.
hopefully I'm not like fabricating something out of my. It's funny because I've been watching so much Trek for so long that my memory is not what it used to be. So.
I don't blame you. There's a lot of stuff I forgot too. I'm trying to look for
And
it.
I've not read most of the books, but they're on my bucket list eventually. At least some of them, because they're their own broken continuity now. That because like the new Trek and Kelvin timeline weren't allowed to.
The Naked Now. So he said this in the Naked Now. That's the one where he
So like
where he is all systems functional.
when he bangs Tasha Yar, is that one?
Yep, fully functional. And Joseph Dredd. If anybody knows it, Joseph Dredd does. So there you go.
Joe Piscopo. Yeah,
Joe Piscopo. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So
Yeah.
I mean, Data's 15 degrees off a minimum.
Yeah.
Beverly
Well, I mean, all the
Crusher
characters
is-
are different, right? Would you agree with that? None of them are. They've all supposedly. I mean, the idea being, this is 20, 30 years. You're not going to be exactly the same person you were 20 years ago.
He's a robot that's been in stasis. He should be really close to the same.
Well, for him though, he's a robot. He's a new robot with Data, Lore, Lal, Alton Soong. I think that's all the things they mentioned, right?
Before no Lal before.
So this is a good evolution for Data to be a person.
It's an
He's just a
evolution.
Yeah,
person.
I mean, you basically stripped him of everything that makes him Data at that point.
Well, Data was always trying to become more human, right? Like that was kind of the.
That was his arc
And
in TNG.
and his aspirations to be that ultimately come into conflict with the, for lack of a better term, biological limitations of his form. To move Data past the desire to become human and that internal conflict is to deprive Data of being Data.
That's the question. Like, would you interpret that as he's now just human in terms of that goal, or would you say that he's still trying to figure it out and move towards that? Like
He's
that's
accomplished it. He's, I mean, when all he talks about is his emotions now. I mean,
he had that. There was that scene with him and Troy. We didn't really talk about, but yeah, he had that scene where he's talking about. Well, trying to become human was a challenge. Being human, which is I think what he literally says, is an even tougher challenge.
Was Data ever the wet blanket? Did they ever face a conflict and the entire crew was gung ho? We got to do this, and this. And
when
then Data hit them with the cold logic of, this isn't going to work. We're all going to die. Or was Data saying, let me trust my gut? Because that is, if he did the latter and not the former, that is an entirely different character.
I think there might have
Because
been at
Data
least
is and always will be the if Star Trek is supposed to be about a contrasting of ideas and ideologies, Data is supposed to be the cold utilitarian, logical entity, and he wasn't that in this show.
well, he was never.
I mean, they didn't have a clash of ideologies.
I would
in the
never
show,
say that he was
but-
cold.
I agree. I agree with Brett on this. He wasn't. He was never cold. He had a childish. He had a childlike. There was an innocence. There was an innocence to Data that he wanted to learn. He always wanted to aspire to be. There were things about him that made him more human, especially when the way he reacts to Tasha Yar's death. Like, I forget what those sensors were that the fact that she was no longer present has an effect on him. Even though he doesn't have emotions the same way, it still had an effect on him.
Was there
But
an
he wasn't
episode
cold.
where he was
didn't
forced to make a
pull
guess,
punches.
where he had to make a choice without the information to trust his gut, so to speak, or was that just a Spock episode where he had to make a guess? Or am I thinking
It was Star Trek. It was Star Trek 4. It was Star Trek 4 when they were trying to get back to the 23rd century, and McCoy's like
So Data didn't
congratulating
have
him
that
for taking a guess.
Data didn't have
Yeah,
an episode
but
next to him where they
there's
were
a
trying to get him
significant
that.
difference between taking a guess,
Like a
based
measured,
on- measured reason versus all of my data and my sensors say that this isn't going to work, but fuck it, I want to try it. I feel like in my gut I can pull this off. That decision and that line right there was that of a different character. And you can say, oh, he's evolved into this character, this different character, but then I need you to track for me the events and the decisions in this show that have moved him from character A to character B. And I didn't see them here. So in this case, I am just forced to say Data wasn't that guy. And if you just want to say, I really wanted to see Data reach his final form and become, the human that he always wanted to be, I'm fine with that. But let's just.
I don't want that.
They didn't do the legwork.
I don't want that, if only for the quote I've heard numerous times where Gene's like, Data is always trying to be human, but he'll never cross that finish line, right? Like, that was kind of like the concept of the character. Like, he could never quite fully achieve that goal.
So he
if you
is.
were to grab a random person off the street and show them that final episode, do you think that they can tell, or do you think they think he's a human?
Oh, well, person off. I mean, he looks a little off, but they're like, something's
Okay,
off.
oh,
It's
that's
just
a
eye- that's
jaundice.
kinda-
The yellow, okay, but there
I mean,
are
I
aliens
look,
in Star Trek.
like it's an alien
Right.
show. They think
Oh, you
he's
mean
an
would they
alien.
think he's a robot? What did you think he's a artificial life? Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. No, I mean, he is. This new body is like kind of like Picard's, isn't it? Like a weird synthetic positronic mix, or
Golem, yeah, I think so.
is he supposed to be like an advanced version of the tech that created Picard's new body?
I think
that-
so.
Okay.
I'd have to rewatch, but
That seems like that they're implying, but it's one of those like blink and you miss explanations. There were a lot of those in this season. So
it was the same creator, it was Dr. Alton Soong left it in the same creator. So I'm assuming, I think it's safe to assume that's correct. That's the case.
and a lot of explanations, I think, were boiled down to one line of dialogue. Whether it's just due to a fact of they only have so much time to tell it, so they're going to focus more on the character stories, and we're going to get like we should have had. The one thing that's missing from the episode is the definitive. Here's how the Borg Queen got here and why she's doing. Here's why she's limited. Like a better explanation of her link with the Changelings. That, to me, seems like the one
It
part
way
of the
more
plot that they needed to have included, and I don't know why they didn't. Because
I would have
there's-
been honestly, I would have been
What
more
was the
interested
ideological
in.
conflict here.
the ideological conflict.
Yes.
I think they were terrorists or vengefully trying to wipe out the Federation that essentially destroyed or killed them. So yeah, the changelings that are broken that can't go back to the Great Link. So all they have left is vengeance. They can't rejoin.
Did they establish that though? Did they establish that they can't go back to the Great Link? Because I don't recall that.
Well, she said that when she linked with the other changelings, she gave them her curse, but also her abilities, right? So she's cursed to die. Like she has like a much shortened lifespan, and it altered any of the changelings that she linked with. So if they were to go back to the real Great Link,
but maybe the real Great Link could help her, because the real Great Link, they've done godlike things. Like
that would have been a much better.
And Vorta call them gods. They think themselves are gods.
Imagine
they have. Brett, I know you've watched DS9. You know this. They have weird like
this as much as we want, but that doesn't.
Well, I'm just
we're getting off the track of what is the ideological conflict here.
The changelings want to wipe out the Federation. They want revenge. They want to kill Earth, essentially.
Okay, that is the villain's motivation.
Right.
What is this episode trying to?
Or the series?
What problem is this episode wanting us to analyze and look at both sides of the issue?
Well, not every Star Trek episode does that.
Okay, but there wasn't a single one in
this was more of an action. There was this was unfortunately more in the vein of the movies where you have an action to be overcome. Well, actually, even one of the bad movies does the ideological conflict, like Insurrection, right? They do like is it right for us to relocate these people to give us access to medical technology? And that's that one, right? This one, it feels more like the entire season feels like more in line with the original series.
Abrams trick.
No, I was gonna say the original series action films, the set 2, 3, and 4. Right?
I strongly disagree with you, and I feel like you're not saying J.J. Abrams trick because you don't want to say it.
No, J.J. Abrams trick is bad, but it's not. It's as hollow. There's nothing to it. I don't feel like this was hollow.
But there isn't a.
Oh, the theme. If you want, there's not an ideological conflict, but the theme is passing the torch. It's about parents, fathers and sons, fathers and daughters. It's about passing on the legacy, right, or passing the torch from one generation to the next. That's essentially what this felt like. This was a.
And what does this episode have to say about that?
This last episode,
or the series?
What does the show have to say about it?
The value. I mean, just the value of having. The relationships matter. Like that's really all it comes down to. What you as an aging generation want to pass on to your children.
The power of love can overcome anything.
To some extent, yes. And
that's complete horseshit. Well, sorry, but sorry.
I agree that no, because the power of love is absolutely it can be done well, right? And I thought it was done adequately.
I think it was done look, man, it can be done well. I think you're absolutely right. Sure. Sorry, I didn't realize I had my camera off. The power of love can be done right, sure, but you have to overcome so many. They have ignored so many things that they should have been that they had to overcome. They made the enemy an idiot. They broke their own rules in universe, if you want to call it. To get freaking 7 of 9 on that bridge with all of them. They broke all their own rules. They break fleet formation. They break their own rules that they showed in the previous episode of what happens to any ship that breaks free of the collective. They're just breaking their own rules to be able to show that the power of love can overcome everything. And because Picard loves his son, he can even go in, jack himself into the Borg Queen, and nothing happened to him because he loves his son. That's just not how it works.
Well,
I know that, and I know that, and I don't watch Star Trek. That just doesn't happen.
Your plot And if you have to destroy your plot and fill it with a ton of contrivances, inconsistencies, and just nonsensicalness to communicate your theme, either your theme sucks and that it is not applicable to this story, or you have done a terrible job communicating this theme.
Right.
And
I'm not. Yeah, like I said, it's terrible.
Portal gun was made in a hallway by a warrior to get the bridge back. That's what kicks off everything in the beginning of the episode. Is Rafi and them charge the bridge and they shoot all of the Borg with portal guns and lock them in a door or lock them in a transporter room. It's like there's no other Borg on. Like, you have to ignore the fact that there should be Borg all over the ship.
Mm-hmm.
You have to ignore the fact that they what's that?
There should be other Borg trying to get into the bridge. Yeah.
They should never have made the bridge. That's my point.
So they should have. What they should have did was what happened to the Excelsior. The Excelsior once they took
even
control of the Excelsior, they're gone. They're destroyed.
That's after everything. They should have never got to the bridge. Like they did it. They did it twice in the series. When you control the bridge, you control the ship. Correct. So shut down all access to every level. If they can't get to the bridge, they can't control the ship. So if you own the ship, you own everything that is moving parts on the ship. Plus, there's Borg all. There should be at least 8. Like, even if there were 20. Well, how many did she come up with? 6, 5. Even if there's 5 people on the ship that aren't under 26, that still leaves, I don't know, 80 Borg on the ship.
Yeah, I mean, there are things where it's kind of like, oh, they should have thought of this. That do happen in other Trek too. That's probably the part of the problem. But you're right. Why not just shut down the turbolift? Right.
Well, shut down, and then they take it over, and the rules in world.
Yeah, Dredd says
is exactly what Raporto just said. The rules in world is as soon as any ship starts acting erratically, they blow it up because they know it's been retaken by humans. So,
I mean, Hikaru Sulu blew up the Excelsior, bastard.
The minute that the Titan starts acting erratically, well, first they should already know because the Borg are all connected. So as soon as the Borg is taken, the Borg on the ship should have said, "Destroy the Titan. We've lost control of the ship." They don't care if they live or die. They're Borg. So they should have said, "Blow up the Titan. We've lost control of the Titan. Blow it up." It's one of 800 ships that are trying to blow up this mega shield on space dock.
Let me just try to do what I think makes sense in the sense of how we've seen the Borg portrayed before. They tend to have a singular focus. If they're focusing on tearing down the planetary defenses by blowing up enough the space station, which you do see like the planetary shields evaporate at some point, if they're focused on that, redirecting to focus on the new task of taking out the Titan would be
take 2 seconds, just like it did for the Excelsior.
Except that I'm saying is when they're that it's like
the thing is
like a large bureaucracy or corporation, right? That's what I'm trying to say. You have a large bureaucracy or corporation that's slow to move and adjust to like a quick response.
It's instantaneous. They're connected through their heads. The
Borg did perceive them as threat.
Jack has to say. Jack is controlling them all.
At, right? So
not till they fucked off. Not till they cloaked and went away.
And that's ignoring the fact that they didn't get destroyed by getting hit by quite literally every ship in the Federation. I mean, at one point there were literally 20 lasers on the Titan, and it just didn't notice.
It was like action movie. Don't think about it too hard. I do agree that there's a certain degree of shoving it under the rug. Is this enough for you to break it, for you guys? It clearly, I mean, like in terms of breaking what's the word I'm looking for?
Verisimilitude.
Yes, that's the word. Thank you. Breaking verisimilitude of how the world it works and how you expect it to work. Do you get pulled out of the movie? Do you get pulled out of the show? I remember watching that scene where they're like flying behind the fleet, shooting at it, and it's shooting back at them, and going, "This seems This should not like it. I remember thinking, oh, that should be an easy kill right there. It but the fact that it didn't happen, maybe because it didn't stick on it long enough. I just went, okay, action movie rules. So I guess I'm moving on. Like there was a little bit of that where, like I said, there are little. Well, that's maybe you consider that a major flaw, but I just consider it like, okay, this is a, like I said, a contrivance, but it's not necessarily taking me out because of the scene, because I'm just like, okay, at this when you're there along for the ride, right? Which is why I'm not going to say it's like it. I rank it below the show and above some of the movies, maybe not above First Contact, and based on a lot of the choices that have to be made, where you kind of go, well, okay, but because I feel like having gone over Star Trek in the past and nitpicking the hell out of other shows, it's really easy to do with some of the shows. And I've just kind of taken that to be part of.
Why is this show getting a pass?
Because I gave that pass to other Star Trek shows.
Okay, well, I mean, I guess that's fair enough for you, but everybody's giving this a pass. People that are ripping apart everything. Like the narrative, like if you like the characters and that's all you're watching it for, okay, fine, I can live with that. But this is not some great piece of television storytelling. This is you have to ignore all of the plot to make it good.
I don't have to, I mean, I think most of the plot's fine.
21 significant problems in the first 10 minutes. Like the very first speech in this episode is, hey, things on Earth are fucked, nobody come help us. What the actual fuck? They literally surrendered Earth
again
in the first sentence of the episode.
And that there is a precedent for that in Star Trek too.
and it's a terrible one, and I also do not think the situations are similar enough to justify it.
Well, and the other one, wasn't everything getting close by shutting down because it was like depowered, like in the old movies?
Yeah, it was the whale probe. The whale probe was shutting everything down. Anything that approached Earth would be shut down too, and they'd be. But in this case, if they approach Earth, they will simply be attacked.
I remember thinking,
but we need help. Enterprise D is the cavalry, and they could have called the Romulans, like during Best of Both Worlds. They were asking the Klingons for ships because they didn't think the 40 ships that congregated Wolf 359 were enough to fight the Borg Cube. And well, they were right. Borg Cube destroyed them. You saw the premiere of DS9. Same here. They could have called the Klingons.
Romulans.
Who knows what the hell's going on with the Romulans? They have not. Romulus was destroyed all the way back in 2009 Trek, and they've never addressed what happened to the Romulan Empire. There's been minimal world building in New Trek, and that's one of the biggest issues I have. And I know I'm kind of derailing this right now, but they could have. I mean, they could have asked for additional help, and once again, budgetary reasons.
Everybody in the universe doesn't want the Borg coming back.
Now,
everybody in the universe should have been trying to assist the Federation in destroying the Federation fleet. First of all, because not having the Borg back is a thing that everybody fucking wants, and two, hey, look, the Federation just gave us free reign to wreck all their shit.
Yeah.
So they should be helping. And I guess let's talk about Jack for a minute. What the absolute fuck is Jack doing going over to the Borg Cube for shits and giggles?
Well, that was something I remember pointing out in the last episode, thinking, why don't they just like sedate him and put him under and wait until the holiday is over, wait until Federation Frontier Day is over, if that's what's needed to make the plot happen, if he's what's needed, right? So that could have been something they did. But again, like if I was writing out,
no. I mean, what? obviously, the logic is busted to shit. No, I'm talking, why did Jack make the choice to hand himself over to the Borg, knowing that they were the fucking Borg? What did he think was going to happen? Did he think he was going to dust the Borg Queen? Jack
Yeah.
is a fucking retard.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I agree. He thought he was going to be able to kill her, and he's like, "I'll show her what I am or who I am." It was arrogantly stupid, and I guess it's the arrogance of youth, right? So, does it make it
All the-
satisfying? No, not necessarily.
All the
but-
grown-ups on the ship should know. So
Yeah, and they didn't. And what's even worse is they didn't try to. I mean, Picard, like they didn't do enough to stop him. Like Beverly tried to Gates McFadden, they weird acting. She was like, "Stop it! Don't go!" And it's just like
shuttles are
call security. Have them freaking guard the.
doesn't even matter. Close the door.
Or lock the doors, seal the doors.
Shuttles are always getting off starships in these episodes that do that, where a shuttle gets away from them. There was that episode with like the cadet that got away from the Enterprise with
They
the
don't
shuttle.
even try to follow. They just let them go.
Yeah.
Yeah, they look out the window. Yeah, when they're looking out the window, I'm like, that seems like really bad.
They
Stupid.
just
Like,
let them go.
where's the tractor beam? You know?
This weapon,
We've already seen
that
we
the
can teleport
Borg,
him back.
this weapon the Borg have been doing, they have been wrecking havoc all over the place to get. They just let them go to the Borg. It's like, okay.
Yeah. I'm like,
We don't even have a serious conversation about Jack literally mind slaving people. I mean,
Oh boy, that's a good. That's
Can you imagine an episode of TNG where we had a crew member taking over people's mind, including marching several to their death while making others hold guns on other crew members, and we just never talk about the moral implications of that decision? Because Jesus Christ, what an absolute problem.
having those two security guys turn the guns on his dad, that was interesting. Again, nothing you're saying I disagree with being like an issue on its own. I guess, like I said, it was one of those things where I'm like, I guess I'm used to it, and maybe that's not a good excuse, but I guess I'm just used to it, even with Star Trek to some extent, shuttles getting off ships and all these things. I'm like, okay, let's just see where this goes. If I was writing the last Next Gen season, I would rather have new stuff. And something Raporial said earlier about like why they couldn't go back to the link. If there had been more mini arcs in this, wouldn't it have been great if they had captured Vadic and her men and reached out to the Great Link, and Beverly did her medical magic, right? Like in a random episode of Next Gen, and managed to find a way for them to reunite with their people without altering them.
We were just talking about. Look, there's this. Just before you came on, there is a story in here. They just didn't do it. Yeah. Like there's stories that could be told in here, like whether it's, because the changelings definitely don't act like they're allies with the Borg. It sure seems like the Borg are controlling the changelings. There's a story in there where, the bird guys aren't really changelings. They're Borg keeping her hostage, making her do these things, while her people are being held hostage or something, or like and then the Great Link gets involved, or there are things that can be done here, but they just chose to take all the shortcuts so they could just be like, hey, remember this thing?
This season should have been given the time to have been developed for them to have multiple run-throughs. I do think that is a factor. It was like when they rushed production on Iron Fist, not to bring up another horrible show, right?
Yeah.
They didn't give the actor more than a couple weeks beforehand, so of course he's not going to be able to do any of the choreography that well, and he's not going to be that convincing. And I think they had to film this right back to back with season 2. They had the tighter budget, which forced them to use that really stupid set that I'll never want to see again. Guinan's place.
I don't care about excuses.
Just get rid of
we don't allow.
No, I'm just saying.
Don't allow people to make excuses for Rafe Judkins in the Wheel of Time.
Oh hell no!
Definitely not going to allow
just
Alex
eliminate
Kurtzman to make excuses. I mean, there's. I also don't even think that's right, because there's unless they got all of the original crew signed.
They did. They filmed this right after season 2.
Yeah, they had the trailer like during like in the middle of season when season 2 was airing.
That's right.
I was like, oh my god, did they have no?
But make other
season
choices.
season 2 was so bad that they dropped the season 3 trailer in the middle of season 2.
Yeah, I was like, oh boy.
Just don't bring the Borg into it. That eliminates a whole bunch of money.
Don't bring the Borg into it.
Just don't bring. Just flesh out the changeling
was
plot.
a perfect enemy for what 4 seasons of DS9. Like,
as a capstone Star Trek story, I would have much preferred to see a new threat or like a recontextualized thing that became a threat from a prior next gen thing, where diplomacy ends up being the solution to the problem. I would like to see that, but they want to do a big action movie with shoot, shoot, bang, bang. I realize that,
but that's not. I mean, that's the thing. That's not. I mean, that's not Star Trek. I mean, it's barely. I mean, heck, even Arena like ended with Kirk. Freaking! I mean, I showed that after episode 3 or 4. We walked me and Steve. I was hanging out with Steve. I was at his place. Me and him. I was showing his son the original series episode Arena and like how a Star Trek episode used to be written and all that. Instead of just them like putting on hold what's going on to have conversations about
constantly trying to solve the problem that the ship is watching him solve the problem and figuring it out on their own, and then he solves the problem and he decides, you know what, nope, I'm not going to kill this dude. I'm going to figure out another way. It's like it was a great episode of television, right? And we were my son who's never watched a bit of Star Trek watched the whole thing. It's like, wow, that was pretty cool, right? I couldn't pay my son money to watch this. In fact, I tried because I didn't want to. But no, I'm kidding. It's like I get, and you're absolutely right. They wanted their action pieces. They wanted the Millennium Falcon flying through the freaking Death Star and blowing up the core, like in the Return of the Jedi. Like that, yes, but why? But why? Why are you making that choice? Because they should know their audience doesn't care about that. The Star Trek audience has never cared about that, at least from what I've been listening to anybody talk about. That's not what they want. They want intelligent, well thought out plot with villains that make sense, and to have some sort of diplomacy and stuff in there that makes sense. Star Trek has never been action scenes. That's why you have Star Wars, which is the action freaking dopamine hit, and you have Star Trek, which is the well thought out plots and scientific. I'm not saying it's there's a zero, but it's not like it's not
Star Wars.
Next gen in particular is defined by diplomacy.
I don't think there's a person like. I'm sorry,
my brain off for this.
I don't think there's a person.
That is the question and the challenge that I will make for anybody that says this is a great send off for the TNG crew. Will be, can you ever imagine having to say about a season of TNG, I needed to turn my brain off to enjoy this?
I didn't have to turn my brain off. I just figured it was a satisfying end, and maybe we'll see how it lives in my desire to ever visit again, right? Like, will I ever revisit this? Probably, but that's hard to say. I was one of those people who was absolutely hoodwinked by The Force Awakens. Absolutely. Because I was so desperate for something that wasn't what the prequels was that I had a massive blind spot. So maybe I am willing to say that there's a certain degree of that same element with this, right? That was such a fine return to form for something that felt like Star Trek to me. Now, granted, I do agree that the best Star Trek is them solving the problem and, like, especially the next gen, finding a diplomatic solution or thinking the way out of it, right? But they could do combat well. Deep Space Nine did the Dominion War very well.
I'm not saying it can't be combat. Obviously, there's going to be space combat, but that wasn't the core of it. They happened, but that's not how they solved it.
Even DS9 didn't go out of its way. Like they didn't go out of its way to go into a massive Dominion ship and blow up the core and then escape with the ship going towards the screen with the backdrop. I'm sorry. The Death Star, just like them ripping the Death Star from Return of the Jedi. I'm like, oh Jesus.
Yeah. I will say there were a lot.
Actually, you guys keep saying they ripped the Death Star from Return of the Jedi. It wasn't.
They ripped it from New Hope.
They ripped it from The Force Awakens.
Oh, because of the scope of the size of the.
the size of it, and then the big glowing thing in the middle.
Yeah, the
Even
glowing thing in the middle.
turn that they do
I was thinking a little
around
satellite
the-
generator on, but you're probably right. Yeah, I was thinking about the little satellite thing. They fly into the middle of the Death Star in the Return of the Jedi.
Well, there is one thing I noticed that this season had a number of beats where I'm like, okay, I don't know who wrote this particular episode, but this feels like they got this from Lord of the Rings and they got that one from Game of Thrones. There's like little moments where you're like, wait a minute, some of these beats feel very, very copy paste in terms of
The time of the Borg is over.
oh jeez.
The time of the Borg is over.
I'm okay with them calling it a tomb. It was a tomb.
The time of the mystery box is just begun.
That is the Mines of Moria. This place is a tomb,
That too. That's cool.
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, there are things where I go, oh yeah, and it was worse it was absolutely worse in season 1 because they wrote the Romulans like they were trying to write Game of Thrones intrigue, and it was just sloppy, especially compared to the intrigue of the Romulans in the Next Generation, which is just so much better.
You're talking about season 1 of Picard with they weren't even Romulans. Like literally, the woman's like, "Did you fuck one of them?" I'm like,
why is a brother and sister having this conversation? Is it because it's edgy? Are they trying to like lean into the Lannister angle for these things? Like, it's gross, man. What are you doing? So
I like, and of course, if you've seen Discovery season 1, like the mirror universe was basically Game of Thrones. Like they like, say her name, you killed her, you raped her, you murdered her children. There was that, and then of course there was the freaking moon door on the ugly space station palace mirror Tyrion Empire palace place, and that's where they got Georgiou to come in, and now she's going to be in a Section 31 movie.
There is a possibility that I was so relieved to not be hit over the head with the message that it's like, how do you put this? It's not that I'm saying it's great. It's that I'm saying when you go from a 1 or a -5 to a 5 or a 6 level quality series, it does feel a lot better, right? But I've also been rewatching a lot of Next Gen and DS9, and I go, yeah, that's better. Yeah, easily. This one is. I'll put this at the same level as the movies, like right in the middle of the movies. I think
there's a lot. Sorry to interrupt, but I think there's a lot of. Sorry, I'm just getting tired. But I think there's a lot of that is because I'm hearing a lot of it's not woke, it's not 1 and 2. It's way better than all the new Trek, and it sort of was passable for me. So I get that. And part of I get it to a point. I still think it's a mess, but that's from me coming from nothing. I haven't watched any of it. I just watched this season. So, I come in with none of that on the table.
Well, hopefully it doesn't turn you off of old Trek, and you should still keep watching.
I watched bits and pieces of TNG when I was growing up. I just wasn't nearly as like, I couldn't. I don't know how you guys pull episodes of anything out of the air. I can't remember what I had for lunch. So, but I wasn't, focused on it. Like, it wasn't like oh, next episode of TNG's coming out. It was like I'd sort of pick it up on reruns here and there, right? So, and I enjoyed it for the most part. I've seen some of the old stuff. It's just,
I've spent a lot of time watching, living in that Star Trek headspace, reading books. When you're surrounded, and it's like that. Star Trek was my thing growing up. Star Wars too, to some extent, but more the books than
my main content, because I watched enough to know that this is not even on the same level as any of that. I saw. Well, and I've seen some TNG stuff. It just, all you gotta do is go watch a TNG episode after you watched one of these, and you go, nope. It may be better than the other Picard stuff. It may be better than Discovery. It may be better than all this new Trek stuff. I don't know. I haven't watched any of that. But is it anywhere close to that, to the older TNG or original series stuff? I don't think it's even in the same ballpark.
I think it's in the movie veins. So it's not. It's maybe it's C tier. But that's where I put the movies for the most part. The TNG movies, not the original series movies.
I got a question for you, Brett. So you put this in the same vein as TNG movies. I've said this on chat. You probably heard me. I've I probably said in our exchange on Discord. I thought the fight with the scimitar and Shinzon was more compelling than the fight with Vatic. And I have my issues with Shinzon. I don't think they should have ever had a clone of Picard. And I think the Remans are just basically uglier orcs or goblins put into the Star Trek universe, but that's here nor there. But I liked the battle more, and I thought it was a more compelling fight. And I thought Picard and Nemesis was more like Picard and TNG. He was more dispassionate, and the thing he told Shinzon was, "I cannot let my emotions dictate what I think. I have no reason to trust you." So even in that movie, which gets the most shit, and I'll be honest, I don't really blame him, but like Picard was actually pretty on the spot in that movie, and I thought Shinzon and the Scimitar was a great villain to overcome, and I was crazy. I wasn't a fan of how Data ended. I left the theater, but that was a massive risk. Like it wasn't like it wasn't like, and they ended it. They didn't even make a sequel. They didn't do its own version of Search for Spock where Data comes back. Like they ended it there. But then again, I think it ended it there because of money too, and plus Brent Spiner wrote the part of the screenplay or the story too.
The sillier elements of this season, I do recognize that I'm more forgiving of them than I was when I saw Nemesis, because I remember that whole dune buggy sequence where they're finding like B4's head and his arm, and they're like having a shootout with these random aliens. I'm like, what is the point of the scene? They could cut this out and they would lose nothing, right? Like there was a lot of junk in there, but I liked the Shinzon part, and like the battle with the Scimitar was great. Like it was visceral, right?
The Vatic thing, the way they destroyed the Shrike was just standing there waiting to be destroyed. Like there was like she was off the ship.
They set up it had all these hidden weapon systems, and they really didn't. There should have been a payoff to the fact that the ship was like bristling with things they didn't know, like the level of the armaments. So there should have been some kind of, I don't know, I would call it a dog fight, but there should have definitely been more when it came to that ship at the end.
Well, they acted like they acted like there was nobody on the ship. Like all that's the other thing is like, okay, I guess it's due to I don't know, budgeting.
They lure her
extras, but every ship can be run by 4 people in this universe.
Every massive ship that normally crews 80 to hundreds of people.
Yes, every single one of them is crewed by like 4 people, and it's those things. It's just like you got to find a better way. You got to find a better way to make it look like these ships are actually being used properly. Just making us go, hey, 4 people can run a starship that houses 1,000 people, where there's living quarters, families live there. You gotta figure out a way to just, because it's just anybody's paying attention to that stuff, it just pulls you right out of it. So it's like there's no way they're running the ship like that.
They could have had a whole episode about how automation was taking everybody's jobs.
They could have done that too. Why not? Right? AI robots have taken over. Like, I don't fucking do something. I don't know. AI robots would have been worse because the Borg would have just taken that too. But I'm tired, guys. We've been going at this like 4 hours.
Yeah, so yesterday was 4 hours. Tonight's 4 hours. So
I'm toast.
Yeah. So Brett, any final thoughts? You said you were looking forward to more. So I'm curious. If Mr. Natalis gets the go ahead to do Star Trek Legacy. I'm curious what you're looking forward to. What you want to see.
Well, I want to see something new. I want to see, like you said, I want to see new world building. I want to see new characters explored. I'm fine with Captain 7 of 9.
Okay.
I'll be honest. When it was her and Rafi and Jack at in the center seats there, I was like, I'm not feeling that. That was not.
Jack is sitting in the third chair, but he was just
like an advisor
in the Starfleet, and he's a special counselor. Like, if I remember correctly, to be a counselor, you have to be at least a lieutenant commander. That's what Troy was in TNG.
I don't think he's going to be that kind of counselor. I think he's like the other spelling where he's like,
They say special counselor, so I don't know what that means.
I think
honestly.
that means he's got all this experience from working on the fringes of Federation space with like criminal entities and warlords and other things. And so maybe they are needing his expertise for the mission they're going on. And they just didn't, I don't know what, or honestly, realistically, it was probably just an excuse to put all the main cast members on the bridge of the new Enterprise G, which it should have just been the Titan. Why did they name it the Enterprise? I don't.
To honor the original cast. At least that's the in universe, or that's what that's the dialogue that says.
Shouldn't it have said Picard? Wouldn't it be the USS Picard?
Then you're gonna get a shitty ship. No, excuse me. I'm kidding. Sorry.
No, I mean,
this is once again, this is course correction, and because with Star Trek, you always have the Enterprise and like all the previous Picards. I was like, where's the Enterprise? Well, here's an Enterprise.
They need to stop hiring these no talent second-rate hacks that they hire in all these other Hollywood productions. They need to go out and find like sci-fi writers, proven people with proven track records to contribute episodes to a new show. And they need to go back to episodic.
You have someone who I don't know if you ever follow Mark Zickery. He wrote the episode Far Beyond the Stars.
Oh, is that the one that Cisco is in the past? Yeah. Okay, that was a good episode. I remember feeling really depressed after watching it, but
yeah, it's one of those really heavy episodes. But Mr. Zickery, he's older now. He has his own channel. It's called Mr. Sci-Fi. I don't know if you're a fan of like classic sci-fi and a good sci-fi writer, Mr. Zickery has a channel called Mr. Sci-Fi. Definitely check him out. He's had dialogue with the Critical Drinker, and Nerd Rock has always spoken highly of him. I know. So and the thing is, and he's very. He lives in California. He's part of that. He was part of Hollywood for years. He knows all about the Twilight Zone. He's well read in science fiction. He's a legit sci-fi writer.
Okay.
Definitely and he's been very critical of, I don't know. I have not followed him lately. I don't know what he thinks of Picard season 3. I'm assuming he's okay with it. But he was not a fan of Discovery, and he's trying to be as polite as he can. But the thing is, he doesn't really need to be polite because he's kind of out of the Hollywood system. He's doing his own project, which is Space Command. And he brought people like Robert Picardo, Mira Furlan, other big sci-fi veterans to come and help him on his independent project, which awesome. Kickstarters. And unfortunately, we lost Mira Furlan, Delenn from Babylon 5. So it's crazy. But yeah, he's brought people from other franchises, from Star Trek and other sci-fi franchises to come and work for him and to create this thing. And it's actually pretty compelling. I think I don't know if it's all on YouTube or something, but yeah, it's all independent, and it's very 90s.
That's fine with me because Babylon 5 is probably the pinnacle of sci-fi TV.
My brother just watched. I don't want to derail this any further, but my brother just watched Babylon 5. He was disappointed with how the Shadow arc ended. He thought it ended kind of abruptly, and they spent too much time on the Earth arc in season 4.
Well, I want them to hire good people for Star Trek, but what would be healthiest and what would be best as a sci-fi fan is for people like him, make your new thing, flesh it out. I will seek out the new science fiction stories that are being put out there that are at least scratching the itch of the aspirational Trek. I don't really need more Terminator. You know what I mean? Terminator is great, but I don't need more depressing crap. I want something that is a positive outlook on humanity's future and possibilities, and whatever form that For All Mankind is kind of a weird show that's doing that in a way. That's Ronald Moore.
That's one show that was recommended. I think Prophet also recommended it too.
It's brilliant. If I compare that to this, For All Mankind wins hands down. But Ron Moore has proven himself multiple times now with the original.
I have a few issues with the latest season.
Yes, I hate
overall, the first season's pretty enjoyable. wifey doing the wifey thing. You know what I'm talking about? With the youngin.
That was disgusting.
That is one of the worst things I've ever seen on TV. To be honest, it totally took me out of it because it's just like so ridiculous. Like,
I will say the two
what are you
brothers
doing?
were the worst part of that third
Yep.
season. Yep.
Yep.
Yep. I still
Agreed.
liked the third season, but it was definitely. a step down.
I didn't finish it. Just pissed me off so much. I may revisit it, but
Well,
the first two were really good.
If you finish it, you're going to get pissed off because that last episode will piss you off a little bit. Just unfortunately.
I gotta watch it now.
So yeah, no, new stuff is good. I'm going to check out Mr. Sci-Fi. It's kind of like that. Sometimes you have to, maybe if these things are not going to get fixed, and I don't see how they're going to get fixed within the system, then independent creators, new science fiction, something new has to rise up to take the place of Star Trek. Orville was kind of scratching that itch. We'll see.
So I gotta ask. So Brett, I do have one other question. So, what do you think was better, Orville: New Horizons or Picard season 3?
Ooh,
Tough
that's
one.
Picard season 3.
Really.
But the things that are wrong with them are so different from each other.
Yeah, because I remember once again on the conversation, especially a certain episode on a certain Krill world that kind of was trying to say one thing and they ended up saying the opposite.
No,
without going into specifics for
what I like about Seth MacFarlane's writing. I was because I'm not a Family Guy fan, but his Orville writing or whoever he had writing those episodes was that the writing was so competent that even though you could tell they were trying to push the opposite message, you absolutely could pull what I think is the correct thematic message out of the episodes. Despite that, it's almost like he was trying to write the characters and make it so thoughtfully put out there that whether he intended to or not, he kind of gave you enough of both perspectives to be able to draw your own decisions about what the right thing to do was in those episodes where they're really hot button current day issues, right? And so that's a credit to the quality of the writing, that despite maybe having an agenda to push, he still approached it in a neutral format, and that's what Old Trek was to me. Like Old Trek was, here's the idea, we're going to explore it, and yeah, sometimes it could get a little preachy. But
I mean, yeah, sometimes, but sometimes they would show both sides. I mean, like you said, a great example, like you said, for political was Let That Be Your Last Battlefield. Now, if it was made today by the current writers of New Trek, we would be immediately sided with Lokai. Lokai was the one that stole the shuttlecraft and was the one that they caught first, and the one that Frank Gorshin played was the one that wanted to take him back. And Frank Gorshin's people were the ones that were oppressing Lokai's people because they were black on the wrong side of the face.
Yep.
But the thing was, the episode, I mean, the perfect moment was when Scotty just literally says they're both disgusting.
Because the racism, yeah, I mean, it was obviously a very blatant
the hate. It was not even about racism per se. I mean, it was about hatred in general of both sides.
Yeah.
And the fact that what ultimately culminates from hatred is total destruction, and that's why they're Chironians. The planet Chiron was completely destroyed when they got there.
Yeah. God, I haven't watched that episode in ages. I'm gonna have to.
It is such a. I mean, I first saw that episode. I thought it was gonna be I was a kid. I think I was in high school. I thought it was going to be a fun episode. You know, you got those wacky looking aliens with the different. I thought they're going to have wacky superpowers. They're going to take over the ship, and then Kirk and Spock would have to fight for it back. No, it wasn't like that at all. That was the one thing that baffled when I was a kid baffled me about Star Trek. I mean, even Devil in the Dark. I thought the shaggy Horta creature was just the bad guy that they needed to take out. No, there was more depth to the Horta.
Oh, that was
Horta. There was the reason the Horta was doing was. Yeah, that was the one where they're on the silicon creature on the mining planet, and it started off like a slasher, like it was killing different miners, like one by one, like when they were alone and everything. So it was like it started off like a horror, but then it just became so much more. So Devil in the Dark kind of course corrected what they began with in the Man Trap, which was the very first episode that ever aired of the original series, where they had the salt creature that would just suck your salt out through its digits or something like that.
It's interesting because when you think of like,
I gotta bounce, man.
You have a
all right, Alex. I'm so sorry, man. Thanks for being here. Thanks for asking questions, and thanks for being awesome as general.
Yep, thanks, sir.
All right, have a good night, sir.
You too. Bye.
Yeah, I was going to say the pop culture idea of what Captain Kirk is versus the reality of Captain Kirk. You go and watch those episodes. He is way more thoughtful and concerned, and and yet people seem to have this point of view of him being this, just the lecherous Captain Kirk, right? Like the kind of the parody version. Somehow people, that's what they think is the real deal. That's why the JJ stuff is so offensive, because it's like that's not Captain Kirk at all. That's like the SNL version of Captain Kirk.
Yeah, there was one moment that I liked in that movie where Kirk, or Chris Pine's Kirk, offers assistance to Nero and his ship after they manage to outsmart him. And then, of course, Nero's the stupid villain, stupid two-dimensional thing. He's like, I would rather suffer 1,000,000 Romulus destruction than take help from you, stupid shit like that. And then that just is like, and then I like how Kirk, or Pine's Kirk, is like, okay, then die then. I was like, okay, but still. So yeah. There was one moment I liked that still had some of the spirit of Trek. And I'll be honest, Force Awakens didn't take me away, or like didn't sell me. I didn't like it, but the 2009 movie did. Like, really? I liked it. I liked it. And I initially liked it. I thought
I gotta too, Brian. I gotta take it.
Nice to meet you.
We'll get there soon. Yeah. Hey, Brett, good on you, man. I know it's not hard getting in a room with 3 people that disagree.
Well, I was watching the stream before, and I was getting sweating bullets, going, "Oh God!"
You were studying the enemy.
Yeah. So good on you, man. I think a little better understanding. I know it's not perfect, but I see. I sort of see where you're coming from. Disagree, but that's okay. We don't all have to agree. So we all learn on both sides from just having these discussions. It's all good. Just hard to get in a room with 3 people on an opposite side.
And I need to prove to people on Twitter that I'm not an echo chamber, or maybe I have to prove.
You don't got to prove that to anybody, because that's not the truth.
So. That's true. That's true. Thanks, Steve. I needed that validation. Thank you.
Yeah, I do feel like I've had 1 foot in this camp and 1 foot in the RMB camp, and I was like, I can't. I'm somewhere in the middle, and I'm not quite fitting into.
I think a year from now, if anything good comes out that's in the sci-fi genre, and you go back to this, it won't stand. I don't see this standing up at all.
Well, For All Mankind's better. Andor, I think, is genius. I know you don't like that one. I don't want to start that whole debate, but I love Andor. That's way better than next this season.
I agree with that, but there are parts of Andor that are okay, but we're not going. I gotta go. So, but no, you're good, man. You're good. So thanks, guys, and we'll talk soon.
All right, take care.
Good night.
All right, see you, Steve. Thanks for being here. Thanks for doing this with me. I just have to say this: all 10 weeks. I'm surprised you don't hate me by now.
No, you're good, bro. You know how it goes. So I got you.
All right, man.
So all right,
good night.
Good night, guys.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll have to rewatch. Let's be more even now. Here we go. So I'll have to rewatch Andor, and maybe there was stuff I didn't quite take away. Once again, I probably had high expectations thanks to Mr. Pips and everything, because he really recommended the series. So
I loved it. I watched it twice, and it did not diminish for me the second time.
Okay.
We'll see how I feel. I've watched each of these episodes twice for Picard. I'm going to give it a week. I've got like another 2 weeks or so before the sub is up. And I'm going to sit and I'm going to watch all 10 episodes in relatively short order, maybe 2 or 3 sittings.
It's weird, as I haven't had. Usually, if there's a show I really like, I will rewatch it. Like, for instance, for me, I mean, how me and Steve really started, collaborating was Better Call Saul. Like, Better Call Saul went to every time it went to a new season, I always rewatched the seasons because like I really enjoyed how Better Call. I mean, I really enjoyed Breaking Bad for stars, but I also enjoyed how Better Call Saul tried to be as consistent with Breaking Bad as they could, but while still telling their own story. And the thing was, I kind of the one thing I kind of knew what they were trying to do, and I was just really curious. Like I was really interested and invested in the journey of Saul Goodman, of Jimmy McGill.
That
And
is on my list because I waited to watch Breaking Bad till it was all done. I watched it all, loved it. Now, it's not my favorite show, but I will say it's the most perfectly written show from beginning to end that I've ever watched. Does that make sense? It's not my personal favorite, maybe because it's, I don't know.
Yeah, like I've gone into debates with people. Like a lot of people have said The Sopranos is the better series, and I've seen The Sopranos once compared to watching Breaking Bad. Sopranos is really hard to grasp, like what the arcs are and what where the show is going ultimately. Whereas Breaking Bad, you kind of know right away, because I mean Walt is he's the drug kingpin. And the thing that's ultimately going to happen that people were waiting for was when Hank and the family would find out about it and all the shit that would go down. And I mean, that was what everybody knew was going to go to it. It was just how it was going to get there that made the series interesting. Whereas Sopranos, I had no idea where the show was going. I mean, they did say like, either Tony dies or Tony goes to prison. And he's dead. By the way, he's dead.
Oh yeah,
in my opinion.
I've not seen it, but I've absorbed enough over the years that I need to watch it at some point.
The way they do the ending artistically, I think, is genius. Especially if you're familiar with like cinematography and all that. Especially if you're a big fan of Kubrick, the way they show it is, I think, and of course the director will never admit this, but the way they showed it, basically, the way they cut it to black, like in the middle of the scene, just tells you that something happened.
I used to hate that kind of ending. But at some point I started to really enjoy it when it was done well. Like Inception, like when you're not sure how that is that top going to tip over or not. Not knowing for sure was better than knowing one way or the other. You know what I mean? Like that. I liked that ambiguous nature. So Better Call Saul's on my to-do list. I definitely think you should watch For All Mankind. And when you're ready, I will absolutely reread the New Frontier Star Trek novels with you, because those are awesome.
Yeah, what I'm reading right now? I'm reading Wheel of Time. I'm reading Dragon Reborn right now. So, and while I'm also rereading Lord of the Rings, I have only read Lord of the Rings once before the movies came out. So I'm rereading it with, as the White Cloaks are reading it, they're way farther than I am. They're going to be doing the Two Towers in a week. I just got done with, Gandalf just fell. And so Bridge of Khazad-dûm is still, I just finished Bridge of Khazad-dûm. So now I got to go to Lothlorien, and then of course the Fellowship breaks. And then of course, all of book 3 of Two Towers.
That was an experience, because I read them right before the first movie came out. It took me about 3 months to get to the first half of Fellowship. I was not enjoying it. I hated the Shire. I hated the Hobbits. I didn't like anything about it. I get to Council of Elrond. I cannot put the books down. I finished all 3 books, the rest of that book and the next 2 books within less than a month. So I think you're already at Khazad-dûm. I think you're going to enjoy the rest of the ride.
Oh,
you've read it, right? You've already read it once. So
I've read it once. It's been a while. I was in high school. This was 2000. I was going into my sophomore year. So yeah, I was a kid. I was still a kid. Voyager was still on at that time. And like we were on a trip. I mean, we were on a family trip, and my dad liked to go to minor league baseball games. I'm more nerdy than sports guy, so I didn't really have any fun at the minor league games. So I would be reading. I'd either be reading like the Thrawn trilogy, or at least Heir to the Empire. I didn't finish the Thrawn trilogy. Heir to the Empire, or I'd be reading Lord of the Rings, because my church at the time was like, nobody knew about Lord of the Rings, but my church championed it. Like I used to be part of a Bible Bowl competition. It was basically Bible trivia, and we compete against other Orthodox churches in the United States. Awesome. And we would, my coach, who was also a fellow parishioner, knew me he knew me all my life. I heard about Lord of the Rings from my Sunday school teacher, and he championed. He says he cheered me to read it, and we talk about it. And this was before the movies came out. This was before it was mainstream. So
or more mainstream, even, right?
I mean, yeah, I mean, it was not. I mean, kids didn't know about I mean, I don't think kids knew about Lord of the Rings unless their parents read it to them. But
I was such an oblivious kid. Fifth grade church, that I checked out a book. I checked out the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. I read it, and here's how bad it was. I did not. The allegory went right over my head.
like Aslan being Christ and all
I was
that.
like, I didn't make that connection at all, and I don't know why, but I just didn't. I read it as it like literally as.
I went to. It was the one story. What's funny was, I was not a fan of, or I always had a hard time listening. I still have that issue where sometimes I doze off when people are talking. I don't take in what they're saying. And so when I was in grade school, we would have teachers, read to us after recess. I would, if I lost the story, I was lost for good. So I'd be totally thinking I'd be in my own world for like a good 25 to 30 minutes. But the one book that I was listening to like attentively was when the pastor came in. It wasn't our teacher, it was the pastor of the church, because I went to a Lutheran school. The pastor came in and read Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. And that was the one time I actually paid attention. I thought it was a very interesting story. And I listened to it from beginning to end. I looked forward to the readings I don't know if it was every day or once a week or something, but that was the one time I enjoyed listening to a read. So
okay, that's awesome. I've never done audiobooks really. My ADD is too bad for that.
Me too.
I have to do something. So maybe if I was walking a lot more, I don't commute enough to listen to books on audio. But
I listen to what's funny is when I walk, I like to listen to music more than listen to audiobooks. But I actually instead of reading, because I like to read more, I have a Kindle. I actually listened to the Bridge of Khazad-dûm thing, and it was actually really good. Well, it was well told.
Apparently, the Heir to the Empire audio stuff is almost like of audio movie.
Yeah, there's sound effects. Like you hear the blaster sounds and the lightsaber zoom, and you hear the sound effect. You hear the classic Star Wars sound effects.
So I need to reread that, so to speak, with the audiobooks at some point. So Star Trek's still on my. I don't know. We're gonna see.
Yeah, we're not. I mean, as much as we debate about stuff and everything, I'm cool with you liking the series. I mean, there's probably things that I've overlooked or something that could come off as positive. Gray was doing that in other streams and everything. So I mean, people are liking it for a reason. So the thing is, and you might disagree with me, and I think it's because of what the Disney trilogy robbed people of with the original characters and people, because a lot of Star Trek people also like Star Wars. It's not the same the other way around, but I think most Star Trek people also like Star Wars. So
that's for sure. And what I like from both is different things. I remember people will try to say which is better. I'm like, they're not. You can't really compare them. They're
one's space fantasy, one's more. I mean, it's not hard science fiction, but it's science. It's science fiction.
I think of Star Trek is best when it's doing the morality play, right? Who are we? What asking the tough right and wrong questions. And Star Wars is it's more of a universalist myth.
Good versus evil.
Yeah, and that's great. I love both for both reasons. And Andor absolutely is not mainline Star Wars, right? That's why I don't think a lot of people didn't like it.
That's.
But for me,
that's
I like
hard
sci-fi too, and it felt like hard
I
sci-fi.
think it needed more action, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
I
mean, you could still have the story, you could still have your build-up, but I think each episode, like Clone Wars had arcs too, and every episode had there was action moment, there was things that happened that went on and that led into the next episode, and everything kind of flowed pretty well. I was kind of hoping that was the case with Andor. Andor just felt very. I mean, it was well acted. It was just. I just felt like there was not enough going on. I just wish this is just me wishing things, because once again, Star Wars. They did the Empire better. I'll say this, but they didn't. I don't think they made the Empire menacing enough, and I would have rather not have them. This is my opinion. I mean, this is not even me being as a matter of fact.
Oh,
I would have rather had them be like space Nazis, like be extremely terrifying and want to kill everybody on that planet.
Well, I would probably
Yeah.
say that most of the Nazi party was more in tune with the way, I can't remember his name, Serial Eater, Cyril, the Serial Eater, and the intel agencies, like being the SS kind of. I feel like a lot of evil that happens in the world feels very normal at the time. It feels very like it's not going to be Vader imposing standing. That's the cool mainline Star Wars stuff, is the Sith and the evil that they bring, right? But
I was thinking going a little bit further, like Holocaust, like terrifying, like very. I'm talking about like people are on a planet that is run by the Nazis, and like if you've ever read up on like the people that hid Anne Frank, they were constantly terrified and they were constantly like they were smart. The Nazis were smart. If they saw anything that was out of the ordinary, they went in.
So you wanted that more of that sinister, like
yeah. But that's crawling. I know. I mean, I don't want to quite make it as R-rated as like movies like Schindler's List or The Pianist, But I want something that's. I want to. Okay, this might sound a little too black and white because I think they're trying to make this more gray, obviously. But I want to be terrified, and I want that way. I mean, it's an emotional thing. Yeah. I want to be terrified, and I want to be scared for our characters, so that it helps me root for them, or it helps me get more invested in them.
Well, I hope we get to see what happened to the planet he came from, because it was clear it was being strip mined, right? Like that was those giant gravel type pits that were being carved out of the planet, and they said that something happened on the planet that no one survived. Did they crack the core digging into it? Like what happened? Like
yeah, exactly. That, and of course, like the series opened with the sister, like he was looking for his sister, and I had an idea, and they just kind of, with a single line, they kind of just tossed it aside because his mother, Marva, whatever her name is, said, "Oh, she's dead. You're not going to find her. Everybody was gone or something." Because he was looking for her. He was asking about her in the bar in the very beginning of the first episode.
I thought she would have been Imperial, if that's what you're thinking.
Yeah, or she could have been Imperial, or he could have found out something heartbreaking, and maybe an Imperial, maybe because she was talking to him, an Imperial, questions her and kills her, and that's what drives him to be a rebel. I mean, he's already killed; he's willing to kill more, and there would be a little bit more investment for me.
Well,
in him. I would actually, there would be more depth to Andor than what we got.
It's a much better setup for the character. I was not a huge fan of Rogue One, and
even the I like the final act. I don't know how you feel about the Vader stuff, but I like the final battle at least.
the Vader bit at the end did feel tacked on. It felt very
that was Tony Gilroy who put that in. It wasn't Gareth Edwards, I believe.
Oh, so it was
so Tony Gilroy who did Andor.
Oh, weird. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it was really well shot. Like Vader was menacing and everything, like in terms of like selling Vader as
I went to fangirl mode. I was like,
But yeah, so yeah, I do think Andor was a much better show. Better written, better thought out. Like you said, there could have been more action, although I thought each third episode essentially did a really good job of
I mean, I think the build-up went well. I think there just should have been more. There should have been stuff in between. Just like, I mean, like I think the third episode or the final episode of the arc should have had like the major event. But I think there should have been smaller events to lead up to that. But that's just, I mean, I'm basing this off of watching Clone Wars.
That's fair. And for me, most of Clone Wars was at its best when it fleshed out the troopers and humanized the clones, right? But it was also
you like the Umbara arc where they're on the planet with the bald people, and we actually found that the Jedi Master was actually bad.
Oh gosh, I can't even remember.
He had the 4 arms. I forget his name. Pong Krell.
Yes, that one. There was also like an early episode where they were dealing with those like stealth droids, like those assassin droids on.
Yeah, the commando droids. Yeah, you're right.
Just every time they focused on the clones, like Fives and all the other ones, I really found myself enjoying it, and I liked the Sith stuff too. All like the Maul.
Oh, dude, the Sith, yeah, like the Sith stuff was the stuff that I really wanted to see in like live action and everything. Like that was the Sith arcs were by far the best in Clone Wars.
Yeah. But there's a lot of Jedi arcs. I remember there were episodes that I got so disgusted because it felt like they were talking down. Like you're like, we're writing this for kids, so we're just going to dumb it down deliberately. That's what it felt like a lot of the time, and that bugged the crap out of me. But the good episodes are worth it on their own, and the way Clone Wars is written, you don't have to watch everything. You can just kind of pick and choose. It's more episodic, like Star Trek.
Yeah, exactly. So. Yeah, I mean it's our. I mean the earlier seasons it was episodic to a degree, but then I think the later seasons were out of order arcs in the first two seasons. So that it was like, okay, where does this episode fall? Okay, so this episode was before this episode from season 1, and then season 3 kind of continued for the first half, and then once they started the Ventress stuff, then they course corrected, and then they really did they really went the proper way, and they started going in order this time. Yeah. So that was really when I think the Clone Wars really took off.
But yeah, I don't think we're ever going to get proper Star Trek back. They tried to do the format in Strange New Worlds, but the writing is so garbage that it's painful.
I mean, So I mean, and then here's the thing, like a lot of people, I mean, you and plenty of people, I mean, I've talked to, and a lot of people outside have praised Picard season 3. I've talked, and there's other people who've praised Strange New World, saying that like it's a true return to form. It's better than Discovery. It's better than Picard. I tried watching it. I was curious about it myself, but it was just so, it just so didn't feel in line with the original series or the Cage. Like, where's Dr. Boyce? Where's Ensign Jose Tyler? Where's the crew? I mean, I know the crew is too
the ways in which it is better than Discovery and the first 2 seasons of Picard don't make up for the ways in which it's horrible. And maybe that's why I'm okay with this season of Picard, because at least the characters feel true to me. They ring true, they resonate, whatever word you want to use. I felt like these are the characters that I've been following all this time. They're in different places. I don't always agree with how they gave them. I mean, they clearly, hopefully, it was deliberately like building flaws into some of the characters' choices, like Beverly's choice to not tell Jean-Luc about his son. But you're right. Like actually, whoever said. I think Alex and Steve both said as well that, even if she was wrong in doing that, the fact that they basically gave her a get out of jail free card with the Picard going, "Oh, that's okay, you did the right thing," a couple times. Yeah, okay. Yeah. All I could say is it's gonna. This is something I will add to my collection unless I rewatch it in a couple weeks and sour on it.
Yeah, don't let us sour you. Like, just if you feel the way you do and you still enjoy it, this is just food for thought.
I don't mind.
The last thing I want to do is take away somebody's enjoyment.
Well,
like it's just I mean, we're not gonna agree on everything, but the thing that we can do is, I mean, I'm not totally. I mean, neither of us are totally correct, but we can learn from each other. And maybe, big part of the reason why I brought you on was, we've eviscerated the series for several episodes. Well, there were times where Alex is, me and Steve agreed, and Alex is kind of pushed back on, especially episode 4. And it was definitely episode 4 with, when they get out of the nebula. Like, there was just, the thing that I hated was the fact that they were resigned to their fate. I was just like, that is not something that would happen in classic Trek. They would be working towards finding solutions. They'd be too busy to be, wasting time in the holodeck. Unless it's microcosm, which Mr. Dave Blass pointed out to other people who criticized the episode with the whole idea that, the holodeck has its own little module that allows it to.
That didn't go anywhere. I thought they were going to play up that was going to be important later on. Like I'm like, oh, they're going to turn the holodeck into a life capsule, and then they're going to be rescued by another ship. Nope, that didn't happen.
Yeah, so I mean,
or that's what I thought they were going to do. But I was like, wait, what's the whole point of it having its own power source if it's not going to come into play in the plot?
yeah, exactly. So, and I'll be honest, when it comes to the tech, I have not read my Star Trek encyclopedia. I don't even know where it is right now. I still have the 1997 version that I got in 1998 of the Star Trek encyclopedia. Like a lot of the pages are out. So yeah, I have to just keep them in place as best as I can. But I used to read that, but I was more interested in less in the technology, but more in the characters and I was always interested. The Star Trek was always, the characters were the most interesting part of it for me.
Yeah. I much prefer character-driven stories over plot-driven stories. Although with science fiction, you really do have to balance both out pretty well.
You're right. I agree there. And like now that I'm doing reviews of Picard and everything, I've had to re-educate myself on on Starfleet procedures and when they use this versus when they use that. But part of the reason why I don't do that is because I don't want to come off as a nitpicker. Whoops.
Well, that way lies madness, because that's part of Star Trek fandom has been all the contradictions that have existed in this shows throughout.
That's true. That's true. You're not wrong.
10 is right. Going over Warp 10 in the original series, but now Warp 10 is like infinite.
That's
speed.
true. That's true. You're not wrong. By any other name, with the Kelvins, they go to Warp 11 and they go to Warp 14 outside the galaxy into the void.
Oh gosh.
And then Warp 10 becomes and plus the galaxy, like they could go in the original series, they could go to the edge of the galaxy, the Great Galactic Barrier, and get there in no time. But in TNG era, you have the 4 quadrants, which established in the price. And with the Ferengi, they find the Barzan wormhole. You remember that episode where they find the Barzan wormhole. They think it's going to Gamma Quadrant, but when they go in, it actually goes to the Delta Quadrant. And they realize the other end of the wormhole shifts, and it's useless.
This is where the fan solutions come in. Like how we're trying here. I was trying to patch any of the issues they might have had with the Borg this episode. Why would they do this? Like, what the fan solution to the edge of the galaxy was?
What?
They went up.
So,
because the Milky Way is a flat disk for the most part, right? Relatively speaking. Mm-hmm. So they went up. they went
the Y direction.
Yes, they went So that's how they got to the edge of the galaxy, was because otherwise, that like you said, that would have been a much longer journey. So, I like the fan films. I like what's his face as Kirk does a really good job without it being parody.
I love Star Trek Continues. Oh, dude, Star Trek Continues. That is I swear they copied that finale because the finale for Continues, which to me is in my headcanon, and that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen lightly. Because the Enterprise is going to be refitted going into motion picture. They leave the bridge empty and the lights go off, and that's when they leave the Enterprise and they do the same thing. I was thinking back to how Continues ended, but it didn't end there, but it ended for the Enterprise D. That was the Enterprise D being laid to rest, or being laid, not laid to rest, but be part of a museum now.
That little line that Geordi said when they were exiting the bridge at the end there was,
"She took care of us.
She take care of you." That was after Admiral McCoy told.
I said that too.
Data in the encounter at Farpoint. Yeah.
So you treat her like a lady, and she'll always bring you home.
And I think maybe the honest attempt at giving us the Star Trek that we've been desiring does allow me to be more forgiving of plot issues that creep up, if that makes sense. Is even and I'm used to having, I don't mind being, like you guys disagreeing was fine. I've got my group of friends that we always discuss this stuff, and I frequently clash with them on what I like or don't like. So it's a constant. it's always going to happen to some extent where we just have different takes on stuff. And like as Force Awakens fooled me, Man of Steel fooled me. I wanted to. Those are the kinds of movies where I'm like, I really wanted to like it so bad because I was so hungry for more that I tried to convince myself when I left the theater that I was like, no, this is good. This could be, but that crumbles over time. That could be the case with this season of Picard. We'll see.
Okay.
You know,
No,
I mean,
yeah, I mean, don't let us ruin that for you. Don't let us sour that for you. That's the last thing I want to do.
No, it's going to be, it's going to be what it is, and time is the greatest decision. If I buy the discs and I don't ever watch it more than once on disc, then I think that answers that question, right?
Yeah. So, all right. Well, Brett, thank you so much for as Bill Maher would say, stepping into the lion's den, or as Regis Philbin would say, stepping into the hot seat, and all that. But I'm happy. Like, we don't shame people for having a different opinion, and I'm glad we had this conversation. This is nerd conversation that I think needs to come back. It needs to be a thing to come back.
We don't need hashtag positive fandom. We just need hashtag fandom.
That was something that rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, and I have nothing against. I don't have anything against Mr. Burnett. I still think Mr. Burnett was genuine in his liking of the series, probably for the same reason, probably for all the same reasons that you've said. Being forgiven about certain things, but
that's the thing, though, right?
Others,
the issue I've had with the way fandoms have been divided, and it seems like it's been frequently along political lines over BS stuff. I feel like these companies use that as a shield way too often. And so the people who used to police, like, if you're a true fan, you love everything that comes out, no matter what. Like, if you're a true Star Wars fan, then you're going to accept the prequel, or the sequels, or whatever, right? And I'm like, no. A fan could be critical. That's just what part of being. If I wasn't critical, that means I don't care, right?
Yeah.
So that means you care. So you guys are very critical of this. That you want it to rise to the level of excellence that everything should strive for. And
I want these to surpass. I mean, like,
right.
I'm not a father myself, but like, if I see kids, or if I see like my friends' kids, succeeding at something, or when I was hanging out with Steve, his youngest son was playing me at chess. He kicked my ass, and you know what? I was cool with it because I want the younger generation to be better than us. I mean, I want them to keep going forward and to strive to be better than they are, which is a fundamental tenet of Star Trek, especially TNG.
I want it to be better, but I'm also okay with saying good enough is good enough, for at least for now.
I get it. I mean, people are. I mean, with what they've been coming out with, I mean, it's. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people feel that way too, so you're not alone.
Well, live long and prosper.
All right, but yeah, Brett, thanks once again. Thanks for coming on. And is there anything you want to plug, or is there anything you want to promote? Any projects?
I'm always working something on the back burner, but nothing that I'm anywhere close to promoting, and not even a channel, sadly. But I'm happy to visit and chat Star Trek, Star Wars, you name it.
I'll definitely have to have you on for a Trekporial. We have to figure out. You have to let me know, like, if there's anything in particular that you really like, and we can talk about it, like from the earlier era.
Oh gosh,
like there's 735 episodes, including the 10 movies that I really like, and there's just so many things you could talk about. There's so many. It's touched upon almost every type of story.
We should do that, and if you ever get a chance to find those old games that are just no longer available for sale, you'll be surprised by how many good Star Trek games there actually are. I know that you had mentioned that you hadn't played many of them. There's lots of good Star Trek that we haven't touched yet. So.
Oh yeah, like you said, at some point I do want to read the. I want to learn more about Captain Mackenzie Calhoun.
He is the most awesome space Conan you'll ever meet.
Okay. And I mean, once again, it's Peter David, who has done a lot of episodes of Babylon 5. So, I mean,
Peter David did episodes of Babylon 5. He did the Imzadi book, which is a very popular book in the Next Gen. He gave that backstory for.
Does that explain like how Troy and Riker can?
Yep.
Okay, but it's mainly her end because she's the telepath. Riker is not the telepath.
No, but they were together long enough that he could kind of communicate with her, but he can't.
Can he communicate her? I thought from what I saw in Encounter at Farpoint, he can hear her. He can hear her, but I don't think she can hear him. Well, I mean, she can feel him, but I don't think she can hear him.
It's been a while, but I think they have a conversation in that first episode. Maybe they kind of went away from that later on.
I don't think they had a conversation. I think he was hearing her. She was like, "Remember what I taught you?" And he was like,
"Yeah, you're right." It was a one-way conversation.
It was, yeah. Because humans are not, unlike Babylon 5, humans are not telepaths. All humans are not telepaths in Star Trek.
That makes sense. So she can output, but not. Yeah. He can't. So, all right, that would be worth it. Books. Oh man, so many books I haven't read yet too. So like any reading club you want to start on that eventually, let me know.
Yeah, just too much shit. There's too much shit going on right now. So I mean, but yeah, man. But I appreciate it, and everybody, Chad, whoever's left. I know it's been 4 hours and 45 minutes. So everybody's probably already left. Nas is still Nas and the Fuppets and the Day Outlaw are here. Well, thank you guys for still being here. And expect to see more of Brett soon. I really enjoyed this conversation. Definitely want to have you on again. Have more nerd talk, more Trek talk, and maybe I'll rewatch Andor. Maybe me, you, and Pips if Pips is free. We could talk about it. It'll be you two against me, and I'll be completely destroyed in the debates. We'll definitely consider that. And of course, I'm going to do my own Picard review of the series of season 3, everything that we discussed. So that's going to be coming up. I'm working on my Metroid retrospective, the very first Metroid and Zero Mission. If you haven't played those, that's coming up. And of course, 2001: Space Odyssey is another retrospective I've had planned for a while that I've just been too lazy to complete. So, so expect those coming up as video as uploaded content. And after this, I'm doing a Trekporial with Angry Canadian on Sunday. He's never watched Star Trek before, so I got him started on the original series. We're going to talk about episodes 2 through 6, where no man has gone before, to the Man Trap. That's production order. So
yes. So
yeah, we're gonna be doing that Sunday morning, 8 a.m. Central. It's because he's in Japan, so he's 14 hours ahead. So that's like 10 p.m. his time. So I don't want to do something where he has to stay up till in the middle of the night. So. It's funny how this works. So, but yeah, everybody take care, stay nerdporial, and I'll see you on the next video. And I'm going to show the intro again because I'll be honest, the last 20 seconds of episode 9, ooh, I love how that ended. You know what I'm talking about? When the Enterprise D comes out and goes into warp with that music. Oh, God, he's like engaged. I want to show it again. So guys, good night.
Cheers.
I couldn't believe he did it. And it's sprinkled throughout the show. There is so much love and care put into Star Trek Picard if you are a fan of Star Trek. And also, it's just a rousing, fun space adventure that has villains and there's conspiracies and there's all different kinds of aliens. And there's even it's very subtle, but there's a great fuck you to modern Star Trek in it. Star Trek Picard returns Star Trek to where it should be, about human beings and their alien friends striving to be the best they can be, and in the face of great adversity, and stepping up. And it's not about if it's what you feel, it's okay. No. What you feel is going to get you killed. You know what's not going to get you killed? Really knowing how to do your job, and working with other people that are really smart and know how to do their jobs. We have to put our emotions aside and get the job done. And that's what Star Trek to me was about. It was about being the best human being you can be, and finding the best people around you, the best of the best, to go out. And that's what you need to be on the final frontier. Otherwise, you will get killed. You will never survive. And Star Trek Picard is all about these people that are the best of the best coming back together and doing what they do best. And it was refreshing.
Engage.